Chapter 961, Demon-Defying Bead. Without testing actual combat, what other advantages did Yi Yun have? Bloodline? Perception? Yi Yun's bloodline was just too weak. It was a known fact. Although Yi Yun had absorbed an ancient Fey bone, he was still incomparable to other elites of the Fey race. In terms of perception, it was apparent that Yi Yun didn't have a great advantage. The rules that Song Wuchen set made several members of the Luo clan unhappy. Elder Shi and Elder Duanmu were also discontented with the rules. It was too disadvantageous for Yi Yun. Yi Yun looked calm and he remained silent. Shi Zhueyun glanced at Yi Yun. Yi Yun was an opponent worthy of his respect, so although he wanted to beat Yi Yun, he did not want to beat him in such a manner. Then, how does young Master Wuchen plan on beginning the test? The number of examinees in Brocade Spring Court seemed to be far too many. The king of the Oracle Fey Kingdom said. There was no lower threshold for the assessment, so there were too many riffraff that came to Brocade Spring Court. It would be extremely troublesome to test each and every one of them. Song Wuchen gave a nonchalant smile, as though he had everything under his control. It's simple. The first round will eliminate more than 99%. If there are people who wish to fish in troubled waters, then they are just too naive. As Song Wuchen spoke, his body began to hover mid-air. With a swipe of his interspatial ring, a black and white bead flew out of it. The bead began to rapidly expand in size mid-air. It resembled the eye of an ancient Fey. This is a demon-defying bead, a piece of treasure bestowed unto me by my master. The demon-defying bead is a supreme-grade array bead, allowing it to contain an array formation. Furthermore, the array formation's powers are extensive. All of you will enter the demon-defying bead's array formation, with the array formation that was created by me personally. Those who can eventually walk out of the demon-defying bead will pass, or they will be eliminated. Song Wuchen's voice echoed throughout the area. The 9 palatial array in the demon-defying bead was an array formation attainment that he was proud of, as it was mostly created by himself. As examiner, Song Wuchen obviously would show off his 9 palatial array. The first test is to crack the array? The people could tell what Song Wuchen meant. Crack the array? Song Wuchen had a smile on his lips. Many warriors had their domains of expertise. Some of them would be in the desolate heaven technique, while others in the refinement of items, but for Song Wuchen, it was his array formation. He was an array formation master, and with his cultivation level being at the late stages of the Dao manifestation realm, how could it possibly be so easy to crack an array formation that he set? It's not cracking the array. It would be pretty impressive just to exit it. The less time it takes, the better the result. As Song Wuchen spoke, the demon-defying bead began to slowly descend, encompassing everyone within it. An array formation that can eliminate 99% of people. Young Master Wuchen's means are indeed impressive. The Oracle Fey Kingdom King said with a laugh. He naturally had to compliment Song Wuchen, who was one of the top disciples of Felicitous Rain Lord as well as one of the examiners. Your Majesty, I said above 99%. There are about 9,000 people participating in the assessment, so eliminating 99% would still leave behind 80 to 90 people. That's way too many. I believe leaving about a dozen or so after the first round would be sufficient. Song Wuchen said nonchalantly. Everyone was secretly horrified when they heard this. To reduce nearly 10,000 people to about a dozen was quite a ruthless elimination rate. To leave about 10 people behind, 60% difficulty should be enough. Song Wuchen said as he waved his hand once again, causing the array bead to envelop the examinees completely. If 60% difficulty could eliminate so many people, wouldn't that mean that few could clear its 100% difficulty? Song Wuchen's words made quite a number of people give him a sidelong glance. Song Wuchen was very pleased with this effect. He knew that by being an examiner, it was also an opportunity for him to showcase himself in front of Felicitous Rain Lord. In the test, the standard that he set was a manifestation of his strength. Song Wuchen liked the feeling of being in complete control of an array that determined the fates of almost 10,000 people. With a Divine Lord level treasure, the demon-defying bead, in his hand, he could achieve perfect control over any one of the thousands of people. Of course, that included Yi Yun. Song Wuchen's perception interfaced with the demon-defying bead and his focus landed on Yi Yun. A teasing smile suffused across his lips. Yi Yun, since you are so highly valued by Marshal Ant Ningxuang, you obviously can't have such a simple difficulty. I'll add something in for you. Song Wuchen knew very well that Shui Ningxuang's voice transmission, which requested him to put more focus on Yi Yun before the assessment began, meant that Felicitous Rain Lord had already decided to take Yi Yun in as an in-name disciple already. Since there was no way of stopping Yi Yun from becoming an in-name disciple, it was meaningless regardless of the methods he employed to assess Yi Yun. Although it was an unchangeable fact, Song Wuchen wanted to haze Yi Yun. Song Wuchen's choice of adding something for Yi Yun's assessment could not escape the eyes of Fairy Ningxuang, but it did not matter as Fairy Ningxuang had informed him to focus on Yi Yun. If Yi Yun's results were terrible during the assessment, Song Wuchen could explain it away as him thinking that Yi Yun was extremely gifted and that Yi Yun could go above and beyond the requirements of the assessment, but who knew that Yi Yun could not stand up to the examination? In that case, even if Yi Yun became an in-name disciple, he would not be able to threaten Song Wuchen's position as the top in-name disciple. Yi Yun, since you are the focus of attention, enjoy the additional augmentation of the demon-defying bead. As for Qi Zhuoyun, you are slightly weaker, so I'll give you 100% difficulty, so that you'll have a fun time. Song Wuchen muttered to himself as he produced a few incantation seals without leaving a trace. He looked forward to Yi Yun's ending in dismay, to the point of him not being able to exit the array bead. Many members of the audience did not know that there was a difference in the difficulties in the demon-defying bead's array formation. Song Wuchen was eager to know what Yi Yun's Luoplan worshippers would think when they saw their idol have such terrible results. At this moment, in the pavilion in the middle of a lake on a floating island, Shui Ningxuang and Felicitous Rain Lord were still playing their Go game. When she placed a piece, her wrist trembled slightly. Song Wuchen is a bit too much. Although I informed him to focus on Yi Yun, isn't this difficulty a bit too high? Felicitous Rain Lord smiled and said, "It's all right. It's good to have a bit more difficulty. Let's see if that child, Yi Yun, can give me a pleasant surprise." Oh? Do you think that even at such a difficulty, Yi Yun will still be able to exit it? According to Yi Yun's cultivation level, it will be very difficult for him to do so, but if everything is done according to conventional thinking, then there is no meaning for him to be specially nurtured. Felicitous Rain Lord said casually before placing another piece down. Shui Ningxuang's eyebrows pricked up slightly. This was Felicitous Rain Lord, who had extremely high standards. Even at such a difficulty, which most mighty figures would find it demanding for a junior, Felicitous Rain Lord treated it as a standard for the assessment. Even the 3 criteria set for Yi Yun previously to become a personal disciple was Felicitous Rain Lord's original intentions. It was a rigid criteria that had no room for contest. Since she couldn't do anything about it, all she could do was wish Yi Yun the best of luck. As Felicitous Rain Lord and Shui Ningxuang were conversing, Yi Yun had arrived at an alternate spatial temporal dimension. Without a doubt, this was the interior world of the demon-defying bead. When it came to treasures at the Divine Lord level, their internal spaces could be expanded into worlds of themselves. Back then, the God Advent Tower had similar effects as well. As Yi Yun had such a thought, the space around him began to cave in towards him. Soon, it formed a long corridor, and at the end of the corridor, there was a large bronze door. Yi Yun arrived in front of the large door and he looked up. On the door, there were runes of all shapes and sizes. Instantly, the runes flew off the bronze door like a flock of birds and swarmed Yi Yun. The runes did not take on the shape of ancient fae or anything similar. They maintained their most primitive forms as they surrounded Yi Yun, like they wanted to tear Yi Yun to pieces. These are all runic patterns and they combine together into something like a maze. But as long as the flaws in it can be discovered, it can slowly be cracked open. With this thought in mind, Iyun gently tapped the runic patterns as ripples began appearing. Iyun was searching for a way to crack the array formation. With Iyun's taps, the flying runic patterns came to a stop, and after 5 minutes, the core rune was destroyed by Iyun, shattering the entire array formation. Rumble. The bronze door opened, giving him access, but Iyun frowned slightly. The assessment was part of Felicitous Rain Lord's in-name disciple recruitment. From the beginning, Iyun did not care about the spot of an in-name disciple. If he could only become an in-name disciple of a divine lord, he would rather stay in the Luo clan. But now, the difficulty of the assessment was so high? This was just the first obstacle in the first assessment. It did not pose any problems for him, but many others would probably be eliminated immediately. As Iyun had such thoughts in mind, he walked into the palatial hall behind the bronze door. Upon entering the palatial hall, all sorts of chaotic scenes inundated his mind. An illusion array. Iyun was very familiar with such scenes. An illusion array not only resulted in simple confusion, it could also kill people, trap them to their deaths, or even completely wear down a warrior's will. The terrifying highlight of an illusion array was that even if one struggled to snap out of the illusions or realized that one was stuck in an illusion array, they would still not be able to avoid the effects, eventually failing to extricate themselves from the situation. As for Iyun, this problem obviously did not exist. He immediately produced his sword of the will from his soul sea. Gotcha! The world in front of him shattered completely. Before the illusions even appeared, they were already diced into fragments. Having cultivated in the primordial space for 18 years, Iyun's mental mind had already undergone a transformation. His will had evolved, producing a sword of the will. It was not difficult for him to crack an illusion array at all. However, this was only for Iyun. Through that attack, Iyun managed to probe the strength of the illusion array as well. He knew very well that if it were any other person, even if it were warriors at Nong Yue or Yi's level, they would probably spend quite a bit of time in it. The difficulty of the assessment was higher than he expected. With this thought in mind, Iyun walked out of the palace, and after that, it was a void of nothingness. Immediately following that, the space around him began to cave in towards him. Soon, it formed a long corridor, and at the end of the corridor, there was another large bronze door. It was almost an identical scene, and Iyun immediately understood what had happened. Demon-defying bead, 9 palatial array. He must have finished one of the palatial halls, and if he wasn't wrong, there were 9 such palatial halls, thus giving it its name. To complete the array, he needed to go through all 9 palatial halls. Previously, Song Wuchen had mentioned that he himself created the 9 palatial array. Song Wuchen was using an array that he created to test all of the elites present. If the 9 palatial array truly had 9 palatial halls, Iyun felt that he would be silly to really trudge through each level. They were both members of the younger generation and Song Wuchen was only an in-name disciple of Felicitous Rain Lord, one that Iyun wouldn't have troubles becoming. Did the other 9,000 people, including himself, have to clear level after level of the array formation of Song Wuchen's own creation, according to his wishes? Iyun did not like being staged unless it was an elder of his. Then, was it possible to crack the 9 palatial array in one fell swoop instead of clearing one palatial hall after another? With this thought in mind, Iyun arrived in front of the second palatial hall's door. The runes on the door were even stronger and more complex than the first. Oh! This difficulty. Iyun's eyebrows pricked up. He reckoned that the second palatial hall's difficulty was 30% higher than the first. If this trend persisted, the third palatial hall would have its difficulty rise by another 30%, and by the 9th palatial hall, the difficulty would have increased multifold. Then, it would not be easy to crack the array formation of the 9 palatial halls, even for Iyun. Even if he could crack it, it would consume a great deal of energy, time and stamina. Finishing the 9 palatial halls will probably take a day or two. To think that the first assessment by Song Wuchen would last so long, and that's for me. If the others are experiencing the same difficulty, the number of people that can clear this level will probably be countable with one's fingers, ignoring the time and effort to do so. Could it be that the others are experiencing a difficulty different from mine, or does Song Wuchen plan on using one round of assessment to select the in-name disciple? As Yi Yun pondered over the matter, he frowned. He did not wish to waste 1 or 2 days of energy and effort to crack Song Wuchen's array formation. Song Wuchen was just at the Tao manifestation realm. How profound could an array formation that he created be? Yi Yun had seen the Puryang Sword Palace's array formations, the God Advent Tower's array formations, as well as the world created by the long-haired man in the Fei God Stone. There were so many profound array formations, Tao patterns, and laws that Yi Yun did not have the time to ponder over, so how could it be possible for him to willingly waste time researching Song Wuchen's array formation? Furthermore, if he expended his stamina and became Felicitous Rain Lord's in-name disciple, it would affect his performance when he challenged the right to be Felicitous Rain Lord's personal disciple. It was best to crack the array formation once and for all. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun was in no hurry to enter the second palatial hall. He began to follow the path towards the second door. On careful thought, with about 9,000 people undertaking the assessment, even if a large number of them were trying to fish in troubled waters, or they were riffraff that lacked any true strength, the number was still a force to be reckoned with. There were also people like Shi Zhuiyun and Tianya Haoyue. How could Song Wuchen alone, with his Tao manifestation realm cultivation level, be able to use an array formation to maintain an assessment for 9,000 people? Even if Song Wuchen was an array formation master, due to the limitations of his cultivation level and 9,000 people trying to simultaneously crack his array, it would have cracked with a simple prod from everyone. For it not to crack, then it could only be the demon-defying bead. Yi Yun finally understood the situation. The demon-defying bead was a treasure bestowed to Song Wuchen by Felicitous Rain Lord. Yi Yun was able to use the God Advent Tower to withstand Taoist Ju Ming's strike, so it was not surprising that Song Wuchen could use the demon-defying bead to test 9,000 people with an array formation simultaneously. I just need to sever the connection between the 9 palatial array and the demon-defying bead. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun closed his eyes and he activated his energy vision. Instantly, the runic patterns around him disappeared. In Yi Yun's vision, there were only the flow trajectories of Origin's energy. He began to search the chaotic energy for the energy nodes between the 9 palatial array and the demon-defying bead. Chapter 963, Destroying Energy Nodes. Isn't this assessment too difficult? That was just the first level. I've only cleared 1 palatial hall and I'm already overwhelmed. Could there be 9 palatial halls? Many of the participants were not stupid. By connecting the dots, the 9 palatial array's name easily told them that the palatial halls were connected one after another. The difficulty of their assessment was naturally easier than Yi Yun's, but it was still not easy to pass. This was an array formation created by Song Wuchen after all. So how could he let all these people easily clear his array? The difficulty is too high. Few will definitely pass it. It was said that this array formation was created by Song Wuchen himself. An array formation that tests 9,000 people while being powered by one person is still able to eliminate so many people. Is this the strength of an in-name disciple of a divine lord? Many people had such thoughts in mind and they felt disheartened. The gap between them was too large. If a divine lord's in-name disciple was so powerful, they could forget about becoming a divine lord's in-name disciple. The 9,000 participants were struggling through each palatial palace. The weaker ones were even stuck in the first palatial hall, with no means of escaping. The stronger ones had already reached the 4th or 5th palatial hall. Although their energies were greatly drained, they were still struggling to forge ahead. All of them realized that it was not possible to finish the 9 palatial array in a short period of time. They even had to rest midway so they could recover their energy before continuing. In that case, it was impossible to finish it in less than 3 or 4 days. People like Qi Zhuiyun and Tian Yahaoyue were stronger, but as they were given special treatment by Song Wuchen, they had only reached the 3rd palatial hall. They were not the fastest. By then, it was nearing dusk outside the 9 palatial array. As the sun slowly set, it dyed the sky red, making the surroundings more beautiful and gorgeous. The palace maids of the Oracle Fei Kingdom were serving exquisite fruits and wine to the Oracle Fei Kingdom's king, Song Wuchen, Tiansun, and others. These fruits were supreme-grade spirit fruits grown in Brocade Spring Court. They were sweet and delicious, and they were abundant in energy, allowing them to benefit one's cultivation level. As for the wine, it was brewed from spirit fruits and had a bold flavor, and it could be described as ambrosia. Song Wuchen plucked a grape as he watched the demon-defying bead float mid-air while it enveloped Brocade Spring Court. He began to savor the fruit's flesh that melted the moment it entered his mouth. Such an assessment gave him a feeling that he was twiddling talented pears around his fingers. He reveled in such a feeling, and he was very pleased with the effects of the 9 palatial array. Young Master Wuchen, the first round of assessment has already lasted for 6 hours. How long more will it take? The Oracle Fei Kingdom's king asked. At least 3 days. If the first person to clear the assessment does it in 3 days, that person will be extremely talented. By saying it in this manner, although it seemed like he was praising the talent of the person that was going to exit the array formation at that time, he was actually praising himself. Ha, young Master Wuchen is truly a master of arrays. This 9 palatial array is truly exquisite. The Oracle Fei Kingdom's king complimented. He was hoping that as Song Wuchen presided over the assessment, he would spare the disciples of the Oracle Fei Kingdom. Song Wuchen smiled slightly as he calmly accepted the compliments. He said nonchalantly, "Let's hope that I wasn't being too harsh. I was originally planning that it would be best if about 10 to 20 people are able to clear this round of assessment. If I had set the difficulty to be higher, it wouldn't look too good if only 7 or 8 people came out." 7 or 8 people. The Oracle Fei Kingdom king gave a dry laugh. If there were so few people, the only people from the Oracle Fei Kingdom that could have any hope were Qi Zhuiyun and Demon Girl. Even Demon Girl might be eliminated. At this moment, in the 9 palatial array, Yi Yun was strolling through the void, and in his energy vision, he could clearly see the energy flow between the 9 palatial array and the demon-defying bead. The demon-defying bead was a divine lord-level treasure after all. With Song Wuchen's cultivation level, he was definitely finding it tough to power the demon-defying bead even if he could. Just like a 5 or 6-year-old child using a hammer as a weapon, although they would be more powerful than a child's fists, it would be extremely demanding when lifting the hammer. If they were not careful, they might even hurt themselves. Now, Song Wuchen was in such a state. Therefore, the interface between the 9 palatial array and the demon-defying bead was not considered to be perfect. There were several flaws and rough edges. Yi Yun could clearly discern these with his energy vision. At the moment, Yi Yun had already traversed through the spatial corridor. He did not even take a step through the second door to the palatial hall. Oh! There is an energy node here. Yi Yun's figure shuttled through the spatial turbulence, and suddenly, he came to a stop in front of the void. The void seemed to be normal, but Yi Yun knew that there was a secret behind it. Phew! Yi Yun moved his hands like lightning. With an explosive crack, the void was ripped open by Yi Yun. The energy node, that wasn't very stable to begin with, immediately tore apart. The 4th point. Yi Yun muttered to himself. He had previously estimated that there were 12 points that connected the 9 palatial array and the demon-defying bead. When the connections were mostly severed, the 9 palatial array would lose most of its power. This was analogous to 2 armies fighting at a fortress on top of a cliff. The fortress was impregnable, but if the cliff was destroyed, the fortress on the cliff would be taken down automatically. Here, the 5th point. Yi Yun took action once again. Boom! The fifth energy node shattered as the 9 palatial array's energy weakened once more. Following that, the sixth point. The seventh point.
Yi-Yun was destroying an energy node every 15 minutes, quickly severing the connection between the 9 palatial array and the demon-defying bead. And this led to the 9 palatial array becoming weaker. Not only was the 9 palatial array facing Yi-Yun becoming weaker, the 9,000 participants immediately faced such a situation as the energy nodes were shattered.
Oh. Why does the assessment suddenly feel easier?
A participant, who had struggled to complete the third palatial hall while feeling exhausted to the point of giving up, suddenly realized that the difficulty of the array formation was decreasing. This made him catch his breath and revive hope in him.
Is this my imagination?
He found it quite incredulous until he somehow cleared the fourth hall in a baffling manner.
Even he did not know what had happened. So that's the case. It was only difficult in the beginning. As long as I survive the first few, it will become easier later on.
There were many people like this disciple who suddenly realized the drop in difficulty.
It's becoming easier. The difficulty of the fifth hall was already halved, but the sixth hall is actually easier than the fifth? I feel like I'm about to clear it.
Ha, I shouldn't have sold myself short in the past.
I'm indeed a genius. Even if I can't compare with a crazy existence like Yi-Yun, I'm at least someone in the alliance.
Another participant that was disheartened to the point of giving up regained his confidence.
Chapter 964, Something's Not Right. Ka-cha. Yi-Yun had completely destroyed the 12th energy node in the 9 palatial array. As a result, although the 9 palatial array was still in its original state, its strength was greatly reduced without the demon-defying bead's support.
And at this moment, Song Wuchen, who was sitting in a palatial hall in the towering tree, felt something amiss.
The demon-defying bead. Song Wuchen looked at the demon-defying bead and felt troubled.
Song Wuchen had previously claimed that the demon-defying bead was a treasure bestowed unto him by the felicitous Rain Lord.
It gave others the impression that the demon-defying bead had been given to him, but in fact, Song Wuchen was just an in-name disciple, so how could a treasure at the Divine Lord level be really given to him? It was just lent to him.
The demon-defying bead had mental imprints in it that belonged to the felicitous Rain Lord. In order to control the demon-defying bead, Song Wuchen had only recently infused his own mental imprints into the demon-defying bead. It was not very stable, and his control of the demon-defying bead was extremely weak. With Yi-Yun severing the energy nodes between the 9 palatial array and the demon-defying bead, his mental imprints had suddenly collapsed. This left him momentarily baffled.
He obviously refused to believe that an assessee would deliberately destroy his mental imprint.
He believed that it was a result of him being only barely able to control the demon-defying bead.
Young Master Wuchen, what's the matter?
The Oracle Fei Kingdom's king asked as he noticed something amiss with Song Wuchen's expression.
Nothing much, Song Wuchen said as he waved his hands. Just a tiny mental imprint in the demon-defying bead weakened.
In a while, I'll place another few more mental imprints so as to do a better job in presiding over this assessment.
How was it possible for Song Wuchen to tell others that his mental imprints had collapsed? He had done it at such a large scale, so if there were suddenly any problems, wouldn't he be embarrassing himself? I see.
Young Master Wuchen has been controlling a treasure at the Divine Lord level, so it's only normal for the mental imprint to weaken after a period of time.
The Oracle Fei Kingdom King said with a smile. He knew how to read the cues from the countenance of others.
Placing additional mental imprints in the demon-defying bead was not an easy task. Song Wuchen began producing dozens of seals, but only a tiny number of his mental imprints managed to seep in. And at this moment, the difficulty of the 9 palatial array had turned nearly trivial in the demon-defying bead. With about 9,000 people attempting an array formation created by a Dao Manifestation Realm warrior, there was already not enough strength for the array formation itself.
Instantly, all the participants in the assessment felt energized.
they gathered all their energy and began forging ahead.
Many people even began running. One palatial hall after another was left behind them. So it's a psychological battle.
The beginning is very difficult, but once it's cleared, the later stages become trivial.
A participant was very pleased with his performance.
I made my first public appearance after intense training, but Master said that I'm too weak and that Qi Jueyun is many times stronger than me. He thought that I would suffer a setback if I were to be eliminated from the beginning.
Ha!
I already said it was impossible for me to be eliminated from the beginning.
I really should let Master have a look at this. It's already the 8th hall. I'm indeed a genius. The trial is without any obstacle.
A young man confidently muttered to himself.
In the vast world, there were all sorts of people.
Although Qi Jueyun was publicly considered the #1 genius of the Oracle Fei Kingdom, it did not mean that every young warrior was convinced of his strength. There were always people who believed that they were the strongest and that they would be able to trample on Qi Jueyun once they made their public appearance. Now, with the ease of clearing the array improving, they were convinced of their viewpoints.
Soon, quite a number of people reached the 9th palatial hall.
They initially believed that as the last hall of the 9 palatial halls, there would be some difficulty to it, but they were surprised to realize that the 9th hall was the easiest. At this moment, the Oracle Fei Kingdom King was eating spirit fruits outside the 9 palatial array as he looked at Song Wuchen.
Young Master Wuchen, there's no need to rush the mental imprint. The assessment has only gone on for 8 hours.
The Oracle Fei Kingdom King said deliberately when he noticed that Song Wuchen was struggling to condense mental imprints.
It's fine. Song Wuchen frowned.
After his mental imprint collapsed, he did not know what was happening inside the demon-defying bead as well. However, he believed that the 9 palatial array was interfaced with the demon-defying bead, so even if certain nodes were not stable, the 12 nodes combined would reduce any possibility of error. It was likely that the assessment would continue on as expected.
In a while, when a new mental imprint is established, I'll definitely increase the difficulty greatly and make those fellows suffer.
Song Wuchen secretly thought to himself as he wished to vent the anger in his heart.
He knew that Felicitous Rain Lord was most likely watching the unnamed disciple recruitment with his perception.
As the owner of the demon-defying bead, Felicitous Rain Lord definitely knew about the mental imprint collapsing in the demon-defying bead.
This would affect Felicitous Rain Lord's impression of him.
As an unnamed disciple for so many years, he had always been yearning to be promoted to a personal disciple.
If he failed to run the assessment properly, how could he be promoted to a personal disciple? Song Wuchen took a deep breath and said, 8 hours isn't too short either. It's better that I recreate imprints. The first assessment would last about 3 to 5 days. I cannot let the assessment period exceed my control.
Young Master Wuchen is truly a serious person. By saying that, I'm truly worried, afraid that my Oracle Fei Kingdom's disciples will have terrible results.
The Oracle Fei Kingdom King joked. And at this moment, the hovering demon-defying bead suddenly emitted a faint beam of light. Oh! What happened?
In Brocade Spring Court, many people saw this scene.
Could it be that someone has cleared the array? How can it be possible? Didn't you hear what young Master Wuchen say?
It's extremely difficult to clear the 9 palatial array, and it would take at least 3 days before the first participant will clear it. It might be Yi Yun or Qi Jueyun, since it might be possible for them to clear it ahead of time, a disciple whispered. And at that moment, Feng Zhang and Feng Qi were in the crowd as well.
Upon hearing the person's statement, they sneered, Qi Jueyun? Yi Yun?
With their strength, they are only relatively stronger in the alliance. Amongst Master's disciples, they are nothing at all.
They are facing an increased difficulty in the 9 palatial array.
It would be senior brother going easy on them if they can successfully clear it in 5 days.
Clear it ahead of time? Stop dreaming.
Feng Zhang and Feng Qi detested Yi Yun and Qi Jueyun to begin with. Upon hearing someone tout the two of them, they could not help but pass off snide remarks. When people heard this, they were stunned.
So it turned out that Yi Yun and Shi Jueyun were facing higher difficulties?
Before they could say anything, the flickering light from the demon-defying bead suddenly grew more intense.
Oh?
That is, Feng Zhang and Feng Qi were puzzled as well.
They did not notice that up in the hall in the towering tree, there was an extremely ugly expression on Song Wuchen's face. Swish! A beam of light burst down from the demon-defying bead as a figure appeared. The person wore a long robe and held a 3-foot-long sword. His black hair was fluttering in the beam of light, making him look distinguished. The first person to clear the demon-defying bead had appeared.
Feng Zhang and Feng Qi were immediately left dumbfounded.
It had only been 8 hours, so how could it be possible? Chapter 965, Hidden Geniuses.
Feng Zhang and Feng Qi had seen Song Wuchen's 9 palatial array.
It was absolutely impossible to clear it in such a short period of time.
However, the other members of the audience did not care about this.
Someone cleared. He cleared it so fast. What a genius! People shouted excitedly.
However, as these people were shouting, there were even more people who were dumbfounded. They looked at the long-haired youth that had suddenly appeared, and the first thing on their minds was, who the heck is he? There were many geniuses in the alliance, but not every one of them were known by everyone like Yi Yun or Shi Jueyun. Nearly no one knew who the person that had appeared was.
Humph. You don't know him?
I'm not afraid to tell you that he is my sworn brother. At a young age, he showed unparalleled talent. Later on, he went deep into the mountains and became the disciple of an erudite master.
He remained unseen for years, and his strength is definitely top in the Oracle Fey Kingdom. It's beyond your imaginations.
At this moment, a youth jumped out and said those words. He looked like he was a strutting rooster after a victory. Everyone looked at the fellow who came out to posture in a daze.
Now, who was this guy? The guy was wearing a tiny hat and his clothes were beast hides. There was a family clan emblem that no one knew about on his clothes.
It was obvious that he came from some tiny tribal clan from some nook and cranny.
How could such a person like that know a top genius of the Oracle Fey Kingdom? Everyone found it unbelievable.
However, it was not uncommon for some peerless geniuses to have friends at the grassroots level in his youth. It was common to have legends of how a peerless hero would stand up for his friends that were being bullied in his youth. But at that moment, another beam of light flashed and another person who cleared the assessment appeared.
The person looked even more handsome.
He was dressed in white robes and he held a fan in his hand.
He was even slowly flapping his fan. Although he had cleared the 9 palatial array, he looked energetic and clear-minded.
He did not look drained at all, and he gave off an impressive vibe.
Another passed, and it was done so easily. It is another unfamiliar face. However, it seems like he's also from the Oracle Fey Kingdom. I never knew that we had so many hidden geniuses in the Oracle Fey Kingdom. Indeed. It seems like these people had remained hidden and do not like to compete for fame and wealth. But now, with Felicitous Rain Lord taking in a disciple, it's truly a rare opportunity, so all of them are beginning to make their appearances. A few scions argued, and at that moment, they saw another few beams of light flash. 3 consecutive people appeared in Brocade Spring Court after having cleared the array. This.
Everyone faltered in shock.
There were really too many hidden geniuses.
However, it was apparent that these people were not from the Oracle Fey Kingdom, so it was expected. The other factions in the alliance were bound to have hidden geniuses as well.
But following that, Sha! Sha! Sha!
Beams of light flashed one after another like it was raining. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 20 geniuses. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Who knew that there were so many geniuses in the world?
They were truly frogs in the well to believe that the world only had geniuses like Yun, Shi Zhuiyun, and Luo Huier. From the looks of it, they were short-sighted. Each era has men of talent, leading in what they did for hundreds of years. Ha ha ha. It's Kid Tiger of my Black Tiger tribal clan. That kid has extraordinary talent. He could lift a 1,000-pound rock at the age of 3. Today, he has indeed given me a big and pleasant surprise. There is hope for the rise of my Black Tiger tribal clan. A stout old man said with a mighty roar. He looked extremely excited. As for the Kid Tiger he was referring to, it was a person with a silly look. The fur had yet to shed from his body, making him look like a beast man. As for being able to lift 500 pounds at the age of 3, the training method sure was simple. This guy was also some hidden genius? Many people looked each other in the eyes. They were somewhat dumbfounded. One really couldn't judge a book by its cover. Congratulations as well. My White Bear tribal clan's bear too has succeeded as well. When the younger generation grows up, as fellow tribal brothers, we will march forward hand in hand. Another stout elder said. The bear too he mentioned was covered in yellow fur, making him have a brotherly resemblance of the person known as Kid Tiger. A white bear and a black tiger. What the hell? Can you tribal clans name your people in a better manner? In fact, the White Bear and Black Tiger tribal clans were not completely unknown. They were considered to be two of the bigger tribal clans in the wild tribal clans of the Oracle Fey Kingdom. However, they were incomparable to the large family clans. Everyone believed that people from Fey tribal clans would never be able to catch up to people from large family clans that were situated in the capital. But now, from the looks of it, these tribal clans were not to be underestimated. The probability of them producing geniuses was low, but they had the numbers, so it was also possible for a talent to rise up from a tribal clan. And following that, beams of light began bursting out one after another. Every light beam revealed a young person who had cleared the array. One after another, they appeared like mushrooms appearing after a rain. There were so many people that it was easy to lose count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 181, 182. Someone casually counted as he stared with widened eyes. Wasn't the difficulty of the assessment said to be very high? Wasn't it previously said that the first round of assessments would eliminate 99%? Why did so many people manage to clear the array? 236, 237. The head count was still rising. As people were counting on one side, there would be people descending on the other side like rustling leaves. Those counting failed to keep up with the number of people descending. Soon, the head count broke 300. People were astonished. But at that moment, many people felt that something was amiss. It was said that it would take 3 days for the first person to clear the assessment, but there were more than 300 people clearing it in 8 hours? However, there were people immersed in the joy of clearing the assessment, especially the trial takers themselves. There were relatives and friends who excitedly spoke amongst themselves. Brother Bai, you passed as well. Ha, same to you. Congratulations, Brother Yuchi. The last time I met you, I knew that you aren't ordinary. Isn't that brotherly? It looks like he cleared it as well. Let's go and congratulate him. There were no end to such dialogues. At the moment, the head count had already exceeded 800. There was no decrease in the number of beams of light that descended from the demon-defying bead. Instead, they were increasing in number to the point of the beams of light forming a contiguous beam that was so blinding that people could not open their eyes. What's going on? In the hall in the towering tree, many members of the upper echelon were agape. Even if the assessment relaxed in its difficulty, there was no way that everyone would be able to clear the array together, right? Furthermore, they even saw some wondrous existences amongst the participants who cleared the assessment. The Kid Tiger and Bear 2 from before could be ignored, because they saw a 10-year-old girl.
She had 2 tiny hair stumps on her head and she had shimmering eyes. She looked extremely innocent, with her only missing a cotton candy in her hand to perfect her look. Although they guessed that the assessment would adjust its difficulty according to the trial taker's age, it was completely unacceptable that such a harmless young girl could clear the first round.
This was definitely not what a normal assessment should look like. Many people could not help but look at Song Wuchen.
He was the examiner of the first round, and the entire 9 palatial array was created by him. They realized that Song Wuchen's face seemed to have grown moss.
It could not be any greener.
Because at that moment, there was already more than 2,000 people that had cleared the 9 palatial array. Actually, he knew that there was a problem when the first person came out of the 9 palatial array in 8 hours. When his mental imprints collapsed, he was unable to probe the situation inside the demon-defying bead. Now, he knew that his mental imprints had not collapsed because it was too tough on him to control the demon-defying bead. Instead, something strange had happened to the connection between the array formation and the demon-defying bead. This resulted in the collapse of his mental imprints that were not stable to begin with.
What the hell happened? At that moment, Song Wuchen was like a burning chicken. He wished that he could charge up and block the demon-defying bead. If a few hundred people appeared, he could have brushed the matter aside and increased the difficulty of the next round. But now, with the numbers quickly approaching 4,000, half of the participants had already cleared the first level. There was bound to be more later. How could he brush this aside? Felicitous Rain Lord was still watching.
Damn it!
What's going on?
Song Wuchen clenched his teeth. He had tested his 9 palatial array several times. It was true that he could not control the demon-defying bead, but as long as the 9 palatial array and the demon-defying bead were interfaced, there would not be any problems even if he ignored it.
How could the present situation happen?
Song Wuchen did not think of the possibility that the interface was destroyed by someone. He did not believe that anyone had the ability to do so.
Young Master Wuchen.
The Oracle Fey Kingdom King spoke in a probing manner. There's already more than 7,000 people.
It's over 8,000. Do you think that we should end the first round of assessment and quickly begin the second round?
The number of people that participated in the Divine Lord's disciple recruitment numbered about 9,000 people. And previously, Song Wuchen had said that more than 99% would be eliminated and that it would take the first person 3 days to clear it. He even said that there would be only about 10 people who would clear the trial after 4 or 5 days, but now, after 8 hours, there were already over 8,000 people.
Was this still an elimination?
Even if there was, it would probably number in the dozens.
How unlucky would they be to be eliminated?
Although the Oracle Fey Kingdom King knew that Song Wuchen was like a volcano ready to explode, he could not help but speak up.
This couldn't go on any longer.
The people below were already creating a din.
Even the silliest person could tell that something was amiss. There was talk going around.
I know,
Song Wuchen said through clenched teeth.
He had failed miserably during the first round of assessment, so what else could he say?
Demon-defying bead, come.
At that moment, Song Wuchen managed to barely summon the demon-defying bead back using a pathetic new imprint that he placed on it. With the demon-defying bead in hand, he felt the coldness of the demon-defying bead.
Song Wuchen's face turned extremely surly.
Previously, while presiding over the assessment, he had even fantasized of the tiny hope that his master would give the demon-defying bead to him after the assessment. He was adept at array formations, so the demon-defying bead would greatly benefit him. But now, Song Wuchen could only feel a limitless estrangement from the bead in his hand.
Chapter 966, Abnormal Eyes. The feeling of estrangement was a result of the complete destruction of Song Wuchen's mental imprints in the demon-defying bead.
Now with the demon-defying bead in hand, Song Wuchen probed it with his perception. The demon-defying bead was not his, so he spent a very long time to figure out what had happened. The 12 energy nodes within had completely shattered.
This. Song Wuchen was astounded. Every energy node had remaining traces of the energy being destroyed. The feeling felt like it was destroyed by mortal means, but who could have the ability to destroy his energy nodes? Song Wuchen was incensed. He would definitely make the person pay a heavy price if he knew who had done it. Could it be Tian Sun? Or is it Mi Lu?
Song Wuchen's initial suspects were not the disciples that had participated in the assessment, but his fellow martial brothers. Under Felicitas Rain Lord, it was not uncommon for the unnamed disciples to have their own conflicts.
It was possible that someone knew that he would be presiding over the assessment and that he wanted to demonstrate his prowess, so the person deliberately sabotaged him?
But on further thought, Felicitas Rain Lord was watching.
Who had the ability to pull wool over the Felicitas Rain Lord's eyes and tamper with the assessment? Was it really a participant that did it? Song Wuchen found it unbelievable. A group of disciples, mostly at the Heaven Ascension realm, or even Tao Manifestation realm, were just riffraff. None of them had that ability.
At that moment, many people were in a flurry of discussion as they talked about the assessment. Song Wuchen sat in a seat of honor in the Towering Trees Hall, but he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He had previously made a boast, but the outcome was disastrous. His face had figuratively swollen. He cast his eyes across all the disciples that cleared the level before his gaze landed on Yun.
Could it be him? He is only at the Heaven Ascension Perfection realm, how was he able to crack my array?
At the moment, Yun was freely floating in mid-air as he quietly regulated his breathing. The cracking of the array did not consume too much of Yun's energy, as all he needed to do was find the energy nodes and sever them. After severing the energy nodes, Yun leisurely cleared the remaining 8 palatial halls.
By the time he came out, most people had already come out. Yun did not stand out when he appeared in the raining beams of light.
Although he was keeping a low profile, there were people who paid him special attention.
Are you Yun? 2 stout males appeared in front of Yun. Yun opened his eyes from his meditation. The 2 of them had beast fur covering them. It was not uncommon to have half-beast appearances amongst members of the Fey race. I'm Black Tiger, and he's my brother, Bear too. One of the men said. Kid Tiger was his nickname in the tribe, and it naturally didn't sound as imposing as Black Tiger when said in a formal setting. Yun's eyebrows pricked up. The 2 had released their aura, and they had surging killing intent. They were definitely not here to only greet him. Rumors say that you are the #1 genius of the Luo clan, but it seems your speed at clearing wasn't that fast either. Black Tiger's first words had an aggressive tone.
He and Bear 2 were amongst the first few to clear the 9 palatial array, so he was obviously feeling very confident. Although people later believed that something had gone wrong with the 9 palatial array, there were no problems with the first few levels after all. By being the first few to come out of the array, it was also a proof of their strength. This made Bear 2 and Black Tiger turn smug.
I heard that you defeated Qi Zhuiyun?
Bear 2 said with a low, muffled voice. Qi Zhuiyun is called the #1 genius of the Oracle Fey Kingdom, but it's only a title. Don't think that you have swept through the Oracle Fey Kingdom by simply defeating Qi Zhuiyun. Yun was amused when he heard Bear 2's words. He knew that many geniuses were proud, and they also felt proud of their family clans or factions.
They were naturally indignant about the claim that the Oracle Fey Kingdom had been swept clean by Yun alone. If he had not cracked the 9 palatial array, it might have been a problem for the duo to even come out of it. However, the world was large, so there was bound to have people that had an exaggerated opinion of their own abilities. And such kind of people could even be the majority. The assessment has only just begun. We will have a chance to compete. Black Tiger declared his challenge of Yun before he turned and walked away.
Simultaneously, in a floating island outside the royal capital, Felicitas Rainlord was paying attention to the entire situation.
He gave a rare chuckle. This young guy is rather interesting.
As the owner of the demon-defying bead, Felicitous Rainlord naturally saw the entire process of Yun cracking the array.
Divine Lord, what method did Yun use to crack the array?
Fairy Ningxuan had also seen the entire process. It was true that Song Wuchen's control of the demon-defying bead was inadequate, but the energy nodes were still situated in rather hidden spots. However, the 12 energy nodes were still found by Yun and they were all destroyed.
This act astonished Fairy Ningxuan greatly.
Even Dao Manifestation Perfection Realm geniuses had no chance of cracking it, much less a Heaven Ascension Realm warrior. This child might have some special talent.
I can sense that he has very keen senses when it comes to the perception of energy. In Wuchen's array, due to some imperfect initializations, there were residual energy trajectories. Yun followed these energy trajectories precisely and finally reached the energy nodes. With Felicitous Rainlord's cultivation level, he could easily sense the distribution of the energy nodes and the energy trajectories. As such, he understood how Yun had cracked the array. For him to have such keen perception of energy, could he be born with abnormal eyes? In a martial world, some people possess special physical traits, such as abnormal eyes. They could see laws and the trajectories of energy. People who possessed such special traits were extremely few in number, with very few historical records describing them. Even well-read people did not understand much about these people who were born with extraordinary physical traits. Furthermore, people with extraordinary traits did not necessarily have martial talent. People who could see flow trajectories of energy might not be able to absorb energy. Their ability to learn and perceive was not necessarily high. These factors caused the extremely few number of people to eventually be lost in the crowd and vanish in the vestiges of time. And those with impressive talent and possessed extraordinary traits were truly the blessed children of the heavens. They were particularly rare. Divine Lord, if Yun really was born with an abnormal trait, he is truly an extremely rare prodigy considering his martial talent. It's still too early to say. The way he cracked the array is after all but a trick, and not done with his own strength and interpretive perception. I want to see what his limit is, and what his understanding of the Tao is. As Felicitous Rainlord spoke, Shui Ningxuan could clearly tell the look of anticipation in his eyes. It was truly not easy to make Felicitous Rainlord, who had extremely high standards, reveal such an expression. At the moment, in the Towering Trees Hall. Young Master Wuchen, what do we do now? The Oracle Fei Kingdom King asked a probing question. He could tell that the assessment had fallen into disarray. Song Wuchen had suffered quite a setback. Supposedly, the assessment after this demanded a small group of people, with a test of Tao domain for example. It would require each person to showcase their Tao domain one after another. But now, with nearly 10,000 people present, it was unknown how long it would take if they all lined up. Author's note: finished the program recording yesterday in Changsha before returning to Chengdu. Did a stopover at Dujianjian. But due to the drone situation in Chengdu, the flights were delayed greatly. Set off in the afternoon, but reached home only at 1 in the morning. Wrote about half a chapter until 2 or 3 before I couldn't continue. Back then, many flights were forced to land in Xi'an, Chongqing, and Guiyang because of the drone incident. They flew until the planes were nearly out of fuel and were eventually forced to land. It was extremely dangerous. I was still considered rather lucky. To think that just a tiny drone has caused such a massive financial loss and a danger to the public. These people are really wicked. It's been so many days and they still haven't been caught. They have to be dealt with severely. Ah! Chapter 967, Divine Lord Herb Garden. Upon hearing the Oracle Fei Kingdom King's question, Song Wuchen's heart fell into turmoil. With things coming to this point, he was already unsure about what to do. The assessment that he had prepared was not suitable for about 10,000 people. Did he have to do another test of the 9 palatial array? Disregarding the fact that he was already too embarrassed to use the 9 palatial array again, even if he used it, What would happen if the problem re-emerged? He might as well slam his head against a surface till he dies. Who was it that cracked my 9 palatial array? Could it really be the warriors that participated in the assessment, such as Yi Yun? Tens of thousands of people had their eyes focused on Song Wuchen. Song Wuchen did not heed the thoughts that these lowly warriors had of him, but Felicitous Rain Lord. Song Wuchen knew very well that on the floating island, Felicitous Rain Lord could see him. Felicitous Rain Lord was waiting to see what he would do, making him even more anxious as his palms broke out in sweat. Without the support of the demon-defying bead, he did not have any arrays that could test 10,000 people at once. The only option that he had was to send everyone to the desolate plains and group them together in a battle royale. However, that was as simple and crude. Furthermore, it would not be a fair assessment. It would obviously not please the felicitous Rain Lord. At that moment, a rustling sound was heard. Like misty rain that drifted past, a misty drizzle enveloped the towering trees hall. A white-dressed female appeared above the square. Shui Ningxuang. The person most trusted by felicitous Rain Lord after she began following him tens of thousands of years ago. Marshal Ant Ningxuang. Song Wuchen hurriedly stood up and saluted her. Song Wuchen felt nervous upon seeing her at that moment. It was obvious that Shui Ningxuang was displeased with the assessment that he presided over. The next assessment's topic shall be given by me, Shui Ningxuang said. Her words caused Song Wuchen's heart to sink. He gaped, but eventually, he did not say a word. Shui Ningxuang was giving the next topic that was going to be assessed? Many warriors who were present looked at Shui Ningxuang, and her gaze had unintentionally landed on Yi Yun. Yi Yun was inconspicuous with about 10,000 warriors present, so although the others did not know that Shui Ningxuang was focusing on Yi Yun himself knew. He stroked his chin. He knew that the process of him cracking the array had mostly likely been seen by Shui Ningxuang. He was not afraid that the secret of the purple crystal would be exposed. The purple crystal far exceeded the martial realms of this world. No one would be able to detect it. If they could not detect the purple crystal, then everything would come down to Yi Yun himself. Since he wanted to become a personal disciple, he definitely needed to show the extraordinary worth of himself. There was no reason to continue hiding his strength. Since the first round is as such, everyone can be considered to have passed. As for the second round. As Shui Ningxuang spoke, she snapped her fingers. Phew! A faint light tore through the void after it shot out from Shui Ningxuang's fingertip. It accelerated before becoming a big door. Boom! The door landed on the ground and it stood in front of everyone. The door was hundreds of feet wide and more than 10 stories high. It was massive. People could see the misty rain inside the door. There were mountains that could be barely made out through the rain, with lush grass and an endless sea of flowers. A door that led to another world. This is the door of Misty Rain. It's a divine Lord herb garden that I am in charge of. Past the door of Misty Rain is an independent world. My assessment is for everyone to enter the door of Misty Rain and pluck a flower from the ground. Coming out of it again would be considered a pass. Divine Lord Herb Garden? Plucking flowers? The warriors present were all extremely excited when they heard this. It was a Divine Lord Herb Garden. The thought of being able to enter a Divine Lord's herb garden was invigorating. Furthermore, the details of the assessment were rather fresh. Plucking flowers inside the door of Misty Rain sounded extremely simple, but people knew that the assessment set by Shui Ningxuang was definitely not as simple as it sounded on the surface. There was probably some tricks to the door of Misty Rain. However, that only made it more interesting. If anyone could complete it, it would be meaningless as well. Plucking flowers. May I ask Fairy Ningxuang if simply plucking a flower is a pass, are there other means of grading? Black Tiger asked loudly.
Previously, the shorter the amount of time taken to clear the 9 palatial array, the better the results were. As for plucking flowers, the door of Misty Rain was just in front of them.
The flower beds were not very far either. Charging in to pluck a flower before returning was something that could be completed if one had the ability.
The amount that it took wouldn't differ greatly amongst people. It would not illustrate the disparity in his result from others.
Grading? Fairy Ningxuan smiled.
The flowers closest to the door of Misty Rain are known as 7 heart flowers. The flower takes 1,000 years to sprout, 1,000 years to grow, and 1,000 years to form its bud. After that, it would grow 1 additional petal every 1,000 years, for a total period of 10,000 years. If you can return with a 7 heart flower, it would be considered to be a perfect grade. However, even if you fail to pluck a 10,000-year-old 7 heart flower, that's fine. Just bringing back a bud would be considered a pass. When Fairy Ningxuan said this, everyone looked at the door of Misty Rain. Through the blurry mist of rain, people saw flowers on the bed of grass as expected. The number of petals varied. The ones closest to the door of Misty Rain were only flower buds, and the deeper it was, the more petals the flowers had. However, it was already considered quite a number for a flower to bloom 4 or 5 petals. 6 petals were extremely rare, and they were usually in the deepest depths of the Misty Rain. They would not be seen clearly. As for the 7-petal flowers, they were nowhere to be found.
Are there 7-petaled flowers? Black Tiger craned his neck to take a look. He wanted to find a flower ahead of time so that he could lock onto a target when he entered the door of Misty Rain and pluck it in one fell swoop. Even if it was too difficult, preventing him from plucking it, he could bring a 5 or 6-petal flower on his way back. Black Tiger's question made the elders in the Towering Trees Hall frown. Chapter 968, Badly Battered.
No one expected that Shui Ningxuan's assessment would directly give an opportunity to everyone who was present.
Just the thought of entering a Divine Lord's herb garden to pluck herbs was exciting.
About 9,000 warriors impatiently stood in front of the door of Misty Rain.
They were waiting for Shui Ningxuan to give the go-ahead.
A look of excitement flashed in Black Tiger's eyes as he prepared himself. At that moment, he noticed Yi Yun, who wasn't standing very far from him.
He could not help but reveal a sneer. Number 1 genius of the Luo clan? I wonder if your speed will still be as slow as a tortoise.
Bro, in a while, we brothers will charge right in front. If I'm not wrong, there is one 10,000-year-old 7 heart flower at most. If we are too slow, there won't be any left.
Bear 2 said. That's right.
However, be careful of any unexpected dangers.
The herb garden is most likely not that simple with traps along the way.
Just as Black Tiger finished speaking, Shui Ningxuan nodded her head slightly and said, "You can begin."
Charge. Fighting spirit burned in the eyes of Black Tiger, Bear 2, and many other assessees. They charged out like arrows that left a bowstring. Everyone knew very well that Fairy Ningxuan's assessment was not that simple. Many of them had activated their Fey race bloodlines, which caused them to shimmer in a divine light. Behind many people were the phantom images of their ancestors. Instantly, Brocade Spring Court looked like thousands of Fey were galloping in a spectacular stampede. Black Tiger and Bear 2 was rushing right in front of the crowd. But just as they reached the door of Misty Rain, boom! A loud explosion echoed arrow as the duo slammed into an invisible light curtain. The duo's bodies shook violently as they rebounded off the light curtain. Black Tiger and Bear 2 flew backward at a speed much faster than when they were charging at the door. They slammed heavily into the ground. Pang! Pang! With 2 dull thuds, the duo crashed into the ground. Their faces faced the sky, but Black Tiger's face was covered in blood. He had been running at full speed and he had protruded his head right in front. It was his face that slammed into the invisible light curtain, and so even his nose had been flattened. As for Bear 2, his condition was worse.
He had fractured 7 or 8 ribs and his body was convulsing as he foamed at his mouth. After Black Tiger and Bear 2, there were about 100 more people who slammed into the light curtain just like them.
The impacts left them badly battered as they wailed in pain.
It was the ones that had charged slightly slower who managed to slow down when they took warning from the failures of others. They had escaped the outcome of slamming into the wall of light. As for Yun, the crowd had already charged forward and were sent flying back, but he did not even take a step forward ever since Fairy Ningxuan declared the start of the assessment. After a long while, Bear 2 and Black Tiger managed to catch their breaths. They struggled to get up and they could hardly stand straight. Their heads were hurting and they felt dizzy.
What the heck? Fuck, we got tricked.
To think that there is such a trap set up in the Divine Lord Herb Garden. The lot of us who were the first to step on the mine suffered a great deal, while those cowards at the back managed to gain an advantage. As Black Tiger touched his bloodied face, he noticed that Yun was not far from them. Yun had been standing there all along, like he was an outsider witnessing all that was happening. Black Tiger and Bear Tiger looked at Yun, and in return, Yun looked at the pair of brothers in trouble.
Yun did not conceal his gaze.
The way that he looked at Black Tiger and Bear 2 was like he was looking at a pair of retards.
They only had brawn over brains.
They were shallow and ignorant, but they thought highly of themselves, so who else could be blamed?
In fact, Yun had long noticed the thick energy that gathered in front of the door of Misty Rain with his energy vision.
As long as anyone attempted to rush in, the energy would immediately condense together and become as unassailable as divine metal.
In addition, the energy light curtain could even reflect energy.
It would return however much energy was used to slammed into it.
This was the reason why many people ended up in such tragic states when they slammed into it. That punk. Black Tiger and Bear 2 were furious.
They had suffered serious injuries after bouncing back from their charge, but Yun found much amusement in watching them on the side.
How is it skill to be standing on the side watching?
If you have the guts, go on and charge at it. How shameless is he to mock us when he cowers behind like a tortoise?
Black Tiger cursed unhappily.
At that moment, a beam of light flashed. Shi Jueyun had walked in front of the door of Misty Rain.
He was dressed in red and he stood straight in a towering and magnificent manner.
All his energy began to gathering on his spear.
Oh, Shi Jueyun?
Just as everyone was surprised, Shi Jueyun suddenly thrust his spear out. The thrusting of the spear made it seem like hell had descended on the mortal realm.
Wraiths wailed as a gigantic Shura devil appeared behind Shi Jueyun. War demon form Shura. Boom!
With a loud explosion, visible ripples appeared in the void in front of Shi Jueyun.
The light curtain was reverberating. Everyone finally realized that it was a pale blue light curtain.
It was like a water membrane. And now, Shi Jueyun's stab has caused a tear in the curtain of light.
Shi Jueyun's eyes were focused as his body flashed. He had already entered the light curtain.
At the next moment, he had stepped through the door of Misty Rain.
He entered the Divine Lord Herb Garden.
Everyone stared with widened eyes. Shi Jueyun had managed to use his powerful attack to rip the light curtain apart, allowing him to gain entry through the door of Misty Rain.
His attack was way too sick. I can enter as well. In a split second, a small-built face sprang out of the crowd. With a machete in hand, he immediately followed Shi Jueyun's footsteps. Dang!
He slashed at the light curtain that Shi Jueyun had just attacked.
He had an ingenious plan.
He believed that the part of the light curtain that Shi Jueyun had just ripped apart was likely to remain unstable. By attacking the same spot, there was a higher chance of tearing the light curtain open.
However, phew!
His blade beam was rebounded, slashing straight back at his chest.
Pwah!
The small-built warrior spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward and crashed heavily into the ground.
He had failed. Everyone was stunned. Shi Zhuiyun had succeeded with a single attack. The guy had attacked the same spot but ended up in such a situation? I know him.
He is Yu Qilong from the Oracle Fei Kingdom's Yuqi family. He is definitely one of the top figures of the southeastern zone of the Oracle Fei Kingdom, but who knew that the gap between him and Shi Zhuiyun would be so large? Someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. In the Oracle Fei Kingdom, Shi Zhuiyun had made his public appearance a decade ago. Although he was famous, there were very few people who had a chance to really fight with Shi Zhuiyun.
Without an actual fight, there was no way to understand Shi Zhuiyun's formidability. A year ago, Shi Zhuiyun had swept through the Luo clan but was eventually defeated by Yi Yun. This had greatly reduced the halo around Shi Zhuiyun, which also resulted in some members of the Oracle Fei Kingdom thinking that Shi Zhuiyun was just that and nothing more. But today, they had witnessed and got a deep understanding of how much more inferior the famous Yu Qilong from the southeastern zone was when he was compared to Shi Zhuiyun. Upon seeing this scene, many people could not help but cast their gazes on Yi Yun. Shi Zhuiyun was already so powerful, but he was still defeated by Yi Yun's hand. Then, what was Yi Yun's strength? How strong was he? Chapter 969, This is my original line of work. After Shi Zhuiyun entered the curtain of light, the bloodied black tiger and bear too, who had just got up from the ground, gaped. They were completely dumbfounded. He went in just like that. The scene of Shi Zhuiyun entering the door of Misty Rain dealt a severe blow to them. It was obvious that Shi Zhuiyun did not use all his strength in that strike, but he was still able to enter? If they had only seen Shi Zhuiyun's entry process, they would definitely believe that the light curtain was too weak to withstand a single blow. However, they had previously attempted to charge through the door of Misty Rain. They were left badly battered, but not a single ripple appeared in the light curtain. Wasn't the gap just too huge? Bear 2 and Black Tiger suddenly recalled something as they looked at Yi Yun. Yi Yun's back was facing them. He was not looking at them, but even so, the duo felt that their black faces were being consumed by flames. Didn't this mean that Yi Yun could easily enter the door of Misty Rain just like Shi Zhuiyun? In the first round of assessments, they were clearly the first few to exit the array. Yi Yun and Shi Zhuiyun were one of the last few. Shi Zhuiyun has already entered the door of Misty Rain. Wouldn't that mean that the 10,000-year-old Seven Heart Flower will fall into his hands? Many people turned anxious, but there was nothing that they could do. What is Yi Yun doing? Why hasn't he made a move? Shi Zhuiyun's strength was inferior to Yi Yun's, but he had taken the first step into the herb garden. Yi Yun, who was stronger, had ended up falling behind. And at that moment, Tianya Haoyue had made his move. With his moonblade in hand, he slashed at the light curtain. As blade beams shot out in every direction, a phenomenon of a cliff and luminous moon appeared behind him. Lunar occultation. Cha! The light curtain looked like it was being swallowed by Tianya Haoyue's strike, just like a lunar eclipse. At the next moment, Tianya Haoyue had entered the Divine Lord Herb Garden as well. Everyone drew a gasp. It was not difficult for Tianya Haoyue to enter the Divine Lord Herb Garden as well. Were these top geniuses from the various factions so much stronger than them? And people recalled that geniuses like Tianya Haoyue had been defeated by Yi Yun a year ago. All the people that Yi Yun had previously defeated were actually so abnormally strong? After Tianya Haoyue passed through the door of Misty Rain, he looked back at Yi Yun and flashed the blade in his hand. After losing to Yi Yun, he had worked hard in the hopes of crushing Yi Yun so he could avenge the humiliation that he had suffered. And now, the opportunity was here. A 10,000-year-old Seven Heart Flower could help him condense his Dao fruit. With this thought in mind, Tianya Haoyue looked into the Divine Lord Herb Garden. In it, the Heaven-Earth Yuan-Chi was so rich and dense that it condensed to form liquid droplets. This made it look like it was misty and rainy, thus giving the door of Misty Rain its name. But only when he entered did he know that the so-called Misty Rain was actually extremely pure Heaven-Earth Yuan-Chi. If one were to cultivate in here,
the effects would be heaven-defying. Tianya Haoyuat impatiently used his movement technique and he attempted to head further into the Divine Lord Herb Garden. However, he realized that it was like he had fallen into a quagmire when he took a step forward. His speed was as slow as a snail's. It was tough. Tianya Haoyuat was surprised to discover that although his surroundings had rich heaven-earth yuan qi, he had no means of absorbing any of it. He opened all 360 acupuncture points, but he was unable to absorb heaven-earth yuan qi.
What was wrong with the yuan qi here? The outcome of each step being extremely demanding and Tianya Haoyuat not being able to absorb any of the heaven-earth yuan qi around him meant that his stamina was rapidly decreasing. It was not only limited to Tianya Haoyuat. Even Qi Zhuoyun was encountering the same situation. However, he was much stronger than Tianya Haoyuat, so it was slightly easier for him to advance. But even so, it would be extremely difficult for him to enter the depths of the Door of Misty Rain. This Door of Misty Rain is truly fascinating. Yi Yun saw everything clearly from outside. He was in no hurry to begin because he wanted to observe the mysterious traits of the Door of Misty Rain. He realized that as an enchanted treasure, the Door of Misty Rain controlled every strand of heaven-earth yuan qi like they were well-trained soldiers. Upon entry into the Door of Misty Rain, it was equivalent to entering a heaven-earth yuan qi quagmire. This was the difficulty of plucking the 10,000-year-old Seven Heart Flower. The location of the 10,000-year-old Seven Heart Flower was too deep, and the Door of Misty Rain was expansive. A great deal of energy was needed to take every step inside, so how easy could it be to find a specific flower? But such a difficulty made Yi Yun itch to try. He did not immediately enter the Door of Misty Rain, but he looked at Shui Ningxuang instead. Senior Ningxuang, this junior has a question and is unsure if he should ask. Oh? What do you want to know? Shui Ningxuang smiled at Yi Yun.
Typically, warriors who participated in such an assessment would rush to be right in front, afraid that the best herbs would be snatched by others. However, despite Yi Yun being very strong, he was in no hurry. This made her curious as to what Yi Yun would ask.
This junior wants to know what happens if this junior happens to come across other precious herbs other than the 10,000-year-old Seven Heart Flower after entering Felicitous Rain Lord's herb garden? When Yi Yun asked such a question, it left everyone somewhat dumbfounded.
Anyone could tell that even Qi Zhuoyun and Tianya Haoyuat were finding it extremely difficult to pluck a 10,000-year-old Seven Heart Flower. Even a 8 or 9,000-year-old Seven Heart Flower would be difficult enough. Not only did Yi Yun want a 10,000-year-old Seven Heart Flower, he was planning on plucking a few others in passing.
This is way too ridiculous. Oh? You have so much confidence? Shui Ningxuang gave Yi Yun a surprised glance.
She knew that Yi Yun wasn't a simple person, but she refused to believe that Yi Yun could complete such a feat. A year ago, Shui Ningxuang had seen a projection array of Yi Yun's battle with Qi Zhuoyun. Yi Yun was stronger than Qi Zhuoyun, but he wasn't that much stronger.
If you have the ability, you can take them away. However, the rule is that you can only take one of every strain.
Inside the Door of Misty Rain, the herbs were grown in different areas.
The same herbal strain was grown in the same vicinity.
Since he could only take one of each strain, it meant that Yi Yun had to go very far to pluck the second herb. Such a difficulty left people secretly horrified, but they never expected Yi Yun to nod and say, "All right."
Shui Ningxuang's brows pricked up.
As the saying goes, heroes come from youths, but I need to remind you. The deeper you go into the Door of Misty Rain, the higher the difficulty will be. You must leave sufficient stamina to walk out of the Door of Misty Rain.
Do not be overly greedy. If you lack the energy to return, you will only come back empty-handed. Senior, thank you for your advice.
I will do my best to choose only herbs that are within my grasps. Actually, herb picking is my original line of work.
Yi Yun said with a smile.
It had been decades in the blink of an eye. The scenes of his herb-picking days back in the Taiya Divine City were still fresh in his mind. Those days were really a cherished memory.
Herb picking was Yi Yun's original line of work?
No one understood what Yi Yun meant, but at that moment, Yi Yun had finally moved towards the front of the door of Misty Rain.
Chapter 970, Nightmare-like Day.
Yi Yun was about to cross the door of Misty Rain. After witnessing Qi Zhueyun and Tianya Haoyue entry into the Divine Lord's herb garden, no one doubted Yi Yun's strength.
The light curtain would definitely be cracked open by Yi Yun.
Amongst Yi Yun's weapons, be it the broken sword or the 999 flying sabers, they all left a deep impression on others. Just as people were waiting to see how Yi Yun would crack open the light curtain, Yi Yun walked towards the light curtain empty-handed.
He apparently did not plan on using any weapon. He wants to crack it with his bare fists? People were left astounded. Yi Yun really was never one to take the beaten path.
Song Wuchen felt extremely irritated when he realized that Yi Yun was not using a weapon. His instincts told him that the first assessment was a result of Yi Yun's tampering. The Oracle Fei Kingdom's king also noticed Song Wuchen's change in expression.
In fact, his attitude towards Yi Yun was no different from Song Wuchen's.
Yi Yun was not a genius of his Oracle Fei Kingdom, and Yi Yun had surpassed Qi Zhueyun, so this obviously made the Oracle Fei Kingdom's king uncomfortable. That Yi Yun might have some strength, but he is way too arrogant. He had previously made such a bold statement that he would pick other precious herbs in addition to the 10,000-year-old Seven Heart Flower.
Does he really think the Divine Lord's herb garden is his backyard?
The Oracle Fei Kingdom king said. Song Wuchen responded with a heavy expression. He plans on using his bare hands to rip apart the light curtain, but by doing so, he would definitely expend more energy than if he uses a weapon.
Every step in my master's herb garden would expend a great deal of energy upon entry. By trying to eagerly show off his entry, Yi Yun will expend even more energy. However, he doesn't know that when he starts picking herbs, every additional ounce of stamina retained would give him an additional chance of victory. Although Song Wuchen had screwed up in the first assessment, he was still an examiner. His evaluation was something many people found reasonable. A young man's contention is only to make his presence felt.
The Oracle Fei Kingdom king stroked his beard and echoed Song Wuchen. But before he finished his sentence, his voice got stuck.
His perfect smiling expression froze completely on his face.
He watched as Yi Yun simply took a step into the light curtain. As his right foot entered the door of Misty Rain, a light blue light curtain effused circular ripples.
It did not stop Yi Yun's advancement at all.
Following that, Yi Yun's body went through as the ripples and the light curtain increased in size.
It was as if Yi Yun had penetrated a water membrane in an extremely natural manner.
He was not slowed down at all.
What? Everyone watched astounded. What the heck? Did he know how to walk through walls? Did I see wrong? Could Yi Yun's body not be real? Is the light curtain he penetrated the same one we attempted?
The warriors that had been barred entry nearly popped their eyes out when they saw the scene. They had used all their strength, but they had failed to cross the light curtain.
They could only tolerate in silence when Qi Zhueyun stabbed it open with a strike. After all, Qi Zhueyun's offensive strength was crazily strong, but now, Yi Yun simply walked through it. Was the light curtain Yi Yun that walked through a fake one? However, the person who had the ugliest expression wasn't any one of the assessees, but Song Wuchen.
He had just made a remark about Yi Yun before such a situation occurred. From the relaxed manner Yi Yun walked through the light curtain, he probably didn't even use any stamina, much less expend his strength.
Today's Divine Lord assessment was nothing but a nightmare for Song Wuchen.
Be it the 9 palatial array from before or the door of Misty Rain, his face had been smacked so much that it felt like it was sounding with papa sounds.
Fuck, there must be something wrong with the light curtain.
Black Tiger, who had smashed his face in, could not accept the situation. Seeing Yi Yun across the light curtain, he roared and charged right after Yi Yun.
Just as he was about to slam into the light curtain, Black Tiger had a tiny bit of apprehension and hesitation. However, seeing Yi Yun's back,
he wrenched his heart and roared once again, slamming his fist straight at the door of Misty Rain's light curtain.
Tiger split. A black tiger's claw struck the light curtain, and immediately following that, boom!
With a loud explosion, Black Tiger's strike bounced back at him, slamming him heavily in the chest. Black Tiger cried out in pain, and like a broken bag of blood, he flew back before slamming heavily to the ground once more. After being inflicted with 2 rounds of severe injuries, in addition to the mental blow he suffered, Black Tiger almost couldn't climb back up after hitting the ground.
When the assessees present saw Black Tiger's state, they fell silent.
As the felicitous Rain Lord was in the Oracle Fey Kingdom, most of the warriors that came to participate in the assessment came from the Oracle Fey Kingdom.
They did not fully understand Yi Yun, who came from the Luo clan. Now, they finally saw the gap between them and Yi Yun. It was something that made them lack the courage to even chase after him. And at that moment in the crowd, phew! Phew!
2 consecutive beams of light flashed.
One of them was thin and had pale skin, giving him a sinister look.
Another one was short and fat but looked harmless in nature.
The 2 of them had made their move almost simultaneously. Pang!
The light curtain cracked as a large gap opened. The 2 of them entered the Divine Lord's herb garden.
Oh? Those 2? Many people were astounded.
The duo were unknowns. In the Alliance's 6 factions, amongst each faction's top disciples, other than Tianya Haoyuan Shi Zhuoyun, Luo Hoyer, Princess White Fox, Goddess Shi, did not participate in the in-name disciple assessment. They chose to stay in their respective factions. Other than those people, who else have the strength to easily crack open the light curtain with a simple strike? They were no weaker compared to Qi Zhuoyun.
Could they be felicitous Rain Lord's in-name disciples?
Many people had such guesses, but when they looked at Fairy Ningxuan, they noticed her frowning slightly. From the looks of it, the duo was not felicitous Rain Lord's in-name disciples.
Not far from Fairy Ningxuan, Eldersher noticed the minor change in expression on Fairy Ningxuan's face. He inquired, "Fairy, could it be that you know the 2?
Fairy Ningxuan said, "No, but I have a guess of their origins."
They are not from the Alliance's 6 factions. It might be a place that Master has some connections with.
The Divine Lord's recruitment of disciples was not limited only to the Alliance, so it was not unusual to have outsiders.
Some connections with felicitous Rain Lord? The Oracle Fey Kingdom King exclaimed gently. The duo's talent was definitely extraordinary, but their origins were unknown.
However, Shui Ningxuan did not seem to have any intentions of speaking further.
In fact, she even seemed displeased with the duo's origins, so the Oracle Fey Kingdom King found it impolite to inquire further. After the fat and thin youths entered the door of Misty Rain, they followed at an adequate pace behind Yi Yun. From the looks of it, they did not wish to vie with Yi Yun. Their appearance was unexpected because no one had noticed the duo prior to this, but due to the door of Misty Rain's selection, they suddenly stood out. These made the assessees bemoan their inadequacies.
The door of Misty Rain was separated by a thin light curtain, but it seemed to separate them into 2 distinct worlds. The door of Misty Rain is an assessment that reveals the gap. Just this alone has eliminated more than 9,000 people, leaving only 5 people behind. Chapter 971, Luck is also a form of strength. The immense difficulty needed to simply become a Divine Lord's in-name disciple caused many people to give up any hope. The gap was too large, so there was no need to persist on the venture. At the moment that Yi Yun entered the Divine Lord Herb Garden, he felt like he was walking at the bottom of the ocean. The surrounding Yuanqi Ocean surrounded him with immense pressure, a pressure that would constantly deplete a great deal of stamina for the warriors who entered. This Divine Lord Herb Garden is an array in itself. The array is powered by the door of Misty Rain, and it is several times more powerful than the demon-defying bead from before. Yi Yun muttered to himself. The door of Misty Rain was a treasure that was of a much higher grade than the demon-defying bead. Furthermore, There was no doubt that the array formation in the Door of Misty Rain was established by Felicitous Rain Lord personally. It was a night and day difference when compared to Song Wuchen's 9 palatial array. Through the array's augmentation, the Yuan Qi in the Door of Misty Rain had already coalesced as a whole. It was impossible for Yi Yun to use his own strength to destroy it because his cultivation level was too low. Even if Yi Yun fully powered the purple crystal, he could absorb a bit of Yuan Qi from his immediate surroundings at best. But by doing so, it would make Felicitous Rain Lord suspicious. After all, with Yi Yun's cultivation level, it would be too amazing if he could withstand an array formation that Felicitous Rain Lord had personally set up. After passing through the Door of Misty Rain, Yi Yun had decided not to resist the Yuan Qi pressure in it. All he did was act as a conduit to guide and mediate the Yuan Qi. With his acute perception of energy structure, Yi Yun was like a fish swimming in the Yuan Qi ocean. Although his stamina was being depleted, it was not at a staggering rate. Qi Zhuiyun and Tianya Haoyue, who had entered the Divine Lord Herb Garden before Yi Yun, were also seizing the opportunity to look for herbs. A 7-heart flower that has just germinated. It is only 1,000 years old. Yi Yun did not stop as he passed many 7-heart flowers. The flowers were located very close to the Door of Misty Rain, but even for the people who didn't manage to enter the Door of Misty Rain, their initial targets were definitely not these flowers.
In the expansive herb garden, the 10,000-year-old 7-heart flowers were hidden in the deep depths of the Door of Misty Rain.
As time passed, the warriors that gave up attempting entry into the Door of Misty Rain began to visually follow the few assassees who had entered. Although it was misty in the Door of Misty Rain, they were able to easily follow the assassees' footsteps and see every flower at their feet by using their perception. At that moment, Yi Yun had nearly caught up to Tianya Haoyue. Although Yi Yun's pace wasn't fast, he still proceeded at a steady pace.
Tianya Haoyue turned anxious when he noticed that Yi Yun was about to overtake him.
With a heart full of indignation, he gathered his energy and sped up.
It's a 4-petal 7-heart flower. A 4-petal 7-heart flower was considered to be quite good. It resulted in Tianya Haoyue hesitating slightly when it appeared by his foot. However, he did not bend down to pick it because his ambition was not limited to just that. However, after passing the 4-petal 7-heart flower, a number of flowers that he encountered became fewer in number. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi was richer the deeper one went into the Divine Lord Herb Garden, but the herbs turned more sparse. Many herbs were hidden in the mist that was no ordinary water vapor. Instead, it was condensed from Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi.
In combination with the special Yuan Qi structure, one's perception could not easily penetrate it, so the assassees could only expend their strength to disperse the mist in front of them. Tianya Haoyue had some regrets, but he was not worried that he would never find a 5-petal 7-heart flower. At that moment, Tianya Haoyue, Qi Zhuiyun, and Yi Yun had gone in separate directions.
Qi Zhuiyun and Tianya Haoyue headed towards the central area where the 7-heart flowers were planted. There was a higher likelihood of an aged 7-heart flower growing there.
As for the direction Yi Yun chose, it was extremely special. He had deliberately chosen a remote area, which seemed to only become increasingly remote.
What Yi Yun's feet encountered were strange and jagged rocks.
The number and quality of 7-heart flowers dropped drastically.
What was Yi Yun doing? Many people whispered. Even Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi were unsure.
In the remote area, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi had turned extremely sparse. The mist was not as concentrated as the central areas.
Was it possible for there to be an aged 7-heart flower here? What is that Yi Yun doing? Didn't he declare that he would not only pick a 10,000-year-old 7-heart flower, but he would also pick a few other herbs? With his present trajectory, it will be pretty impressive if he manages to find a 3-petal 7-heart flower, Song Wuchen said coldly. Although he was Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple, he was not the owner of the Door of Misty Rain. He did not know much more about the Door of Misty Rain than others. But in fact, Yi Yun could clearly tell through his energy vision that this area was not considered to be a remote area.
On the contrary, the reason why the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi appeared thin was because the energy was being extracted through a special method. At that point in time, the assessment had gone on for half an hour. Qi Zhuiyun and Tianya Haoyue's energy reserves were beginning to empty themselves. Although they knew that there was a higher chance of finding a top-grade 7 heart flower if they ventured deeper, they needed to reserve sufficient energy for them to return to the door of Misty Rain's entrance. Their best outcome would be to find a 7 heart flower with the most number of petals at their current depths. It was not a test of strength, but also luck as well. At that moment, the searching Qi Zhuiyun happened to move a rock. Dispersing the mist around it, Qi Zhuiyun's eyes lit up when he saw what was behind the rock. A 6-petal 7 heart flower. In front of Qi Zhuiyun, there was a foot-high 7 heart flower. It looked crystalline and 5 of its petals had extended fully. The 6th petal was in the midst of its blooming. It could be considered a 7 heart flower that was in the interim between its 5 and 6 petal stages. At this depth, 5-petal 7 heart flowers were already extremely few in number, but Qi Zhuiyun had managed to find a quasi-6-petal 7 heart flower. Qi Zhuiyun had definitely done especially well for the Door of Misty Rain assessment. A 6-petal 7 heart flower. Zhuiyun's luck isn't bad. The Oracle Fei Kingdom King laughed gleefully. There was no way for him to hide the joy on his face. Luck is also a form of strength. Song Wuchen, who was sitting beside the Oracle Fei Kingdom King, echoed with a smile. By being the first to enter the Door of Misty Rain and also picking such an aged 7 heart flower, there was no doubt that Qi Zhuiyun's results would win Felicitous Rain Lord's appreciation. As Song Wuchen said those words, he suddenly thought of something as he cast his gaze at Yi Yun. Yi Yun had entered a remote area, where the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi was extremely thin. Yi Yun seemed to be blindly searching with no results to speak of. Young juniors tend to like having their presence felt, but this time, he might have outsmarted himself. The Oracle Fei Kingdom King said as he stroked his beard. Yi Yun was indeed strong, but he was too greedy. Without Qi Zhuiyun's luck, how could he obtain anything? Song Wuchen and the Oracle Fei Kingdom King began a discussion, but at that moment, Yi Yun arrived in front of a pile of rocks. After wandering around it for a while, he finally chose a point and looked at a rock for a moment. Suddenly with a kick, he sent the rock flying. Oh! What the hell is he doing? Upon seeing Yi Yun's action, Song Wuchen nearly felt like cursing. In the Divine Lord Herb Garden, everyone picked herbs gently. Even moving a rock was done carefully to prevent harm to a possible herb. Although Yi Yun was in a remote area, such a violent and crude action incensed Song Wuchen. Just as he was about to chide Yi Yun, the words that he had prepared were left stuck in his throat. He stared with widened eyes as he looked on in disbelief. Underneath the rock that Yi Yun had kicked away, a 1.2-inch tall 7 heart flower bounced up gently. The top of it had a beautiful corolla the size of a fist. It gently swayed from the momentum it gained. The corolla had 6 petals fully extended and its 7th petal was in gestation. It turned out to be a complete 6-petal 7 heart flower. It was not like the quasi-6-petal that Qi Zhuiyun found. This. Song Wuchen stared with widened eyes. As for the Oracle Fei Kingdom King, he had stood up immediately from his seat. What a joke! Yi Yun managed to find such a perfect 6-petal 7 heart flower in such a remote area. Previously, they had claimed how Qi Zhuiyun's luck was heaven-defying, but when compared to Yi Yun being able to find a 6-petal 7 heart flower in such a remote area, Qi Zhuiyun's luck could not be considered as anything at all. That punk got it. His luck is way too good. The Oracle Fei Kingdom King said unhappily. It was clear that Qi Zhuiyun was inferior to Yi Yun in the second assessment. However, before he finished his words, a scene that nearly popped his eyes out unfolded. He watched in disbelief as Yi Yun took a few steps back and kicked the rock that he kicked away back. The amount of strength that he used was perfect. The rock rolled back to its original spot and perfectly covered the 6-petal 7 heart flower once again. Without taking a second look, Yun continued on his way, like what he found was not a six-petal seven-heart flower, but a weed.
Chapter 972, Reaping the Spoils Without Lifting a Finger. What just happened?
As the crowd watched Yun walk further, with no intention to pick the six-petal seven-heart flower, they were left flabbergasted. To roll a rock away in such a remote area and find a six-petal seven-heart flower by chance was already unbelievable, but Yun kicked the rock back and walked away. It rendered the crowd speechless.
Did it mean that Yun had no interest in the six-petal seven-heart flower?
Although Yun had previously declared his intentions of picking a 10,000-year-old seven-heart flower, the facts were laid out when the assessment began. It was difficult to take even a single step in the Divine Lord Herb Garden. The spectators already found Yun's discovery of a six-petal seven-heart flower amazing, but he still planned on looking for a seven-petal seven-heart flower. The others spent all day searching, but the flowers that they were overjoyed to find were inferior to what Yun had just discarded.
The contrast was disheartening. At that moment, Yun had continued searching for the next seven-heart flower.
Yun also found it somewhat regretful to abandon a six-petal seven-heart flower. Previously, he had only sensed that there was a great deal of pure heaven-earth yuan qi gathered at that spot, but he was unable to tell the quality of the seven-heart flower.
He could only disperse the mist and take a look. But unfortunately, it was not the seven-petal seven-heart flower that Yun wanted to find. It wasn't true that Yun thought lowly of the six-petal seven-heart flower. A herb of that quality was one that Yun would love to have more of. It was best if he could pick a basketful of it and return fully loaded. However, Yun had asked Shui Ningxuan previously and she had said that Yun was only allowed to take one of each herbal strain. Yun wanted a 10,000-year-old seven-heart flower, so he could only abandon a six-petal seven-heart flower. And when Yun left the area, Tianyahague, who was still quite a distance away from Yun, suddenly turned his gaze over and tried his best to wade towards Yun's area. His motive could not be any clearer. He wanted the six-petal seven-heart flower that Yun had just discarded. He wanted what Yun didn't. At that moment, dignity was apparently not as pragmatic as an immediate benefit. Getting a six-petal seven-heart flower was most important. Not only would obtaining a six-petal seven-heart flower make his results for the assessment better, it would also aid his condensation of a Dao fruit greatly. The spectators saw how Tianyahague was like a fish stranded in a mud pool and moving forward bit by bit with great effort. That Tianyahague is so shameless. What a good-for-nothing to pick up something that someone abandoned. Is that even considered an achievement? Outside the door of Misty Rain, there were sounds of protests. The protests came from the Oracle Fey Kingdom and the Luo clan.
The Luo clan clansmen obviously did not wish for the fruit of Yun's labor to be stolen by others.
Even if Yun doesn't want it, it's the same. Why should it be given to you?
As for the people from the Oracle Fey Kingdom, they were frustrated that the quasi-six-petal seven-heart flower that Shi Zhuoyun found through his own efforts would be worse than the one that Tianyahague had picked through his shamelessness. However, despite all the protests, Shui Ningxuan, who was standing in the towering trees hall, did not say anything. Clearly, she was tacitly allowing the outcome to be counted as results of the assessments.
In fact, Shui Ningxuan had been watching Yun with interest. She was looking forward to Yun giving her even more pleasant surprises. Others may not know, but as the supervisor of the Door of Misty Rain, Shui Ningxuan obviously knew that the area that Yun was walking in had an array set up specially by Felicitous Rainlord. In this area, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi was directed down into the ground as 9 spirit roots. They were like 9 dragons surrounding a pearl, with the herbs in the middle being given the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi that they needed to grow. And it was because of this reason that made the region appear thin in Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. It had been extracted by the spirit roots. It was clearly not a coincidence that Yun would come here. He had definitely discovered something. It was truly interesting. Since Shui Ningxuan did not stop Tianyahague, it was pointless to grumble any further.
They watched helplessly as Tianya Haoyue squirmed in great difficulty towards the remote area. And just as he was about to successfully pick the 6-petal 7-heart flower, a thin youth suddenly appeared from Tianya Haoyue's side at a much faster speed. It was one of the mysterious youths of the fat and thin duo. The person walked straight to where the 6-petal 7-heart flower was and flipped the rock. What? Everyone was incensed. The duo had been loitering in front of the door of Misty Rain's entrance, so no one had paid any attention to them. But now, the thin youth had suddenly appeared to pick the 6-petal 7-heart flower. They did not spend any effort while others were searching, so they had conserved a lot of their stamina. Now, they suddenly jumped out to get something for the cheap. Such a despicable act was more disgusting than Tianya Haoyue's actions. There was really no effort wasted to search for it. The thin youth muttered to himself as he plucked the 7-heart flower. Got it. It's really a good herb, the thin youth said as he looked at Yi Yun. The corners of his mouth curled upwards as a mocking look suffused in his eyes. Could you be any dumber to give a 6-petal 7-heart flower that you painstakingly found away? Thanks, the thin youth said, causing Yi Yun to turn back and look at the thin youth. So, he is taking me for a ride. Yi Yun stroked his chin. He had looked in the wrong spot and happened to find a 6-petal 7-heart flower. Since he could not take it away, he could only helplessly leave it in its original spot. But now, not only had someone taken the fruits of his labor, he had been taken as a fool. This displeased Yi Yun. And at that moment, the fat youth also slowly walked over. He smiled, and with his but chins, he looked rather kind. The fat and thin duo began to tail Yi Yun at an appropriate distance. Now, wherever Yi Yun went, they would follow. It was apparent that after tasting certain benefits, they were clearly just waiting for Yi Yun to find herbs for them to reap the spoils without lifting a finger. Fuck, what shameless people! Outside the door of Misty Rain, there were loud protests. It was not even limited to the Luo clan, even people from the other factions in the alliance could not stand seeing this. To think that such a precious flower fell into the hands of those two wretches. Feeding it to the dogs would be better. An agitated Luo clan disciples cursed. He wished that he could charge inside the door of Misty Rain and beat the duo brutally. The duo turned a deaf ear to the invectives and protests outside the door of Misty Rain. The fat youth looked at Yi Yun with a beaming smile. Yi Yun had stopped for quite a while. Why did you stop? My brother already has a 6-petal 7-heart flower, but I don't. Why don't you give me the next one that you find? The fat youth said with a grin. The tone that he used only tempted others into giving him 2 hard slaps. Yi Yun pinched the tip of his nose and said with a smile, sure. Chapter 973, Origins of the Duo. The fat and thin duo, who had unknown origin, were like wolves as they followed Yi Yun, like they had caught the scent of fresh meat. People began to realize that although their actions were despicable and shameless, their strength was in no way inferior. Inside the door of Misty Rain, there was resistance everywhere, but their limbs were nimble and they moved like flowing water. It was like they were accustomed to the environment in the door of Misty Rain, which gave them plenty of energy to spare. Just this point alone made them stronger than Tianya Haoyue. Where did those two people sprout out from? Everyone was astonished. Other than the 6-country alliance, there were indeed uncountable large factions in the 10,000 Fey Empery in heaven. However, true top geniuses were not easily obtained commodities. If Tianya Haoyue were to leave the 6-country alliance and go to another faction, he would definitely be treasured as a talent by the seniors there. However, he turned out to be the worse when placed in the door of Misty Rain. The fat and thin duo didn't look particularly impressive, but their talent was actually that high? Those from the World Margin sect were the ones who had suffered the greatest setback. The strongest member of their sect's younger generation was so easily surpassed by 2 random people? Fairy Ningxuan, who are those two? In the Towering Trees Hall, an internal elder of the World Margin sect could not help but ask. From Fairy Ningxuang's previous expression, it was quite certain that she knew about their origins. The World Margin sect did not care about it previously, but just moments ago, they had snatched the flower from Tian Yahaoyue and they had completely exceeded Tian Yahaoyue. He could no longer sit still. Fairy Ningxuang frowned slightly as she seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. People were curious about the fat and thin duo's faction that they originated from. Was it Felicitous Rain Lord's rival? How could disciples of a rival dare to participate in Felicitous Rain Lord's in-name disciple recruitment? Wouldn't it be courting death? After a long silence, Fairy Ningxuang said, I previously noticed their cultivation techniques, so they most likely come from the Immortal Rain sect. It's Master's sect. Immortal Rain sect? Felicitous Rain Lord's sect? Everyone was astonished. Felicitous Rain Lord had never established a sect or fey country that belonged to him. Could it be that the Immortal Rain sect was a sect that Felicitous Rain Lord came from before he became a divine lord? Immortal Rain sect? Pardon this old man's ignorance, but I have never heard of it. The World Margin sect's elder said. The Immortal Rain sect is a seclusive sect, so it is normal if none of you have heard of it. The Immortal Rain sect was the sect that Master grew up in. Master is the son of the Immortal Rain sect's sect leader. But now, the Immortal Rain sect no longer has any ties with Master. Shui Ningxuang did not plan on speaking much about it. In fact, Felicitous Rain Lord's talent was not considered to be great in his youth. The competition in the Immortal Rain sect was intense, so even the Immortal Rain sect leader's son would be ostracized if his talent was inadequate. To be born from a seclusive sect and also be the son of the sect leader did not necessarily mean it was a good thing. Mighty martial figures had extremely long lifespans. They had several male offspring, and many of the bastard male offspring had no status. Under such circumstances, the familial ties between father and son were extremely lukewarm. If a child did not have talent, their deaths did not mean much. Felicitous Rain Lord never had much feelings for the Immortal Rain sect, and due to later sequences of events, it caused Felicitous Rain Lord and the Immortal Rain sect to increasingly become estranged with each other. As a large sect, the Immortal Rain sect did things in a cold and ruthless manner. Because of one final matter, it caused the relationship between Felicitous Rain Lord and the Immortal Rain sect to completely break down. From that moment on, Felicitous Rain Lord had nothing to do with the Immortal Rain sect. Oh, so there was such deep origins. Although Shui Ningxuang did not say much, most of the important figures in the hall had various guesses in their minds. Felicitous Rain Lord had began traveling around the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven very early on. It was likely for him to have left the Immortal Rain sect by then. However, the Immortal Rain sect probably never expected for Felicitous Rain Lord to slowly mature into a divine lord after he severed connections with it. No matter how powerful the Immortal Rain sect was, a divine lord was definitely an absolute mainstay that they needed. So how could they not regret? Furthermore, Felicitous Rain Lord also had the remnant pages of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon in his possession. Unfortunately, it was already extremely difficult for the Immortal Rain sect to mend their relations with Felicitous Rain Lord after he became a divine lord. Without needing Shui Ningxuang to elaborate further, people had guesses of what happened later. The Immortal Rain sect probably always had the intentions of getting Felicitous Rain Lord back into the Immortal Rain sect. Unfortunately, how could a proud maverick like Felicitous Rain Lord agree to it? No wonder. The news of Felicitous Rain Lord's recruitment of in-name disciples was only proliferated in the Alliance. It was unexpected that there would be outsiders coming here. But if it's the Immortal Rain sect that constantly pays attention to Felicitous Rain Lord, it would not be strange. The Oracle Fey Kingdom King muttered to himself. He naturally did not like the fat and thin Immortal Rain sect disciples. However, the Immortal Rain sect was the birthplace of Felicitous Rain Lord after all. On account of them raising him in his youth, Felicitous Rain Lord would not negatively deal with the two juniors. However, it was unlikely he would take them in as in-name disciples. The Immortal Rain sect must have cultivated some rain laws. It's no wonder that I find that the two of them can move so freely in the Door of Misty Rain. The environment of the Door of Misty Rain probably suits their cultivation the best.
Another elder of a large faction said. Not only that.
They are about to condense their Dao fruits.
Their cultivation levels are higher than Yi Yun's.
They were disciples of a seclusive sect and they specialized in rain laws. Inside the Door of Misty Rain, they were like fish meeting water. Under such circumstances, they had a lot more advantages than Yi Yun. And now, Yi Yun was searching for the herbs, but they were following him leisurely. They conserved their energy and waited for Yi Yun to turn weary. They would stroll over briskly and search only when Yi Yun began searching certain spots. Such actions were really annoying.
Yi Yun obviously could not hear the discussion in the Towering Trees Hall.
Yi Yun did not know about the duo's strength and origins. Without the proper information, Yi Yun was facing quite an adverse situation. Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi, who were from the Luo clan, felt a little anxious.
A 6-petal 7-heart flower is already not bad. Back when he saw it, he should have picked it. Could it be that up to now, Yi Yun still plans to pick a 10,000-year-old 7-heart flower?
Elder Shi muttered to himself anxiously.
But as the person involved, Yi Yun remained completely unaware as he continued to search for herbs. The corners of Song Wuchen's mouth gradually curled up. Although he did not like the fat and thin duo that suddenly appeared, he would be delighted if they were able to cause Yi Yun to suffer a setback. And at that moment, Yi Yun came to a stop. He stood on the spot for a long period of time. The region that Yi Yun was standing in did not look special. Beside him, there was a ring of fragmented rock. But beneath Yi Yun's feet, there was a black rock about 1 meter in diameter. The black rock looked heavy and unremarkable. Song Wuchen's brows pricked up slightly.
He was not too concerned because he believed that Yi Yun would leave after a while. However, he never expected Yi Yun to constantly circle the black rock, like he was probing something. Yi Yun had done that for 30 minutes.
Chapter 974, As Powerful as Lightning.
In Yi Yun's eyes, the black rock beneath his feet and the area he was standing on were extraordinary. He had previously detected that the small world inside the Door of Misty Rain was divided into several regions.
Every region had a large array underpinning it.
And the 7 heart flowers were growing in one of those regions. As for the tiny plot of land beneath his feet, it was where the core of the 7 heart flowers array was. And deep underground, there was a terrifying source of energy. Yi Yun had confirmed that the reason why this area appeared remote and had thin heaven-earth yuan-qi was due to the massive energy that was hidden deep underground. The heaven-earth yuan-qi had been condensed into a spirit root, and the 9 underground spirit roots were gathered at that point. Felicitous Rain Lord had used an array to seal the spirit roots and the seal was naturally very robust. But in fact, there was always a tiny bit of energy that would escape. As there were massive amounts of energy within the Door of Misty Rain, even a tiny leak was no trifling matter. Under such circumstances, an enchanted artifact had been specially placed at the gathering point of the spirit roots, so as to seal the diffusing underground energy. This enchanted artifact was the large, black rock. In fact, it was not a black rock, but a huge seal. And beneath the large seal was a herb. The herb was extraordinary. It had vast amounts of energy that caused the surrounding space to distort.
It created a small, independent, isolated space.
Yi Yun's stop here lasted for nearly an hour, but he did not seem to have any intention of leaving.
What's the punk trying to do? Is he deliberately trying to act mysterious?
Another 15 minutes passed, but Yi Yun remained at the same spot. The fat and thin Immortal Rain sect disciples were already running out of patience.
Senior brother, is it possible that the punk has run out of luck? The 6-petal 7-heart flower he found from before was just a result of good luck? Scrawny transmitted his voice to Fatty. Fatty was still grinning, giving him a kind and amiable look.
He shook his head and said, "It can't be a coincidence that the first thing he found in such a remote area was a 6-petal 7-heart flower.
He must have some unique method. As for now."
A brilliant flash glimmered in Fatty's eyes as he looked at Yi-Yun and said, "I know you are waiting for an opportunity to attack the both of us. However, I advise you to hold that thought. If not, your outcome can only be described as tragic.
In addition, I'm advising you to withdraw from Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple recruitment. This is not something you can encroach on. Be careful about losing your life after being embroiled in it." Fatty's second sentence was said with a Yuan Chi voice transmission and it was filled with subtext. Yi-Yun's eyebrows pricked up.
The Fatty sounded like he had quite a backing.
However, Yi-Yun ignored the Fatty's background.
He couldn't even be bothered, because he did things as he pleased. He was not one to abide by the wishes of others.
Are you saying I'm waiting for an opportunity to attack the both of you? It seems like you think too highly of yourself. Don't you want to try digging for herbs? Then keep waiting. Yi-Yun's voice sounded indolent.
But just as he finished his sentence, the Yuan Chi in his body suddenly surged. It was like a lazy lion had suddenly stirred. Oh! The two Immortal Rain sect disciples immediately turned vigilant.
They nearly attacked Yi-Yun.
But at that moment, all of Yi-Yun's energy sank.
Open! Boom! The black rock beneath Yi-Yun's feet was forcefully moved away by him.
With the black seal released, energy surged out. The tiny sealed space beneath the black seal had also been cracked open by Yi-Yun. A resplendent light that resembled a divine rainbow shone out, dazzling everyone's eyes. Amid the divine light, a flower about half the height of a human bloomed. It had a large, beaming corolla with 7 petals surrounding it.
It looked gorgeous. A 10,000-year-old 7-heart flower. Everyone was astounded. It was truly a 10,000-year-old 7-heart flower. Yi-Yun had nonchalantly found a 6-petal 7-heart flower previously, and now, he had managed to find a perfect 7-petal 10,000-year-old 7-heart flower. It was likely that this was the only 10,000-year-old 7-heart flower that resided in the Door of Misty Rain. Yet, it had been found by Yi-Yun. How did he do it? The bold declaration that Yi-Yun made about picking a 10,000-year-old 7-heart flower had been seen as an overestimation of himself, but he had really accomplished what he had set out to do. A divine flower brought with it an irrepressible allure as it attracted the eyes of everyone. It included the 2 disciples of the Immortal Rain sect. Their eyes lit up and in them, there was only greed. Great! Great! It's really a 10,000-year-old 7-heart flower. Ah, you did well. Fatty said to Yi-Yun.
Once he got the 10,000-year-old 7-heart flower in his possession, the Dao fruit he condensed would be enhanced. He would be able to gain more resources from the Immortal Rain sect. Yi-Yun looked at Fatty as he revealed a cold smile. Fatty walked towards Yi-Yun as his body began to rumble. I previously told you that certain things are not meant for you to encroach on. It seems that it didn't get into your mind. Do you think that becoming Felicitous Rain Lord's in-name disciple will allow you to skyrocket? How naive. Didn't you realize? There is only one rule in the herb picking in the Door of Misty Rain. It is only about bringing the herb out of the Door of Misty Rain, but there is no restriction on the methods. Then, using force to snatch is also permissible. Even after Fatty said this, the smile on his face remained. But now, his smile gave people chills. As Fatty walked towards Yi-Yun, Scrawny pulled out a sword from his interspatial ring. The sword was soft like a poisonous snake's tongue. It was completely blue in color, as though it was immersed in poison. And Scrawny seemed to give people a sickly feeling, like he was a poisonous snake himself. Fatty with his tremendous Yuan Chi was accompanied by Scrawny, who had a strange aura and vicious techniques. The 2 of them came from a seclusive sect and their cultivation levels were higher than Yi-Yun's. Their offensive power was obvious.
Yi Yun, be careful. Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi turned anxious. Even though they knew that Yi Yun's strength was extraordinary, it was impossible for him to withstand the combined attacks of the duo. Any one of the two could be even stronger than Shi Jueyun. And back when Yi Yun defeated Shi Jueyun, he had only barely won. At that moment, Fatty moved. Although he was fat, his attack was like a tribulation coming down from the heavens. The momentum he had was boundless. Rain of annihilation. At the instant Fatty attacked, dark clouds rolled and shrouded the heaven and earth with endless pouring rain. It was as though a lake had burst in the 9 heavens, sending endless water to rain down in torrents. In the rainwater, every drop of rain was imprinted with nomological runes, and each drop was tremendously powerful. Elder Shi's expression changed. This was a supreme technique of the Immortal Rain sect, and its power was not something a Luo clan cultivation technique could compare with. Fatty's strength was extremely formidable. It was not apparent from before, but the moment he made his move, it caused the world to take on another color. A successive clan's mystic technique is indeed powerful. Unlike Elder Shi, Song Wuchen's eyes were filled with excitement. The strike would leave Yi Yun severely injured even if he did not die. And when Fatty used the Rain of Annihilation, Scrawny attacked as well. He slashed out with his sword, causing a blue sword beam to tear through the void. Like a WIRM that rolled in the rain, it charged at Yi Yun. The combined strength of the duo had a massive stance that seemed indomitable. Yi Yun's heart tightened when he saw such a terrifying attack. It was not to be underestimated. The fat and thin duo had extraordinary strength. The combined power of their strikes was probably enough to kill any Dao Manifestation Realm genius. Even Yi Yun found it extremely taxing to withstand the combined forces of the duo. As Yi Yun saw how the blue sword beams and the endless rain of annihilation were enveloping him, all of his Yuan Qi surged out. However, the Yuan Qi was not directed at the 2 Immortal Rain sect disciples but towards the ground. Yi Yun's Yuan Qi gave a rumbling roar deep underground. That strike of his had stirred the spirit roots in the ground. Previously, Yi Yun had moved the black seal which loosened the array formation that was suppressing the spirit roots. Now, with a concentrated strike from Yi Yun, together with the purple crystal being a conduit, it finally stirred the sleeping 9 spirit roots underground. Buzz! The ground shook violently as the land and mountains shook. At the instant the Rain of Annihilation was about to land, the 9 spirit root energy underground blasted out like a volcano's eruption. Although the energy was only a tiny percentage of the overall energy the spirit roots possessed, it was as terrifying as a judgment from heaven. Such an oppression burst through the door of Misty Rain and into Brocade Spring Court. The legendary figures from various factions in the Towering Trees Hall had drastic changes in expression. It was impossible for a junior to have such domineering power. Back! Retreat backward! All the assessees that were gathered in front of the door of Misty Rain exclaimed as they retreated backward. Ignoring the attack itself, just the terrifying pressure was something that prevented them from standing in front of the door of Misty Rain. Boom! 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 9 twirling dragons ascended into the heavens as they met the Rain of Annihilation and the blue sword beams. On one side, it was the combined attack of 2 junior disciples, while on the other side, it was a worldly power that had gathered in the door of Misty Rain for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. How could the 2 sides be compared? Boom! A deafening explosion sounded as if multiple thunderclaps roared in the sky. The blue sword beams shattered immediately, while the Rain of Annihilation was swept clean. The gloomy clouds in the sky were blown away, leaving nothing behind. What? The 2 Immortal Rain sect disciples stared with widened eyes as they found it unbelievable. What was Yi Yun's attack? How could it be so powerful? Ignoring the fact that he was only a Heaven Ascension Realm junior, even sect elders would not be able to produce an attack that possessed that much power. Their assured combined attack was like withered leaves and dead twigs in front of the 9 dragons. They were obliterated. The explosion from the impact happened too quickly. The two were unable to react in time as their bodies were swept away by the tail of one of the dragons. Pwah! Fatty's body was like a burst blood bag. A large mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth like a fountain. As for Scrawny, his body was sent flying like a tiny chick. Numerous bones in his body fractured and his body was covered in injuries. His body was mangled and could not be any worse. Pang! Pang! With two loud thuds, the two crashed heavily to the ground. Blood splattered on the ground, dyeing the scattered rocks red. Scrawny heaved in pain while Fatty endured the pain of his bones stabbing into his flesh. He could no longer maintain the smile on his face and instead looked dazedly at the aftershocks of the energy explosion in the sky. His face was filled with an incredulous look. No, it's impossible. It was impossible for Yi Yun to produce such an attack. What the hell just happened? Chapter 975, Take Mine, Snatching It Back Again. Outside the door of Misty Rain, there was silence despite there being tens of thousands of people gathered. One could even hear a pin drop. The attack was way too terrifying. Even many of the Alliance's elders in the Towering Trees Hall were startled. They didn't even have the confidence to withstand the strike head-on. That is definitely not an attack a junior at the Heaven Ascension realm can produce. If I'm not wrong, the 9 Divine Dragons is a worldly power that resides in the door of Misty Rain itself. It's not Yi Yun's attack. An elder in the Towering Trees Hall said. Others immediately understood what had happened when he said that. If Yi Yun had used the door of Misty Rain's worldly power, it was understandable why it was so terrifying. However, how did Yi Yun manage to accomplish that? The door of Misty Rain was a Divine Lord's enchanted artifact. Just to see through the hidden worldly power in the door of Misty Rain was already a Herculean task, much less trigger it. How could Yi Yun have such abilities at the Heaven Ascension realm? Many people looked at Shui Ningxuan. They could tell that the cold and aloof woman was looking at Yi Yun with uncalm eyes. No one understood what Yi Yun had done better than her. He had borrowed the momentum of the attack to strike at the Immortal Rain sect disciples. It was apparent that Yi Yun had discovered the 9 Dragon Spirit Roots array hidden deep underground, but it was a miracle for a junior like him to be able to accomplish what he had done. She felt that she could no longer understand Yi Yun. This was the first time in her long life that a junior could leave such an impression on her. If it's the energy contained in the door of Misty Rain, the 2 Immortal Rain sect disciples are considered lucky to have survived. A sect elder said as he looked at the ill-lucked fat and thin duo. The reason they survived it is because they were not facing the main attack. They were only struck by a sweep of a dragon's tail. Sitting in a particular corner, Elder Shur explained. Although Yi Yun had triggered the explosion from the door of Misty Rain's worldly power, he was unable to guide the direction of its attack. Therefore, the 9 Divine Dragons charged straight for the firmaments, and a large portion of the energy was wasted. Only a dragon's tail struck the duo, but they were already inflicted with serious injuries from such a simple strike. It's good that no one died. If someone had died, the Immortal Rain sect might not be willing to take things lying down. Elder Duanmu heaved a sigh of relief. He was still worried about the Immortal Rain sect. The Luo clan did not have the courage to face up to a large reclusive sect. Just as Elder Shur was about to echo him, his eyelids jumped when he saw Yi Yun taking large strides towards Fatty. With a foot, Yi Yun crushed down on Fatty's chest. Bam! Yi Yun's foot was augmented with strength, so it was a heavy stamp. Fatty was already seriously injured, so even if he could withstand the heavy impact, his ribs still fractured. His organs were stabbed by the bone's fragment, causing blood bubbles to spew out of Fatty's mouth. Where's the flower the both of you picked? Yi Yun asked while his foot rested on Fatty. Fatty's rotund face twitched. Having come from the Immortal Rain sect, the figures of the Alliance's 6 factions were only countryside geniuses to him. How could he have ever expected that he would suffer the ruthless beatings from a countryside genius? Do you know who I am? I come from the Immortal Rain sect. The faction backing me is one beyond your imagination.
It still won't be too late if you immediately beg for mercy. If you attack me again, you will die a miserable death.
Fatty gnashed his teeth as he threatened Yi Yun.
He felt like he was a lofty prince that was being beaten by a villager in the countryside.
So how could he not be furious? Get me to beg for mercy? Yi Yun laughed. It's funny how you are threatening me under your present circumstances. You really do know how to spell the word death.
All of Yi Yun's energy was infused into his foot as he stamped down again.
Ka-cha!
The crisp sound of bone fracturing was heard. The ground beneath Fatty's body collapsed as his entire body sank into the ground. His sternum fractured as he was covered in blood. Upon seeing this scene, the eyelids of the upper echelons in the towering trees hall twitched.
Fatty's declaration of the Immortal Rain sect was unable to threaten Yi Yun at all.
Yi Yun was truly a ruthless and decisive person.
In fact, Yi Yun had already guessed that the Fatty had an impressive background.
He had never heard of the Immortal Rain sect, but he had a vague guess that it was a faction that surpassed the Luo clan. It was not the first time Yi Yun offended a faction that far exceeded the scope of his strength. Back when he was in the Fire Cloud state, he had similarly beaten Ran Yu from the Ran family clan as well. Without any mercy, he took off Fatty's interspatial ring, followed by Scrawny's.
Cha!
A sort of the will appeared in between Yi Yun's eyebrows before it shattered the mental imprint that the duo had placed on their interspatial rings.
Following that, Yi Yun used his perception to probe the interspatial rings without any obstruction. To warriors, items in the interspatial ring were considered private.
For example, there were cultivation techniques, mystic manuals, charms, etc. There were many things that were used as a trump card to protect their lives. There were some opportunities that they had discovered themselves but were not made public.
Some of them were not meant for the eyes of others. Having an interspatial ring ransacked was an absolute humiliation to warriors.
However, the duo was heavily injured, so they were powerless to stop him. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Yun freely searched the interspatial rings. Their eyes that looked like cracking glass indicated how much they wanted to rip Yi Yun to pieces. In such a manner, Yi Yun found the 6-petal 7-heart flower that Scrawny had previously picked. After that, he nonchalantly found a spot that had rather rich yuan qi before planting the flower in it. Upon seeing this scene, everyone outside the door of Misty Rain was rendered speechless. Yi Yun did not need the 6-petal 7-heart flower at all. He had taken the 6-petal 7-heart flower back only to discard it again.
Yi Yun! I'll remember you, Fatty said through clenched teeth. His eyes seemed like it was penetrating Yi Yun.
Yi Yun frowned as killing intent flashed in his heart. He nearly attacked the Fatty to finish him, but if he killed the Fatty, the Immortal Rain sect would naturally find fault with him. But if he did not kill the Fatty would return to Immortal Rain sect and mobilize his powers to destroy him.
The two outcomes were not too different.
As Yi Yun was pondering over it, a divine beam of light shot into the door of Misty Rain.
It wrapped itself around the fat and thin youths and it sent them out.
The person responsible for the act was Shui Ningxuang.
After being severely injured by Yi Yun, the duo naturally could not leave the door of Misty Rain using their own strength. Pa!
The two Immortal Rain sect disciples fell heavily in Brocade Spring Court and were looked at tens of thousands of people.
At that moment, the duo even had thoughts of committing suicide. Revenge! He definitely wanted revenge. Fatty roared in his heart. He had never suffered such an outrage his entire life.
Seeing how the two Immortal Rain sect disciples were on their last breaths, the Oracle Fey Kingdom King was somewhat troubled.
After all, this event was being held on his territory, the Oracle Fey Kingdom.
He could not leave the two Immortal Rain sect disciples in the lurch. Besides, it was the Immortal Rain sect, so he knew that it was wise not to offend it. He had thoughts of establishing good relations with them, so he hurriedly ordered a courtier to treat the duo's wounds. While doing all of this, the Oracle Fey Kingdom King looked carefully at Shui Ningxuan's expression. He could not grasp the relationship between Felicitous Rainlord and the Immortal Rain sect. He guessed that with the Immortal Rain sect being Felicitous Rainlord's birthplace, even their relationship was estranged, it would not be as incompatible as fire and water.
Chapter 976, Returning with Herbs.
The two Immortal Rain sect disciples were carried to the Towering Trees Hall. The Immortal Rain sect was a lofty existence after all, so the Oracle Fey Kingdom King was not seeking reward. He only wished to act without fault. They were not stingy by using all sorts of good medicine and relics. The person responsible for the duo's injuries was the Oracle Fey Kingdom's Imperial Preceptor. When he checked the two Immortal Rain sect disciples' injuries, he was secretly horrified. The duo were in great physical shape and they had very powerful bloodlines. However, they were still heavily injured after being hit by the dragon's tail. Many of their bones and meridians had been cracked. Curing them needed top healing medicines and treasured relics. The cost would make the Oracle Fey Kingdom feel the pinch. That Yi Yun really has endless means. I believe that Yi Yun would definitely suffer greatly when the two Immortal Rain sect disciples joined forces, but who knew that they would be beaten up into such a state? An elder said with a tut. Any one of the two aren't any weaker than Yi Yun. They were helpless when Yi Yun conjured the worldly power in the Door of Misty Rain. It caused the battle to be on a completely different level. Back then, even I was unable to expect Yi Yun to have such a countermeasure, much less the duo. It's only normal for them to have suffered. Typically, no matter how intricate a junior's techniques were, it would not have been able to fool the eyes of the legendary figures, since they were on a completely different level of insight. However, about Yi Yun's strike in the Door of Misty Rain, the elders present questioned if they could be able to withstand the attack without suffering as much if they were in the duo's shoes. After the Oracle Fey Kingdom endured the heartache of spending all the good medicine on the two Immortal Rain sect disciples till everything was healed, everyone realized that Yi Yun had yet to exit the Door of Misty Rain. Yi Yun was the only person left inside the Door of Misty Rain and he was still picking herbs. They had spent about 2 hours dealing with the Immortal Rain sect disciples' injuries, but Yi Yun had remained in the Door of Misty Rain for an extended period of time. The Yuanqi pressure inside the Door of Misty Rain was extremely high, but Yi Yun had passed through the 7 Heartflower Plantation region, headed for another herb plantation and picked another herb before coming out. As Yi Yun's figure was covered in the thick mist and people's perception unable to probe further, there was an hour when Yi Yun had completely disappeared before he appeared in the people's vision. No one knew what he had picked, but they noticed that at the instant that Yi Yun walked into the mist, Shui Ningxuan's eyebrows pricked up. Her expression had changed slightly as well. Clearly, it meant that the second herb that Yi Yun picked was not ordinary either. He had obtained 2 herbs, a 10,000-year-old 7 Heartflower and an unknown herb. Outside the Door of Misty Rain, many young warriors were watching in envy. To return with treasured herbs in hand and to showcase his formidable strength in front of the 6-country alliance and Felicitous Rainlord, Yi Yun was no doubt the biggest victor at the recruitment event. After the Door of Misty Rain's test, the number of people that passed could be counted with one's fingers. The first round's pass rate was nearly 100%, but the second round's elimination rate was nearly 100%. The stark contrast was quite unacceptable to some people. When Yi Yun walked out of the Door of Misty Rain, the crowd had automatically separated and carved a path out for him. Even Bear 2 and Black Tiger, who previously wanted to trample on Yi Yun, had long hidden in a corner and did not dare to utter a single word. The vastness of the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven as well as a true genius far exceeded their imaginations. Fairy Ningxuan, from this Door of Misty Rain assessment, only a few people have cleared it. About the assessments after this, do you think? In the Towering Trees Hall, Elder Duanmu spoke. In fact, his intentions were very clear. Although the second assessment had a few people clearing it, anyone who wasn't blind could tell that Yi Yun was far stronger than the rest. Elder Duanmu believed that with Yi Yun's outstanding performance, it was already certain that Yi Yun would become the ultimate winner. It was meaningless to continue the competition. After all, could Qi Jueyun and Tianya Haoyue pose a threat to Yi Yun? When Elder Duanmu said those words, even the Oracle Fei Kingdom King was left without being angry, despite feeling rather aggrieved. It was originally Felicitous Rain Lord being indebted to their imperial patriarch which resulted in such an event. But in the end, all the benefits were given to Yi Yun from the Luo clan. Shui Ningxuang smiled gently. Although she knew the meaning behind Elder Duanmu's words, she did not make any comment on it. And at that moment, Song Wuchen spoke out. He said with a livid expression, "Does the senior think that there's no need to compete any further? The Door of Misty Rain's test is not a test of strength. Other than some strength which is needed to gain entrance at the beginning, all it tests is luck and the ability to search for herbs inside the Door of Misty Rain. Yi Yun being able to find two wondrous herbs must have to do with a particularly special ability of his. For example, if he has the myriad nomological eyes that is recorded in the ancient books, he will be able to see through array formations and allow him to easily do such a thing. It's the same thing with the final strike that defeated the Immortal Rain sect disciples." Song Wuchen turned more incensed the more he spoke. After he realized how Yi Yun had stirred the worldly power in the Door of Misty Rain and defeated the Immortal Rain sect disciples, he was certain that the reason why the 9 palatial array had problems was all because of Yi Yun's tampering. Since Yi Yun could even use a bit of the Door of Misty Rain's array formation, it was obvious that he could easily crack the array Song Wuchen had set up. Song Wuchen originally believed that this was an opportunity for him to let Felicitous Rain Lord appreciate his performance, but it was destroyed by Yi Yun. This made Song Wuchen hate Yi Yun so much that he wanted to rip him apart. Now, how could he feel comfortable with Yi Yun standing out heads and above the crowd? That's right. Yi Yun's performance in the Door of Misty Rain has nothing much to do with strength. The Oracle Fei Kingdom, who was beside Song Wuchen, echoed. He still wanted to win a last chance for Qi Jueyun. With the two echoing each other in great harmony, Eldersher sneered and quipped sarcastically, "I remembered that before the beginning of the assessment, young Master Wuchen previously said something about the assessment would not be a test of strength? But why has it come to the point where strength is the most important?" Song Wuchen's expression stiffened when Eldersher figuratively smacked him in the face right on the spot. He previously knew that Yi Yun's actual combat strength was strong, so he had deliberately not tested actual combat strength, but now he had overturned his own words. He can only say, strength also includes the potential for future development, such as Dao domains. It is directly correlated to the number and quality of Dao fruits condensed during the Dao manifestation realm. It is also a measure for a warrior's future development. What master places the greatest emphasis on is a Dao domain. If Yi Yun's Dao domain is mediocre, so what if he is good at herb picking? When Song Wuchen said this, the Oracle Fei Kingdom King turned delighted. Yi Yun had yet to grasp a Dao domain during his battle with Qi Jueyun. And in contrast, Qi Jueyun's Dao domain was his forte. He stroked his beard and said complacently, "Speaking about Dao domains, Jueyun has made another breakthrough during the past year. He can showcase it to everyone." Both sides began to engage in a war of words, but Elder Duanmu and Eldersher naturally did not have much say when it came to Song Wuchen, who was an examiner. They could only look at Shui Ningxuang. Shui Ningxuang smiled slightly and said, "There's no need for you to argue any further. Master just sent a voice transmission to me. The assessment will be temporarily halted. In 3 days' time, he will personally come to Brocade Spring Court to preside over the final assessment. The outcome will obviously be decided by Master." Chapter 977, Ward of Rain. What? Felicitous Rain Lord was going to personally preside over the final assessment. Upon hearing the news, everyone was astonished. As a relatively young Divine Lord, it was hard to determine the limits to Felicitous Rain Lord's strength. To the people present, Felicitous Rain Lord was a mighty figure who could really influence the 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven, but he was an existence that they were unworthy to look up to. Now, they had learned that Felicitous Rain Lord was personally presiding over the final assessment, to the point of them being able to see him in person. The entire 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven had trillions of living creatures, but 1,000,000 years might not necessarily be enough to produce a divine lord. Everyone was excited when they heard the news. Immediately, everyone in Brocade Spring Court engaged in a flurry of discussion and they were extremely excited.
That will be all for today. In 3 days' time, on the same spot, Yun. I look forward to your performance.
As Shu Weiningshuang spoke, she stood up and glanced at Yun. Immediately, Yun was once again the focus of attention. The glory gained from being valued highly by a divine lord was an extremely enviable matter.
Yun bowed towards Shu Weiningshuang.
With a flick of her sleeves, Shu Weiningshuang disappeared like mist clearing itself. Vanishing along with her was the door of misty rain. After Shu Weiningshuang left, tens of thousands of people left Brocade Spring Court. With their departure, the news of a divine lord personally assessing prospective disciples spread throughout the Oracle Fey Kingdom like a whirlwind. Immediately after that, the news was spread to the other 6 countries in the alliance through various means of communication.
Everyone guessed that the reason why Felicitous Rain Lord would personally preside over the assessment was a result of Yun's extremely outstanding performance that caught his eye.
Such treatment pushed Yun and the Luo clan's status to brand new heights. In a few days, there were all sorts of visitors that came to visit Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi's temporary residence. Because of this, the Luo clan clansmen were extremely delighted. However, there were also people who were jealous. Song Wuchen could deeply sense that his spot as the number 1 in-name disciple was facing an unprecedented challenge. Once Yun became an in-name disciple, his good days would probably come to an end. Other than Song Wuchen, the ones who similarly were upset was the fat and thin duo from the Immortal Rain sect. After the 2 Immortal Rain sect disciples were heavily injured by Yun, it was arranged for them to live in one of the Oracle Fey Kingdom's temporary imperial palaces. And on that day, the entire palace was covered in thick vapor, which meant that there was very low visibility.
It was a ward of rain.
The fat and thin Immortal Rain sect disciples were shrouded by the ward of rain.
Their bodies were covered in the condensation of countless water essence. Rain could nourish the lands and resuscitate thousands of creatures. It could make the world brim with life. It possessed the power of life and it also had excellent effects when it came to healing. Many people could see the ward of rain that shrouded the temporary palace from their own residences. Song Wuchen cultivated in the laws of water, so he naturally could tell the skill involved in it. He knew that it was an extremely powerful water domain. The 2 Immortal Rain sect disciples are recuperating in the ward of rain? However, the ward of rain is way too terrifying. Despite such a distance, I can sense my body's energy being influenced by the ward's suppression. This is definitely not something that someone of the younger generation can produce. As Song Wuchen muttered to himself, he saw that the ward of rain lasted for the rest of the day before it gradually weakened. During this period, the temporary palace exuded a terrifying pressure. It was suffocating and prevented anyone from approaching it. The mist was completely dispersed only late into the night. In the palace, there was a white-haired elder who had his back facing the fat and thin Immortal Rain sect disciples. He was dressed in an azure-colored robe and his white eyebrows reached his shoulders, giving him a lofty and reclusive appearance. The 2 of you were sent to be under Felicitous Rain so as to play the role of being liaisons. But the both of you actually got beaten into such a pathetic state by a junior from a small faction? The both of you really can't bear any major responsibilities. The white-haired elder said coldly. The 2 Immortal Rain sect disciples were kneeling on a futon. They were previously injured and were barely breathing, but now, they had mostly recovered from their injuries. They just looked slightly pale. Without a doubt, the ward of rain was a product of the white-haired elder.
He had personally treated the duo's injuries. Heavy injuries that should have taken months to treat were healed in half a day.
Grandmaster Uncle, Junior brothers, and my strength far exceeds that punk's.
We were only careless, causing us to fall for the punk's trickery and ended up in such a miserable state.
If it's a competition of strength or Dao domain, we would completely trash Yun. You still have hopes of competing in Dao domains? Have you forgotten that when you exited the door of Misty Rain, you came out without a single herb?
According to the rules, the two of you have been eliminated during the second round.
About that.
The duo stared at him with widened eyes as they were unsure about an appropriate response.
They had been arrogant before.
When they entered the door of Misty Rain, they did not pick a single low-grade herb. And the only 6-petal 7-heart flower that they picked had been snatched back by Yun.
In the end, they left empty-handed.
According to the rules, they had failed the assessment.
Then, what are we to do? What else can you do?
When it comes to recruiting of a disciple, the final outcome still depends on Felicitous Rain. The both of you had entered the door of Misty Rain previously, so it means you have met the mark. As for the assessment on the last day, just participate in it as per normal.
I will be there as well. Felicitous Rain's status is extraordinary, so it's impossible for him to quibble on a trivial matter about the both of you not getting any herbs. It would sully his status. The elder said lightly.
When the two of them heard that the elder would accompany them, they immediately felt relieved.
Grandmaster Uncle, don't worry. Yun might have defeated the two of us in the door of Misty Rain, but it was not because of his own strength. Regardless of the content of the final assessment, the both of us will definitely wipe the floor.
The two promised with great certainty. The elder nodded and turned his head with thoughts on his mind.
His old but radiant eyes looked far into the distance.
His gaze penetrated the wall and through the deep stretches of space before it landed on a pavilion in the middle of a lake on a floating island. In the pavilion, Felicitous Rain Lord was dressed in a white robe as he was pondering over a game of Go. He was holding a black and white piece, but he did not respond to the gaze that came from afar, despite detecting it. He only continued with his act of placing a piece. Felicitous Rain, oh Felicitous Rain, you are still the same. The white-haired elder said. It was like he was speaking to Felicitous Rain Lord, but it also seemed like he was muttering to himself. That trivial matter that happened 300,000 years ago has let you bear a grudge to this day. You never understood that compared to a sect or the path to the Martial Peak, that matter is nothing. You have your pride, but this time, the thing that I brought is something that you can't refuse. You will never be able to escape the massive ship that is the Immortal Rain Sect on your ride to the peak. If you want to pursue the supreme peak of martial arts, how far can you go if you do not cooperate with anyone?
Chapter 978, Shi Changsheng 1.
Everyone in the Oracle Fey Kingdom was looking forward to the assessment that would happen in 3 days' time.
A divine lord would be personally present.
It was a grand event that had never happened in the past 10 million years in the Oracle Fey Kingdom.
Of course, other than the divine lord, the young warriors were focusing on another person, Yun.
Yun's stories and feats filled every restaurant in the Oracle Fey Kingdom, such as how he guided the door of Misty Rain's array formation to defeat the Immortal Rain Sect disciples.
Now, he would be personally assessed by Felicitous Rain Lord. The 3 days passed in a blink of an eye.
The streets that led to Brocade Spring Court were long packed to the brim. However, when the excited warriors reached the entrance to Brocade Spring Court, they were informed that Brocade Spring Court was not to be open to the public.
Felicitous Rain Lord preferred quietness, and there were just too many spectating warriors.
Upon hearing the news, the crowd were stupefied.
They could not even get past the door? Those who came with great anticipation were left extremely disappointed.
Quite a number of them had rushed here from the factions of the Alliance, but Brocade Spring Court was not going to be opened to the public. And at that moment, a Oracle Fey Kingdom elder stood up and said, "Everyone, the Oracle Fey Kingdom's king and imperial patriarch have gained special permission from the Divine Lord to set up a projection array for everyone. When the time comes, the scenes of the assessment will be displayed through the projection array. There is no need to turn anxious." As the host, the Oracle Fey Kingdom definitely would not offend the people of so many other factions, so it naturally had its arrangements.
Projection array? Many people were reluctant when they heard this. How could watching a projection array be better than watching in person? However, on further thought, they knew that the ones who could enter Brocade Spring Court were famous figures in the Alliance.
If anyone could enter, Brocade Spring Court would probably be overfilled and exceed its capacity. At that moment, it was strangely quiet in Brocade Spring Court. An array had been set up in Brocade Spring Court to isolate all external sounds. In the Towering Trees Hall, in the highest star-picking court in Brocade Spring Court, there were musicians playing music and dancers dancing. The dancers were from either the succubus or water snake race.
Fey racewomen were proficient at dancing. Some races even seemed to be born to dance.
These races were not good at martial arts, but the women from these races were taken in by major large factions. When they danced, their sleeves seemed to fill the sky in a beautiful display of aesthetics.
At that moment, in Star-Picking Court, there were people seated who were the most prominent figures in the Oracle Fey Kingdom.
The Oracle Fey Kingdom king was only sitting on the third level on the right side.
To his left sat an elder in loose yellow robes. He looked somewhat old and his eyes looked torpid.
The person was the Oracle Fey Kingdom's imperial patriarch, the true supreme person that wielded power in the Oracle Fey Kingdom. And sitting in a position that corresponded to the Oracle Fey Kingdom king was a beautiful white-dressed woman. She was like an autumn rain, cool and refreshing, but she exuded a coldness that prevented people from approaching her. She was Shui Ningxuang. And in the middle of Shui Ningxuang and the Oracle Fey Kingdom king sat a middle-aged man.
He was dressed in ordinary azure-colored clothes. His aura was converged and he appeared to be simple. His looks were nothing special, but on a careful look, his aura seemed to blend perfectly into the environment. He exuded a sense of returning to one's original roots of simplicity. Without a doubt, this person was a person whose name had spread throughout the Alliance. With a single title, he was able to make the Fey Phantasm sect fear him, Felicitous Rainlord. Felicitous Rainlord was sitting in his seat of honor while there was dancing going on below him. The dancers and musicians were carefully selected by the Oracle Fey Kingdom, but Felicitous Rainlord did not even take a look at them, like he was waiting for something. "Divine Lord, perhaps we can now begin?" Beside Felicitous Rainlord, the Oracle Imperial Patriarch asked. "No hurry."
Felicitous Rainlord answered lightly as his gaze fell into the distance.
"Oh? Someone else is coming?" The Oracle Imperial Patriarch thought of something.
At that moment, violent spatial fluctuations appeared in the void just inches away from him.
Immediately following that, the void was torn apart by a person.
The person was a white-haired and browed elder who walked out of the void. The elder had a stout figure and he was dressed in white robes. On the white robe, there were inked drawings of misty rain that shrouded immortal mountains. In the middle of his eyebrows, there was a faint runic imprint that looked like a raindrop.
"Felicitous Rain, long time no see," the white-haired elder said.
At the moment he spoke and addressed Felicitous Rainlord without his title, the Oracle Imperial Patriarch was alarmed.
Immediately, he figured out the elder's identity. He must be someone from the Immortal Rain sect. Only the people from the Immortal Rain sect could directly address Felicitous Rainlord without his title. As someone from the place of Felicitous Rainlord's birth, the elder could very possibly be Felicitous Rainlord Sr. Before the elder appeared, the Oracle Imperial Patriarch did not sense anything. The elder's strength was similarly unfathomable. As for the others, such as Elder Duanmu and company, they too had guessed the elder's identity. "Old man Changsheng, how have you been?" Felicitous Rainlord's expression was deadpan, like he was greeting an acquaintance. Old man Chongsheng. Was he sure Chongsheng?
The people present had never heard of Old Man Chongsheng's name, but the Oracle Imperial Patriarch had traveled around the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven in his youth, and he learned a lot about the secrets of the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven's reclusive sects. He had heard about Old Man Changsheng, who was an elder of the Immortal Rain sect. He had made a name for himself a long time ago. The Oracle Imperial Patriarch wasn't young either, and he was many years older than Felicitous Rainlord. However, Shi Changsheng had already become a supremacy when the Oracle Imperial Patriarch was still a member of the younger generation.
So much time had passed, but the old man was still alive?
The Oracle Imperial Patriarch was astonished. In the warrior's world, one's long lifespan was a proof of one's strength. Felicitous Rainlord's attitude did not seem to anger Old Man Chongsheng. He took a step forward, and with a flash in front of everyone, he sat down beside Felicitous Rainlord. Today is the day for you to recruit a disciple. It's such a big deal that your father is very concerned about it as well. Old Man Changsheng said. Felicitous Rainlord did not react towards the word father. He remained looking indifferent as he said, "Those who should and shouldn't have come have come. Let's begin. Who is Yi Yun?" Old Man Changsheng looked at the square in front of Star Picking Court. The warriors that were participating in the assessment were all standing there. Old Man Changsheng scanned the square before he locked onto a youth. Is it him? Old Man Changsheng grunted lightly. He could sense that Felicitous Rainlord thought highly of Yi Yun. Once Yi Yun became Felicitous Rainlord's disciple, Yi Yun could slowly climb up while accompanying Felicitous Rainlord. It would not be impossible for him to get a chance to gain the private teachings of Felicitous Rainlord, the remnant pages of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon. How could such a treasured book fall into the hands of a nameless punk who came from the backwater countryside? It naturally had to be obtained by a disciple from the Immortal Rain sect. Just as Yi Yun arrived in the square, he felt like he was being stabbed by needles. He looked up and traced the sensation. The imposing aura that shrouded him was not hidden at all because Yi Yun could sense it clearly. He looked at the long-browed elder in Star Picking Court. Who the hell is that old man? Yi Yun frowned. He did not know who the old man was at all. He felt extremely uncomfortable with the old man's aura shrouding him. 1. Changsheng means long-lived. Chapter 979, Dao Taper. The white-browed elder's aura was mighty and boundless. It was like it had merged with the entire heaven and earth. Against the elder's aura, Yi Yun felt that his blood seemed to coagulate. His organs were also suppressed by the aura, as though they could not function as per normal. Oh! Yi Yun frowned. From the old man's eyes, he could see a look of disregard. Junior, I presume your name is Yi Yun. I've heard about some of your feats. Many people call you a peerless genius in this tiny six-country alliance, and over time, the praises have made you arrogant to the point of you losing yourself. That is only normal. But in fact, your talent is nothing impressive to me. This time, Felicitous Rain's recruitment of disciples is associated to one of my Immortal Rain sect's plans. Felicitous Rain is a disciple that left the Immortal Rain sect after all, so his recruitment of disciples is actually an internal matter of my Immortal Rain sect. I believe that you must have heard that Felicitous Rain possesses the fragmentary pages of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon. Don't tell me that you believe that you have the chance of encroaching the supreme treasure of the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven with that bit of background and thin foundation of yours? Be careful not to invite fatal danger on yourself. If you are clever, find a chance to withdraw. In that case, I will not pursue the matter of your entrapment that harms Shifei and Shiping. You will be given plenty of benefits as well. Think about it carefully. The white-browed elder's voice transmission was like rolling thunder that exploded in Yi Yun's ears. The extremely mighty sound struck straight at his soul, turning Yi Yun's face slightly pale. It was possible that warriors, who did not have a strong enough soul sea, would have their soul seas shattered just from the white-browed elder's voice transmission. Even Iyun felt his soul seed being hurt. He instantly conjured his sword of the will and slashed out. Ka-cha! In the soul sea, sound waves constantly echoed, but Iyun slashed through them with a strike. As a result, Iyun recovered. He looked at the white-browed elder and was enraged. Someone from the Immortal Rain sect? Over the past few days, he had heard Elder Duanmu mention the Immortal Rain sect. He also knew of its relationship with Felicitous Rain Lord. The Immortal Rain sect's might was indeed something that the Luo clan could not compare to. As a legendary figure of the Immortal Rain sect, the elder had tried to suppress him with his strength. It made Iyun strongly rebellious. But at that moment, Shi Changxing's attention was no longer on Iyun. He only sent a voice transmission and threat before everything came to an end. At that moment, Shi Changxing was looking at Felicitous Rain Lord. Shi Changxing's exchange and voice transmission with Iyun happened in an instant. Many people did not realize that the white-browed elder had done something to Iyun, but Felicitous Rain Lord had sensed it. His face turned gloomy as a cold tone resounded in Shi Changxing's ears. Shi Changxing, this is my territory. If you dare to make another move, my sword will show no mercy. Felicitous Rain Lord's voice transmission was simple. And similarly, it had an imposing pressure to it. Although Old Man Changshang was much older than Felicitous Rain Lord, he was still no match for Felicitous Rain Lord when it came to power. Shi Changshang was not angered by Felicitous Rain Lord's cold words. He said with a loud laugh, Felicitous Rain, why are you so agitated? I was just testing the junior's mental strength. Why? Does Felicitous Rain think so highly of the punk that you would be so anxious to protect him after a probe from me? Shi Changsheng said with a teasing tone. The more Felicitous Rain protected Iyun, the more animosity Shi Changsheng felt for Iyun. If Iyun could only become a good-for-nothing in-name disciple, Shi Changsheng wouldn't have minded him. But he was afraid that Iyun was good at currying favor. In addition to Felicitous Rain Lord's appreciation, Iyun could slowly climb higher till he became a personal disciple. This was something that Shi Changsheng could not stand for. Therefore, he threatened Iyun from the beginning. A junior, who did not have much of a background, would not dare to offend a large reclusive sect like the Immortal Rain sect. Felicitous Rain Lord did not say a word and he only looked coldly at Shi Changsheng. Shi Changsheng was not embarrassed as he said, Felicitous Rain, I know that you still have your misgivings with the Immortal Rain sect, but people from my Immortal Rain sect want to participate in your disciple recruitment. You wouldn't make it difficult for them, right? Everyone can compete fairly. According to what I know, the final round of your assessment is to evaluate the Dao domain of the disciples present? Felicitous Rain Lord did not answer him, but Shi Changsheng did not feel awkward from the silence. He continued with his spiel, a Dao domain is the mark of a warrior's perception and potential. I brought Shifei and Shiping this time because they happen to have some attainments when it comes to their Dao domain. Oh really? Felicitous Rain Lord's tone was flat. At his level of insight, he did not care about the attainments that Shi Changsheng mentioned. Felicitous Rain, an evaluation of a Dao domain requires a Dao taper to be accurate. I have 100,000-year-old Dao taper here. There's no need. I already have a Dao taper. As Felicitous Rain Lord spoke, he brought a bag the size of a palm out. It was a spirit beast bag that warriors could store spirit beasts after they refined them. When Felicitous Rain Lord opened the spirit beast bag, a black gas drifted out. It eventually formed a shadow mid-air. Typically, one's impression of a shadow was a projection on the ground or on the walls. In this case, the shadow was as black as ink and it appeared like a two-dimensional plane without any thickness. For such a shadow to appear in mid-air violated the common sense of people. What was it? People saw the shadow before seeing it move. It transformed into the shape of a beast man, but at the same time, it was still a flat plane. This is a Dao taper,
a type of spatial fey beast. It looks like it doesn't have any thickness, but in fact, it can devour many things. Legends say that ancient fey Dao tapirs could devour small worlds. However, what a Dao tapir likes devouring the most is Dao. It can devour large arrays and different artifacts, and from them, it can extract their Dao runes. It can even devour the Dao that warriors have gained insight into. The longer a Dao tapir lives, the more Dao it will have devoured. And because it has devoured sufficient Dao, it in itself is a treasure. However, fey beasts like Dao tapirs are very rare and are very difficult to capture. Our Oracle Fey Kingdom doesn't have a Dao tapir. The person who spoke was the Oracle Imperial Patriarch. In terms of knowledge, the Oracle Imperial Patriarch could be considered the number one person in the Alliance. Does Felicitous Rain Lord plan on using the Dao tapir to evaluate the Dao domain? How is it evaluated? Devouring. Dao tapirs like to devour Dao. So Dao domains are not an exception. Warriors who are evaluated will produce their Dao domain and let the Dao tapir devour the Dao domain. If it is devoured, it's considered to be a fail. When the Oracle Imperial Patriarch said that, many youths present stared with widened eyes. Dao domains could be devoured? A Dao domain was only a type of domain. It did not have any physical form. It was truly amazing how large and fascinating the world was for it to have a fey beast that was able to devour Dao domains. Then if the Dao domain is devoured, would it be gone? Someone suddenly asked. Without a Dao domain, was all the Dao previously learned neutered? Warriors would not only lose a great deal of power, it was also equivalent to ending their practice of martial arts. The setback that one would experience was imaginable. Chapter 980, Goading. When a warrior in the Towering Trees Hall asked this question, Shi Changsheng answered him before the Oracle Imperial Patriarch, for a real Dao tapir, that is the case. Once the Dao is devoured, it will be gone. For warrior whose Dao is devoured, it is no different to killing him. However, the Dao tapir in front of you was domestically raised. It has been domesticated for tens of thousands of years, so its wildness has gradually disappeared. Furthermore, the alternate space in its body has been sealed, so there is no threat from it. When Shi Changsheng said this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If not, the assessment would be too dangerous. However, at that moment, they could see Shi Changsheng take out another spirit beast bag. He opened it and a darkness with a pale red aura spewed out of it. The aura began to transform into a dark red shadow mid-air. The shadow made threatening gestures mid-air, like it had a strong desire to attack everything that surrounded it. It even slowly spread towards the Dao tapir that Felicitous Rain Lord had previously released, like it wanted to devour Felicitous Rain Lord's Dao tapir. That is. Everyone's hearts leaped. Against the dark red shadow, they could feel a chill. Felicitous Rain Lord frowned slightly as he grunted lightly. The sound that he issued landed on the Dao tapir, and like rolling thunder and lightning, the Dao tapir was forced to retreat. Hum hum hum. The Dao tapir's body trembled violently. It shrunk back at an extremely fast speed, like it was extremely apprehensive towards Felicitous Rain Lord. However, in a few more seconds, it began to emanate a stifling bloodlust aura. Felicitous Rain, what do you think of my Dao tapir? Shi Changsheng asked with a laugh. It's not yours. It's the Immortal Rain Sect's law-enforcing court's Dao tapir. Felicitous Rain Lord could tell the Dao tapir's origins at a glance. In the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, Dao tapirs were extremely rare. Not every powerful sect reared Dao tapirs. But for the Immortal Rain Sect, they had raised Dao tapirs for generations. Felicitous Rain Lord was also influenced by the Immortal Rain Sect to have his own Dao tapir. As an ancient reclusive sect, the Immortal Rain Sect had heritage that had been passed down for hundreds of millions of years. Its foundation was terrifying, and in terms of wealth, Felicitous Rain Lord alone definitely could not compare to the entire Immortal Rain Sect.
Therefore, the Helltooth Dao taper that old man Changsheng produced was even stronger. At that moment, the Dao taper had formed a thin spectral shadow mid-air. Its jagged shadow looked like the teeth of a razor. It made it look as sinister as a wraith that came from the depths of hell. This is the Helltooth Dao taper that comes from the deep depths of the sinkhole. Its ferocity has been completely maintained and the alternate world in its body is not sealed. It's completely different to a domesticated Dao taper. Dao domains that it devours would really vanish and the person would be crippled as well. In the Immortal Rain sect, there are many ways to condense one's Dao domain. One can use the Helltooth Dao taper to force oneself while one's life is on the line. It's not bad as a means for a breakthrough. In addition to the law enforcement court, the Helltooth Dao taper is an excellent device for torture. Old man Changsheng leisurely introduced the Dao taper. And what he described secretly horrified everyone. Wouldn't the person receiving the punishment be crippled through the use of a Helltooth Dao taper that could really devour one's Dao domain? Furthermore, what was the meaning behind him taking out such a Dao taper? Did the old man want to replace Felicitous Rain Lord's Dao taper and change the standards of the assessment? Beside old man Changsheng, the Oracle Imperial Patriarch frowned slightly. He was not at ease when it was an assessment with such grave danger involved. Under equal standards, the difficulty and danger of using a Helltooth Dao taper is greatly enhanced. Shifei and Shiping are from the Immortal Rain sect, so they have an advantage over you. I believe that in all fairness, Shifei and Shiping can experience the Helltooth Dao taper's devourment. As for the others, they can use the ordinary Dao taper. What do you think about that? Old man Changsheng said with a teasing tone. Everyone understood what he meant. Although it was said to make the assessment fairer, wasn't it just to show off the Immortal Rain sect's foundations and its disciples' talent? On one side, it was a dangerous and feral Helltooth Dao taper, and on the other side, it was an ordinary Dao taper. Before the competition even began, the rest would have lost with their handicap. Felicitous Rain, what do you think of my request? It wouldn't be considered bullying the few disciples that you fancy, right? Sure, Changsheng said to Felicitous Rain Lord with a smile. Although Felicitous Rain Lord was the examiner that decided everything, the way that Sure Changsheng said it was something that no one could refuse. In fact, Felicitous Rain Lord did not plan on rejecting the proposal. He did not think much about the Helltooth Dao taper that Sure Changsheng had taken out. He said with an extremely calm voice, anything. Since Felicitous Rain doesn't have any problems with it, let us begin. Felicitous Rain Lord did not care too much about the tiny rules, but to Qi Zhuiyun and Tian Yahue, they felt humiliated. Before they even competed, they were already given a handicap. Beside Qi Zhuiyun, Shiping and Shifei had proud expressions. Why? You aren't happy about that? Fatty looked disdainfully at Qi Zhuiyun, Tian Yahue, and Yi Yun. His tone was clearly derisive as he said, if you aren't happy about it, you can also choose the Helltooth Dao taper. No one is stopping you. The only thing is that you might not have the guts to do so. He did not hide his words. In the silent Brocade Spring Court, it was easily heard by everyone. Everyone heard him. Let Qi Zhuiyun, Tian Yahue, and Yi Yun choose the Helltooth Dao taper? The Helltooth Dao taper was the Immortal Rain sect's. As a torture fey beast of the law enforcement court, it was equivalent to being crippled if one's Dao domain was devoured. Who would dare to attempt it? Furthermore, the Dao taper was something that was reared by the Immortal Rain sect. People from the Oracle Fey Kingdom had never attempted it before, so they naturally did not have much confidence. Qi Zhuiyun, what are you choosing? Scrawny asked in an aggressive manner. Seeing Scrawny's look of contempt and provocation, Qi Zhuiyun was enraged. He knew that it was clearly meant to goad him on. From a young age, Qi Zhuiyun had outstanding talent and he was more courageous than others. When did he ever admit defeat before a fight? Even before his defeat against Yi Yun, he had engaged in a glorious battle. But today, Shi Jueyan knew that if he chose the Helltooth Dao Taper, it was very likely for him to suffer a great loss. What would seem like a fearless act was just foolhardiness.
Those from the Immortal Rain sect would also mock him for easily falling for the trick with his simple mind.
If he really paid the bitter price and be mocked for being arrogant and overweening, it would eventually be him incurring ridicule on himself.
As the saying goes, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Shi Jueyan said with a heavy tone, "My choice doesn't need you to tell me." As Shi Jueyan said that, he stood in front of the Felicitous Rain Lord's Dao Taper. Using his actions to make his choice was a form of displayed weakness, but the Oracle Fey Kingdom King and the Imperial Patriarch heaved a sigh of relief as their faces gave signs of relief. People who could amount to something could not be foolhardy. Tolerating at times was also necessary.
Ha ha!
Seeing Shi Jueyan taking such a soft stance, Fatty and Scrawny found it boring.
They looked at Tianya Haoyue and Yi Yun, and with a teasing look, one of them said, "What about the two of you? Are you going to be a good-for-nothing like Shi Jueyan?" Chapter 981, Show Some Sincerity.
Seeing how Shi Ping and Shi Fei were making things difficult for Yi Yun and company, Shui Ningxuan slightly frowned. She had been following Felicitous Rain Lord for a very long time, so she was aware of the misgivings between Felicitous Rain Lord and the Immortal Rain sect. Therefore, she did not have a good impression of the Immortal Rain sect either.
Divine Lord, why did you agree to Old Man Changqing's suggestion? He clearly intends on using this opportunity to show off his Immortal Rain sect. Now, what you have done is completely adhered to his wishes. Shui Ningxuan sent a voice transmission to Felicitous Rain Lord. Felicitous Rain Lord chuckled and said, "What's the point of such ostentatious behavior? Even if he succeeds in showing off, so what? On the contrary, don't you think that Yi Yun's reaction towards this matter will be rather interesting? When a warrior roams the 12 Empyrean heavens, it is very easy for them to encounter tough problems if they lack a sufficient background. For example, how should one deal with the situation when a super faction targets you? Being an enemy of the faction will result in the faction seeking revenge on you. That would be overestimating one's strength. But if one constantly shows tolerance and exercises forbearance, it will result in the other party reaching out for a yard after taking an inch. Not only will one have to suffer in silence and result in an impasse in one's free thoughts, it would also make the other party think that you are weak and easily bullied. Eventually, you will end up being killed. How should one make a choice when facing two difficult alternative paths? This is also a skill in itself. Years ago, when I left the Immortal Rain sect and went out on my own, I had encountered countless situations such as this. I survived them one after another, and many of them were very close shaves. Today's choice of a Dao Taper might seem like a trivial matter, but from Yi Yun's response, one can see a lot of things. What do you think Yi Yun will choose? About that, Shui Ningxuan was slightly taken aback. She never expected that there were so many intricacies to the matter which Felicitous Rain Lord had thought of when he agreed to the matter. And Yi Yun's situation was truly a dilemma. If he chose the Helltooth Dao Taper and fell for the provocation of the Immortal Rain sect, he would be mocked as being silly. If he yielded, he would be looked down upon. When Shui Ningxuan placed herself in Yi Yun's shoes, she realized that there really wasn't any good choices. She could only swallow the insult silently. Yi Yun is not dumb. It's clearly a trap, so he will most likely yield. Shui Ningxuan said. Felicitous Rain Lord only laughed as he said, "Then let's see." I'm also curious about his response. Tianya Haoyue, are you done choosing? You are so slow like a woman. If you don't have the guts, quickly admit it. Scrawny said in a derisive manner. Humph. Tianya Haoyue grunted coldly, the Dao Taper is reared by your Immortal Rain sect to begin with. You are naturally familiar with it. Do you want to bait me into falling for it? Dream on. Tianya Haoyue bluntly said some strong words to keep up appearances before standing beside Shi Jueyan with a livid expression. Tianya Haoyue was arrogant,
but he was not foolish when it came to a matter that concerned his life.
Next, there was only Yi Yun left. Fatty had a teasing smile.
Yi Yun was the main star of the show. After trampling on Chi Jueyun and Tianya Haoyue, Fatty found it rather boring. However, Yi Yun was a bastard who had ruthlessly hurt them badly during the second assessment. He was the true target that they wanted to trample on.
Yi Yun, weren't you previously pretty awesome? I want to see what you will be choosing this time. It can't be that you lack the guts, right? Senior brother, what are you saying? Yi Yun's strength is extraordinary. How can he be like the cowardly turtles before him? Shi Ping and Shi Fei echoed each other with words filled with sarcasm. It made Chi Jueyun's killing intent boil. Shi Ping and Shi Fei turned a blind eye towards Chi Jueyun. They were only waiting for Yi Yun to put up a spectacle. They believed that they would see an angry and aggrieved look of having no choice but to concede on Yi Yun's face. However, they were disappointed. Yi Yun stroked his chin and instead, he looked at the duo with an equally teasing look. He had a smile on his face that looked somewhat sinister. It caused the duo to feel uncomfortable. Punk, what are you smiling for? Fatty said with a frown. Yi Yun's smile was like he was looking at a retard.
I'm laughing at two retards who think highly of themselves.
Just this bit of dispute over personal feelings can make you have an orgasm? Aren't the both of you from some reclusive sect? That's all you got? Yi Yun mocked relentlessly.
The duo's face sank as the thin Shi Ping said, "Punk, you are courting death." Shi Fei grunted coldly as he said disdainfully, "You are just trying to be stubborn by refusing to admit it. You just don't have the guts. You don't have any right to say that it's a dispute over personal feelings. Chi Jueyun and Tianya Haoyue may be cowards, but they at least dared to admit that they are cowards.
You don't even have the guts to do so. What a joke!" Fatty didn't want to be left speechless from Yi Yun's words, so he began to refute him. He too had extremely vicious words. However, he still did not see any aggrieved look on Yi Yun's face despite such a refute. Yi Yun's expression looked like he had everything under his control and it displeased Fatty greatly. You are getting so worked up just like this? Since you are so eager for me to choose, why don't you help me choose one?
No one expected Yi Yun to kick the ball back at the duo. He was letting Shi Ping and Shi Fei decide for him.
If the duo helped Yi Yun choose the Helltooth Dao Taper, it was equivalent to them admitting that they had intentions of harming Yi Yun. But so what? If Shi Fei and Shi Ping were to be really shameless and told Yi Yun to choose the Helltooth Dao Taper, what would Yi Yun do? In the Towering Trees Hall, Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi were both feeling nervous. If the Helltooth Dao Taper was chosen, Yi Yun would be facing a Dao Taper that he had never experienced before. It was extremely dangerous and Yi Yun's Dao domain did not appear to be extremely powerful. How would he deal with it? If anything untoward were to happen to Yi Yun, how were they going to answer to the Luo clan? As Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi were feeling worried, they heard Shi Fei said shamelessly, "Junior brother Yi Yun has outstanding talent. I'm very impressed with him. He will definitely be able to challenge the Helltooth Dao Taper. From my point of view, why don't you choose the Helltooth Dao Taper?" As he spoke, Shi Fei exchanged glances with Shi Ping. They understood each other's thoughts. The fool actually got us to choose for him. Do you think that we can't stand the shame to get you to choose the Helltooth Dao Taper? What naivety! You get me to choose a Helltooth Dao Taper, and I have to choose it? Who the hell are you? The both of you are retards without a doubt. If I had a son that begged me like that, I might have listened to him. Are the two of you my sons? I don't think I'll have a son as retarded as the two of you. Yi Yun mocked ruthlessly. When Shi Ping and Shi Fei heard him, their eyes burned with anger. They finally realized that Yi Yun had been taking them for fools. If not for the people watching, they would have charged up and fought Yi Yun in battle. This is the first time that I've seen a cowardly turtle behave in such a justified and confident manner. If you don't dare to choose, then don't choose it. Stop acting like some Machiavellian wolf. That's right. What's the point of saying so much bullshit? Get your ass beside Shi Zhuiyun. The assessment is going to begin soon. Stop wasting time over there. Yun did not mind Shi Ping and Shi Fei's invectives. He said, to me, there is nothing about daring to do something or not. It only has to do if I wish to do something or not. I do not want to be set up by others to do something. The both of you wanted me to choose the Helltooth Dao Taper, and I have to listen to the two of you after you goad me on with a few words? Why should I listen to you? If you want me to choose, sure. Show some sincerity. I previously said that if I had a son and if my son were to ask me to choose the Helltooth Dao Taper, I would naturally agree. Although the both of you are rather ugly, I would still reluctantly agree with the both of you if the both of you kneel down and kowtow thrice. Or maybe, the both of you can slap each other in the face 3 times. Each slap must be augmented with Yuan Qi. And the slap has to be loud enough. It has to be able to reach the Towering Trees Palace at the very least. Only then will I feel that you have shown sufficient sincerity. I will also agree to choose the Helltooth Dao Taper. When Yun said this, everyone present was stunned. No one expected Yun to make such a request. Shi Ping and Shi Fei had goaded him on, but Yun had taken them on in a composed manner. To get Shi Ping and Shi Fei to kneel down and kowtow or slap themselves in the face. That was something no one could have guessed. Upon seeing the situation, even Shui Ningxuang, who never showed her emotions, could not help but laugh with her mouth covered. That Yun is really interesting. To accept the arrangements of others was not courage but foolishness. By making a request, one had to pay the price. That was entirely fair and reasonable. Chapter 982, To Slap or Not to Slap. It's indeed very interesting. Yun's words have caught me by surprise as well. Felicitous Rain Lord said with a chuckle. How Yun resolved the dilemma was obviously ingenious in his eyes. However, there existed a problem. Was he betting that Shi Fei and Shi Ping would not dare to kneel down or slap each other in the face? What if they truly went for broke? Wouldn't Yun end up being irrevocably committed to his taunt? At that moment, everyone was looking at Shi Fei and Shi Ping. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Yun's request sounded excessive, but in fact, it wasn't. Getting Yun to choose the Helltooth Dao Taper was an act that risked his life. As for them, their kneeling or slapping was only considered a bit of humiliation to their dignity. Using a bit of humiliation in exchange for the crippling of Yun was a completely reasonable request. If they did not choose to do so, they could not blame Yun for being gutless. And if that happened, they would miss the best chance to cripple Yun. After all, once Yun became Felicitous Rainlord's disciple in the future and be greatly appreciated by Felicitous Rainlord, it would no longer be easy for them to touch Yun. However, to kneel down and kowtow under the eyes of so many people? Or to slap each other in the face? Furthermore, the slaps had to be loud? How could they lift their heads in the future after experiencing that? How different would they be from retards? Shi Ping and Shi Fei did not want to agree to Yun's request. They could not stand the humiliation under the watchful gazes of everyone. But at that moment, Old Man Changxing's Yuan Qi voice transmission rang in Shi Fei and Shi Ping's ears. This is a very good opportunity. Yun's response might seem ingenious, but it's actually him digging his own grave. As long as you make a tiny sacrifice, he would no longer have any room for retreat. Don't forget the mission the sect gave to you. If you really succeed, your future will be limitless. Do you want to give that up because of a tiny sacrifice? About that, Grandmaster Uncle, but we. Shi Fei's fat face was all scrunched up. He felt extremely aggrieved. How could he do it? As for Yun,
he was beaming at Shi Ping and Shi Fei. "Why don't you have the courage to kneel down or slap each other? How dare you goad me on with that bit of guts of yours? I'm not even afraid of a hell-toothed Dao taper that leads to unknown outcomes with my life on the line, but you don't even have the guts to do such a trivial matter. From the looks of it, other than knowing how to shoot your mouth, there is nothing else you are good at." Yi Yun's mockery hit the nail on the head. Shi Ping and Shi Fei's faces immediately turned red. In the Towering Trees Hall, there were members of the younger generation of the Alliance that had begun laughing out loudly. "Ha ha ha. Those two retards were so arrogant when they were goading people on. Their arrogance almost gave them wings to fly into the sky. Now, they are shrinking back so cowardly after being goaded on. They can't even pay that tiny bit of price, but they want someone else to face a life and death challenge? That's right. If they were not Immortal Rain's sect disciples, and if they were in Yi Yun's shoes, they would probably be pissing themselves if they had to face the Helltooth Dao Taper. They sure sounded almighty when they were mocking others, but when it was their turn, they turned terrified." The repressed Shi Ping and Shi Fei's anger nearly exploded when they heard the mockery from the crowd and when they saw Yi Yun's retard-watching gaze. Was Yi Yun sick of living? They had previously learned that Yi Yun had yet to gain insights into a Dao domain a year ago. After a year, how strong could his Dao domain be? Against the Helltooth Dao Taper, it would be nothing. They originally believed that Yi Yun was actually afraid that they would go for broke, but they never expected Yi Yun to deliberately provoke them. He was playing with fire. With the mission delegated to them by the sect and with Yi Yun's courting of death, they would accede to his wishes. Let's risk it. Shi Fei clenched his teeth and like a sudden clap of thunder which left no time for one to cover one's ears, he faced the scrawny Shi Ping standing beside him and began. Pa! 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 His fat palm gave Shi Ping 3 consecutive slaps, with each louder than the other. The crisp sound of the slapping echoed in Brocade Spring Court. Shi Ping failed to react in time and was left startled by Shi Fei's 3 consecutive tight slaps. There was silence. The both sides of Shi Ping's face had been smacked red. It had a burning sensation, and by the time Shi Ping snapped out of it, he looked at fatty Shi Fei in disbelief. Senior brother, you. What? The fat-faced Shi Fei stared at him with squinted eyes. No, nothing. Shi Ping could do nothing about it, but he could not tolerate what had happened to him. With nowhere to vent his anger, he fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and suddenly swung his palm and smacked Shi Fei 3 times. The 3 slaps were returned. As Shi Fei's fat face was filled with blood vessels, it immediately turned blue-black. The 6 slaps were delivered. Immediately, the duo's face looked like it was a dye shop. In addition with their ugly expressions, it looked as though their faces had been grubbed by 100 pigs. That scene left everyone astounded. And the scene had been projected through the projection array. Outside Brocade Spring Court, there were millions of people that were unqualified to enter Brocade Spring Court, but they had managed to see such an amazing scene. They obviously knew of the duo's identity. They were genius disciples from a reclusive sect, the Immortal Rain sect. Yet, they had to slap each other in the faces because of Yi Yun. It was too surprising. Holy shit, that sure is some explosive stuff. It's really big news. The projection images can be stored. In a few days, it will probably proliferate throughout the alliance of the 6 countries. Everyone will be able to see Fatty and Scrawny's magnificence. After a short moment of shock, everyone began discussing excitedly. The alliance was feeling repressed by the sudden appearance of the Immortal Rain sect. But now, they felt elated and relieved seeing the duo shame themselves because of Yi Yun. However, there were many people who were worried for Yi Yun. Yi Yun's Dao domain was unlikely to be anything much, so how was he to clear the assessment? Yi Yun was now looking all high and mighty, but he would be facing the Helltooth Dao Taper after that. If he was not careful, he would have to pay a terrible price. Your request has been fulfilled.
carry out your promise. Let's see how you can shrink away again.
Shifei and Shiping said angrily to Yi Yun.
With a tut, Yi Yun said, "So nice of the both of you to hit each other so ruthlessly." Upon hearing Yi Yun's mockery, Shifei and Shiping's faces stiffened. Cut the crap! Yi Yun shook his head and slowly walked in front of the Helltooth Dao Taper. Yi Yun looked up at the Helltooth Dao Taper. It was like a specter that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It spiraled in midair and had a terrifying aura. It was something even the people outside Brocade Spring Court could feel through the projection array. At that moment, Old Man Changsheng said to Felicitous Rain Lord. "Felicitous Rain, Yi Yun has already agreed to this matter. You probably wouldn't intervene and help Yi Yun while disregarding your status, right?" Felicitous Rain Lord frowned slightly, but he did not say a word. Instead, Yi Yun was the first person to speak. He said loud and clear, "The assessment is obviously a matter for us younger warriors. Out of fairness, Senior Felicitous Rain shouldn't intervene as well. However, I want to withstand the Helltooth Dao Tapers devouring together with Shiping and Shifei. The devouring should happen in sequence, and when the outcome is obvious, it has to be stopped." With Felicitous Rain Lord around, Yi Yun believed that the old man would not directly kill him. And as long as the old man did not deliberately do something, Yi Yun was unafraid of anything if Shiping and Shifei were experiencing the same conditions. Chapter 983, Dao Taper Seal. Upon hearing Yi Yun, everyone was secretly horrified. Yi Yun was that confident? A Dao Taper was a fey beast reared by the Immortal Rain sect. Many of them had never even seen one. To risk one's life to face such a strange fey beast despite having never encountered one before was something no member of the young generation present had the courage to do so. "Yi Yun, have you thought it through?" Felicitous Rain Lord asked Yi Yun. Yi Yun said with clasped hands, "Yes, Divine Lord." Felicitous Rain Lord looked carefully at Yi Yun. He was astonished at Yi Yun's extremely calm demeanor. However, Felicitous Rain Lord believed that for Yi Yun to be able to gradually reach his present state from a minor character who had no background, he definitely would not do something foolhardy that would end up killing him. "In that case, all right." Felicitous Rain Lord slowly stood up and said, "There are seals inside the Dao Taper. As the seals are released one by one, the Dao Taper will release a stronger devouring force. When this force is afflicted on you, it would cause the Dao imprints and Dao runes in your bodies to collapse before sucking the Dao away. The method to resist the devouring force is to let your Dao form a perfect system. When your Dao merges with your body as it slowly achieves perfection, your Dao domain would become more powerful. Then, the collapse would become more unlikely, causing the Dao Taper to fail at sucking the Dao you have comprehended away." Felicitous Rain Lord explained patiently. The explanation was mainly for Yi Yun and Qi Zhueyun. By knowing how to resist the Dao Taper, it would prevent them from being thrown into a panic at the beginning. "The Dao Taper I rear is named Xiao. I will release Xiao's first seal so that you can slowly experience it." As Felicitous Rain Lord spoke, he conjured a rune that spread out like water ripples before it entered the Dao Taper's shadow. The Dao Taper jolted suddenly as a dangerous aura emanated from it. Even though the Dao Taper was reared by Felicitous Rain Lord, it possessed an aura with ice-cold killing intent. Immediately, Qi Zhueyun and Tianya Haoyue felt their hearts shudder. They could sense a devouring force acting on their entire being. This feeling was one they had never experienced in their lives. It felt like all the blood in their bodies was being tugged as though it would burst out of their bodies. Qi Zhueyun wanted to activate his Dao domain, but after carefully perceiving his situation for a moment, he realized he could withstand it. The Dao Taper's aura is gradually becoming stronger, but it hasn't exceeded the limits of which I can bear. Qi Zhueyun discovered this point. He looked towards Felicitous Rain Lord in the Towering Trees Hall and immediately understood something. Felicitous Rain Lord was only allowing them to adjust to the assessment. He had deliberately released the first seal of Dao Taper's many seals.
He wanted them to understand what it felt like when the Tao Taper was devouring their Tao so that they would not be left in a panic.
Yi Yun had a similar thought.
The devouring force was gradually increasing in intensity. He could release his perception to experience it and at the same time observe Qi Zhuoyun's reaction. Getting some experience from Qi Zhuoyun's resistance of the Tao Taper would allow him to withstand the Tao Taper with ease and verve.
Grandmaster Uncle, let us begin as well. Upon realizing what was happening, Shifei told old man Changsheng in an anxious manner.
Felicitous Rain Lord was letting Yi Yun familiarize himself with the Tao Taper, and it was obvious to Shi Ping and Shifei. Even though they refused to believe that Yi Yun was able to comprehend a powerful Tao domain in the span of a short year, they absolutely refused to give Yi Yun any chance of improving his likelihood for success. After all, to make Yi Yun face the extremely dangerous Helltooth Tao Taper, they had paid the cost of slapping each other in the face. They had done so publicly, with projection images shown to millions of people outside. They needed to absolutely ensure that Yi Yun would pay a worse price than the heavy price they paid.
Shi Changsheng glanced at Yi Yun and sneered. How can I give you the chance to gain experience with the Tao Taper's devouring force?
You were given a chance to withdraw, but not only did you not withdraw, you even went further to ridicule my immortal Rain sect.
Today, you shall pay a tragic price. Helltooth Tao Taper, 3 seals, release.
Shi Changsheng immediately released the 3 seals. Instantly, it was as though all hell had broken loose. The crimson Helltooth Tao Taper bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it covered the entire sky. Even the warriors outside Brocade Spring Court could see the Tao Taper without needing to use the projection array. A shudder ran through the spines of the warriors. They were not the targets of the Tao Taper's act of devouring, but they still felt their bodies turn cold.
As for Yi Yun, it was unknown if he could withstand the Helltooth Tao Taper. That old bastard is too vicious. He actually directly released 3 seals. Those 2 Immortal Rain sect disciples are familiar with Tao Tapers. But Yi Yun did not even know what a Tao Taper was before this. He is being a bully. Many warriors found the circumstances unfair to Yi Yun.
By doing so, the Immortal Rain sect was completely targeting Yi Yun and making things difficult for him.
There were others who were gloating at Yi Yun's misfortune. Song Wuchen was overjoyed.
Yi Yun got the Immortal Rain sect disciples to slap each other in the face, and they have already done it. Now, it's only fair for him to face the threat of the Helltooth Tao Taper. It was all his choice. He had eased his heart by shooting his mouth, but I wonder how he will now deal with the situation? Shi Ping and Shifei immediately released their Tao domains when they faced the terrifying devouring power of the Helltooth Tao Taper. They had faced the Helltooth Tao Taper several times in the past, so they were extremely familiar with it. In their Tao domains, they stood like stable boulders. The Helltooth Tao Taper was constantly attempting to devour their Tao domains, but their Tao domains were unassailable as their 2 Tao domains merged into one. They looked at Yi Yun. In front of the Helltooth Tao Taper with 3 of its seals removed, how long could Yi Yun last? Yi Yun could sense a horrifying suction force coming from the Helltooth Tao Taper that acted on him. It made Yi Yun feel like everything in his body was bursting out of his body. What the Tao Taper targeted may be the Tao inside his body, but when the suction power landed on him, it felt as though his soul would be sucked away as well. Yi Yun felt that the world he was facing was filled up by the Helltooth Tao Taper, and he was standing in front of a gaping mouth. The nomological fragments that he was not controlling would be sucked away. Just a moment ago, Felicitous Rain Lord had said to form one's Tao domain into a system so that one could withstand the devouring force. Although it sounded simple, it was the same as comprehending a Tao domain. It needed repeated attempts and a sequential progress. But Yi Yun was immediately facing the Helltooth Tao Taper, which had 3 seals released. He did not have any chance of slowly familiarizing himself with the situation. The moment the Helltooth Tao Taper's seals were removed, he was engulfed immediately. Yi Yun had never shown his Tao domain before.
Some people even suspected that he had yet to comprehend the Tao domain after a year. While under the influence of the Helltooth Tao Taper's devouring force, Yun clenched his teeth. Slowly, an ice-cold aura that seemed to come from a deep abyss began emanating from his body. The aura was very strange and it suffused a gray light. It did not appear obvious, but it managed to block the devouring power. What is that gray halo? Is that Yun's Tao domain? Tao domain? That doesn't seem like one? Chapter 984, Tao Domain of Rain. People watched the gray halo suffusing from Yun with curious amazement. A Tao domain was produced when a warrior's comprehension of a Tao reached a certain standard. When their laws were able to form a small world, a tiny space surrounding their bodies would separate itself from the greater world, forming a Tao domain. As for Yun's gray halo, it apparently did not seem to be forming a world of its own. It was completely different to the common impression that everyone had of Tao domains. But very strangely, the gray halo was able to withstand the Helltooth Tao Taper's devouring force. What Tao is that? Shi Fei was surprised. He could not help but sneer as he said, "It doesn't matter what Tao it is. It's only the appetizer. Be prepared to become a cripple." Shi Ping and Shi Fei's auras were increasing in intensity. A domain with misty rain immediately appeared around them. Tao Domain of Rain. In the Tao Domain of Rain, every drop of rainwater was the condensation of Tao. The water droplets were produced by their bodies before it returned to their bodies. It was a water cycle that repeated itself. The Helltooth Tao Taper's devouring force was unending, but it was unable to crack the cycle. The power of the rainwater was perpetual. People could see that Shi Ping and Shi Fei's surroundings had seemed to merge into a greater whole, forming a rainy world. Upon seeing this scene, old man Changsheng nodded his head in appreciation. Felicitous Rain, what do you think of Shi Fei and Shi Ping's comprehension of immortal rain Tao? The Tao Domain of Rain was one of the core inheritances of the reclusive immortal rain sect. The rain here was not in the ordinary sense of the word, it was heavenly Tao immortal rain. Every drop was like ambrosia condensed from the essence of the world. The Tao Domain of Rain had the ability to constantly renew itself, and its unique trait of being a complete ecosystem made it best at withstanding the devouring force. Felicitous Rain Lord did not make comment. All of his attention was on Yun, or to be precise, the gray halo around Yun. What is that gray halo? Felicitous Rain Lord's eyebrows jumped slightly. The gray halo gave him a strange feeling. And at that moment, Shi Changsheng's cold voice sounded, "Helltooth Tao Taper, 4th Seal, release." The 4th Seal. It was said that the Helltooth Tao Taper's devouring force could devour mountains and seas when the 4th Seal was released. Even the surrounding air was resonating like it would be torn apart at any time. That is the 4th stage? On Qi Zhuiyun and Tianya Haoyue's side, they were still withstanding the devouring force of the released 2nd Seal. Yet, Yun was already beginning to experience the 4th Seal. The difference was just too great. Furthermore, Qi Zhuiyun and Tianya Haoyue were facing an ordinary Tao Taper, while Yun was facing a Helltooth Tao Taper. Let's see how long you can last. Shi Ping and Shi Fei were not finding it easy when the 4th Seal was released either. They were using the Tao Domain of Rain to prop themselves up. As for Yun, how was he going to withstand the devouring force with that baffling gray halo? Xie. The devouring force maniacally crunched the gray halo around Yun. It was like the gray halo was being shredded. Yun, who was experiencing this, could see Shi Ping and Shi Fei's teasing smiles, as well as the cold and belittling gaze from the star-picking court above him. At that moment, his expression was extremely livid. Want me to die? Killing intent flashed in Yun's eyes. For the past year, he had been gaining insights into the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, which touched upon the major Tao of destruction. Legend said that when the universe experiences its final and biggest annihilation, it would experience the supreme laws of destruction.
And in this universe, there was nothing that could remain everlasting. Be it life, the celestial bodies, the boundless worlds, and the be-all and end-all of everything, they would all be destroyed. If chaos was the beginning of Tao, then final destruction was the end of Tao. On the day of the final destruction, even Tao itself would be annihilated. Even for Yi Yun, he had only managed to comprehend an inkling of such a mystical great Tao of supremacy. With that bit of major Tao of destruction, it was extremely demanding on Yi Yun to produce a major destruction Tao domain. Furthermore, it would expend a great deal of his energy and stamina. At the moment that the major Tao of destruction was released, whatever devouring force he experienced would be like a gentle breeze to Yi Yun. It would not pose any threats. But most important of all, Yi Yun's major destruction Tao domain could last less than 30 seconds. The assessment was a test to see how long a warrior was able to endure the devouring force and not the strength of the Tao domain. With less than 30 seconds, he would be exhausted upon using it after 30 seconds. And when that happened, Yi Yun would no longer be able to withstand the Helltooth Tao Taper's devouring force when he lost the protection of the Tao domain. At that moment, the devouring force was increasing in intensity, like a storm had befallen the area around him. Yi Yun was experiencing the storm, and the gray halo around him appeared ephemeral. It was like a tiny boat in a tumultuous storm. Although the gray halo was not eye-catching, everyone knew how terrifying the devouring force that Yi Yun was experiencing was. It was obvious when comparing his situation with the assessment with the ordinary Tao Taper. At that moment, the ordinary Tao Taper had just had its third seal released. The powerful devouring force was something that Tianya Haoyue could no longer withstand. As for Qi Zhuoyun, he had activated his Shura Tao domain's celestial demon form. He was going all out. Although there was a stirring sea of blood in front of Qi Zhuoyun with ghastly wails coming from it, it was gradually being consumed by the devouring force. Everyone knew that Qi Zhuoyun was famous for his powerful Tao domain. But even so, he was already at his limit when facing an ordinary Tao Taper that had 3 of its seals released. How horrifying would it be when the 4th seal of the Helltooth Tao Taper was released? It was completely unimaginable. Yi Yun still can withstand it. Amazing. What is that gray halo around him? Doesn't he cultivate in pure Yan laws? That does not look anything like a pure Yang Tao domain. People were in a flurry of discussion. And at that moment, the Helltooth Tao Taper's devouring force was at its 4th stage and it had reached its limit. The terrifying Tao Taper's mouth appeared like it was about to completely swallow Yi Yun. Yi Yun felt like his lifeblood was about to be drained. He had used destruction laws to withstand the devouring force, but it was not a Tao domain after all. There was a limit to its effects, so he knew that he was quickly reaching his limit. Punk, your Tao domain is already being pressed against the surface of your body, and yet you haven't died? Not far beside Yi Yun, Shifei's fat body was trembling, like he was about to be swept away by a storm. You are just lingering on with your last breath. I don't believe that you can last till the moment when the 5th seal is released. As Shifei spoke, he exchanged glances with Shi Ping. They moved closer together as the Tao domains of rain around them began to slowly merge. The 2 rainy domains had merged together. As the rain underwent an exchange, the Tao domain of rain became more expansive. The vast screen of rain withstood the devouring force that came falling from the sky as it protected Shifei and Shi Ping. However, such a scene caused people from the 6-country alliance to curse at them. The 2 of them are joining forces? They have no shame. Did they join forces to withstand the devouring force? What sort of ability is that? Chapter 985, Assimilation of Everything. Isn't joining forces to withstand the Helltooth Tao Taper's devouring force a violation of the rules? Someone raised an objection. However, in the Towering Trees Hall, Felicitas Rain Lord did not make any comments. Instead, Song Wuchen was the one who spoke up. He said, the 2 of them aren't considered to be joining forces. They are withstanding the same devouring force. The two of them would be withstanding twice the devouring force, so working together will not reduce the difficulty.
However, the unique ability of Tao Domain of Rain is fusion. When the Tao domains fuse, the resulting Tao domain's power will be stronger.
In the Immortal Rain sect, the fusion of Tao domains was a battle strategy in itself. Some Immortal Rain sect disciples, who were proficient in combined attacks, might not be a match for an opponent in a one-on-one situation. But if they joined forces in a similar 2 versus 2 situation, they would have an advantage. And when in a 3 versus 3 situation, they could have an overwhelming victory. When Immortal Rain sect disciples ventured outside of the sect, such as exploring mystic realms, they would frequently take on the support role in the team. An excellent Immortal Rain sect disciple could even use his Tao to fuse with the other non-Immortal Rain sect warriors. By doing so, their combat strength would be more than simply the two of them combined. Although Immortal Rain sect disciples were proficient at support, it did not mean that their combat strength was weak. The most powerful cornerstone array of the Immortal Rain sect was the Rain of Annihilation. It was a strike with more than 10,000 Immortal Rain sect disciples combining their Tao domains together. At the moment it was struck out, Rain of Annihilation would fall from the sky. Every drop of rain was condensed from Tao. It was extremely terrifying. Felicitous Rain Lord was from the Immortal Rain sect after all. He too taught his disciples the Tao of Rain fusion. So the appearance of such a situation in the assessment naturally wasn't considered to be a violation of the rules. That was the ability of the Tao domain of Rain. After their Tao domains fused, Shi Ping and Shi Fei's strength increased multifold. The two of them had grown up together, so they had long been able to team up perfectly. Old man Changxing naturally wouldn't give up on that opportunity. Seeing the two of them ready, he once again released another seal, the 5th seal. At the moment that the seal was released, the devouring force flooded over at a greater intensity. The Helltooth Tao Taper was like a beast that had been uncaged. It directly pounced at Yun, Shi Ping, and Shi Fei. What? Many people were given a shock when they saw this scene. Previously, no matter how many seals were released, the Helltooth Tao Taper would be hovering mid-air, using its devouring laws from afar. But now, it had directly pounced at the assessees. Then, wouldn't Yun be devoured into the Helltooth Tao Taper's body? At that very instant, no one could think too deeply about the matter. They saw a viscous darkness enshroud the square in Brocade Spring Court. Yun, Shi Fei, and Shi Ping were fully immersed in darkness as they vanished. Everyone stared with widened eyes. In the Towering Trees Hall, sweat began oozing out of Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi's foreheads. They had no way to predict what would happen next. Once Yun's Tao was devoured, his martial path would be destroyed. It wasn't easy for the Luo clan to find a genius that could influence what providence would bring them. If he was destroyed under their watch, they would truly become sinners of the Luo clan. Especially now, when the Luo clan was still living under the threat of the Fei Phantasm sect. Just as Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi were feeling extremely worried, rain began to pour down from the sky. That was the ability of the Tao domain of rain. Shi Ping and Shi Fei's figures gradually appeared from the darkness. By their combined forces, their fused Tao domain of rain allowed them to forcefully withstand the Helltooth Tao Taper, which had its 5th seal released. The Helltooth Tao Taper's devouring force was extremely potent. Even the Tao domain of rain that they produced in a combined effort was compressed into a tiny space. Shi Ping and Shi Fei were barely persisting on in that tiny space. What about Yun? Elder Duanmu and company widened their eyes as they attempted to search for him. The spectating warriors also began to search for Yun's figure in the darkness. However, they could not find Yun no matter what. What happened? Elder Duanmu directly stood up from his seat and asked Shi Changsheng. Old man Changsheng grunted coldly. Elder Duanmu was only a warrior at the Tao Palace realm, one that he did not think anything of. Who are you? How preposterous of you to act so impolite in front of me.
I am the one who was presiding over the assessment of the Helltooth Dao Taper.
It was something that Yi Yun and Felicitas Rain agreed upon too.
You have no say on the matter.
Old man Changsheng said coldly.
Elder Duanmu's voice faltered as he was unable to make any retort.
Compared to old man Changsheng, he was too inferior, be it status or strength. He could only endure the anger in his heart as he tried his best to speak in a calm manner. Senior Changsheng, I only want to know where Yi Yun is.
Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi were feeling extremely worried after not being able to see Yi Yun's figure. Their perception could not enter the world of darkness formed by the Helltooth Dao Taper, so they could only ask Shi Changsheng. Old man Changsheng said with a sneer, Isn't that obvious? Haven't you seen Yi Yun disappear? That's obviously because he has entered the Dao Taper's body. In other words, he has been devoured by the Helltooth Dao Taper. What? Upon hearing old man Changsheng's words, Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi felt an angry jolt pass through their hearts. He had been devoured.
Old man Changsheng, who was the mastermind behind all of this, had a teasing smile on his face. Elder Duanmu wished that he could just charge up and fight the old man with his life.
What are the two of you worrying about? Don't worry, that punk isn't dead yet. He's not bad either.
He is still able to withstand the fifth stage's devouring force for a short period of time. Shi Changsheng said with a laugh. He refused to believe that Yi Yun could still persist on. And even if he could, the sixth stage was awaiting him. Shi Ping and Shi Fei still had their final tricks up their sleeves.
They could temporarily withstand the Helltooth Dao Taper's sixth stage for a second or two.
Without that bit of ability, how could they have been willing to slap each other in the face so they could force Yi Yun to face the Helltooth Dao Taper? Regardless of the case, Yi Yun was bound to be crippled.
Felicitas Rain, you wouldn't go so far as to stop the assessment, right?
Old man Changsheng looked at Felicitas Rainlord and asked.
Felicitas Rainlord gave him a glance and said, Whatever I do or not do is not up to you. Ha ha.
Old man Changsheng stroked his beard. Felicitas Rainlord turned his gaze towards the Helltooth Dao Taper. The situation was somewhat abnormal. He realized that Yi Yun's limit was much higher than he had originally predicted. Felicitas Rainlord believed that Yi Yun would be pushed to the brink when the fourth seal was released, but now, Yi Yun was still able to persist on despite the release of the fifth seal? Yi Yun seemed to be a person who became stronger when facing the strong. Upon knowing that Yi Yun had been devoured, Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi, who could not see the situation inside the world of darkness, were sweating profusely. As for the other people from the Six-Country Alliance, they too found it ominous.
Could Yi Yun be destroyed by the Helltooth Dao Taper? And in the envelopment of the Helltooth Dao Taper, Shi Ping and Shi Fei were most aware of their surroundings.
They too were searching for Yi Yun's whereabouts. Soon, they were certain that Yi Yun had disappeared. Yi Yun has already been devoured. Other than that, there was no other possibility. Shi Ping and Shi Fei revealed looks of excitement.
That Yi Yun is doomed.
He is considered pretty good, but compared to senior brother and me, he's nothing. However, they did not find the outcome surprising. Under the devouring force at the fifth stage, the two of them could not last that long, even with their forces combined, much less Yi Yun, whose Dao domain was not stronger than theirs.
Yi Yun has been devoured.
The Helltooth Dao Taper can be sealed again,
Shi Fei said.
They also found it extremely taxing to withstand the devouring force. Shi Ping put his hand out and waved, hoping to give old man Changsheng a signal. And at that moment, the Helltooth Dao Taper's devouring force came to a standstill. It looks like Grandmaster Uncle already knows, said Shi Ping. At the moment that the devouring force came to a standstill, the pressure that they felt was immediately lessened.
Following that, once the Helltooth Dao Taper was sealed again, they could deactivate their Dao domains.
However, at that moment, they saw a gray vortex appear in the middle of the Helltooth Dao Taper. The vortex was only a size of a pin at the beginning, but very quickly, it began to spin rapidly. In a blink of an eye, it replaced the Helltooth Dao taper and swirled at Shi Ping and Shi Fei in an inundating manner. What is that? Could it be that the sixth seal has been released? What is that immortal rain sect thinking? Yi Yun has already been devoured. It's no longer an assessment if they release the sixth seal. They clearly want Yi Yun dead. How despicable. Is Senior Felicitas Rain not going to stop this? On one hand, there was the assessment, but if they deliberately increased the difficulty when Yi Yun appeared like he could not withstand it, that was intentional murder. The people from the Six-Country Alliance began hurling invectives. But at that moment, they realized that Felicitas Rainlord had not moved. He did not stop any of it, while Shi Changsheng, who was beside him, had an ugly expression on his face. The sixth seal? He did not open it at all. In a blink of an eye, the gray vortex in the Helltooth Dao taper had rapidly expanded. Boom! It directly turned into a gray tornado that swept around wantonly. The rain in the sky was devoured by the tornado, wrenching them into mist. It was unexpected when the twisted rain became a part of the gray tornado. Upon seeing that scene, Shi Changsheng, who was sitting leisurely in his seat, stood up suddenly. What was that? His cultivation level was deep and profound. He held control of the Helltooth Dao taper as well, so he knew everything that was happening inside the world of darkness. He could clearly see that the gray vortex was using an unbelievable power to destroy all laws and heaven-earth yuan qi around it. And the laws in heaven-earth yuan qi that were being destroyed would be instantly assimilated by the gray tornado, before becoming a part of the terrifying destructive power. It caused the tornado vortex to expand rapidly like an explosion. That tornado! In his long life, this was the first time that Shi Changsheng saw such a terrifying law. It was like the world was covered in flammable oil and dry wood, while the black tornado was like a fire starter. It lit up the world, causing everything in the world to become a destructive inferno. The spreading happened like it was unstoppable. It even made Shi Changsheng feel a sense of foreboding. What if the inferno continued spreading? If it could assimilate everything around it, to make them one of its constituents, it would only become more and more powerful. The stronger the assimilation power, the more likely it would eventually assimilate the world, and turn the world into a ruin. Shi Changsheng was not only the one who was astonished. Even Felicitas Rainlord felt alarmed. As a divine lord of the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, he was very well learned, but this strange law was able to surprise Felicitas Rainlord. He thought of anything Shi Changsheng could think of as well. But be it Felicitas Rainlord or Shi Changsheng, none of them dared to think that the power of destruction could really spread through thousands of worlds, or even the 12 Empyrean heavens, much less a single world. It would destroy everything. That was the major destruction laws that could end the universe, which number 12 Empyrean heavens warrior had been able to comprehend. Of course, with Yi Yun's cultivation level, it was impossible to produce a destructive power that could devour all of the 12 Empyrean heavens. It was already sufficient to destroy whatever that was around him. The rain in the sky has been devoured. Even the clouds are gone. In the towering trees hall, a warrior from the younger generation exclaimed. At that moment, in the world of darkness, not only was the Helltooth Dao taper's power being assimilated by the destructive force, even Shi Ping and Shi Fei's Dao domain of rain was being assimilated by the destructive power. Author's note: this chapter is considered slightly longer. Been writing a bit slowly recently. Sorry. Chapter 986, Price. Shi Fei and Shi Ping were already struggling when the fifth seal was released. With the sudden intrusion of the destructive power, the Dao domain of rain that they conjured through their combined forces was like paper being consumed by flames. It shattered immediately. In front of the powers of major destruction, be it the fusion of rain or the perpetuity of the water cycle, it all became meaningless. They were destroyed. What's going on? Shi Fei and Shi Ping watched helplessly as the gray vortex tore through the layers of the rain before their faces changed drastically. They were in the confines of the Helltooth Dao Taper's devouring force, and once their Dao domain was destroyed, the outcome would be obvious.
What is Grandmaster Uncle doing? This doesn't feel like it's the release of the sixth seal. Shi Fei's rotund face was trembling.
Under the force of destruction, he had an extremely powerless feeling.
He felt like he was a tiny boat in a storm and the boat was going to capsize at any moment. He was still not sure what the gray vortex was as he shot a playful look at Old Man Changsheng. The scene of their Dao domain being rapidly devoured while they waited for death filled him with despair. Old Man Changsheng finally could not sit still. How could he ignore the disciples he led, especially when they were in a dangerous situation? He produced a few seals with his hands. As Heaven Earth Yuan Qi gathered, it formed water droplets. He was about to take action to save Shi Ping and Shi Fei, but at that moment,
Pa!
With an explosion, the water droplets in Shi Changsheng's hand had dispersed into a mist.
Ha! Shi Changsheng turned his head towards Felicitous Rain Lord in astonishment. The only person who could easily dissolve his laws of rain was Felicitous Rain Lord.
Felicitous Rain, what are you doing?
Old Man Changsheng asked with a frown. Shi Ping and Shi Fei were his immortal rain sect's genius disciples. In this world, every action has a cost, said Felicitous Rain Lord in a casual manner. Back when they bet on the life of another, their lives were also placed on the betting table.
If they did not come to such a realization, how are they to continue down the path of martial arts?
There was a coldness in Felicitous Rain Lord's casual tone. Previously, Old Man Changsheng was afraid that he would interfere and he had not done a single thing.
Now, Old Man Changsheng wanted to interfere himself? Felicitous Rain Lord obviously wouldn't agree to that.
Felicitous Rain Lord stared at Shi Changsheng with a cold look. It gave Shi Changsheng a chill that reached his heart.
He knew about Felicitous Rain Lord's immense power.
Ignoring the fact that Shi Changsheng's strength was slowly deteriorating, even when he was at his peak, he was no match for Felicitous Rain Lord at all.
Shi Changsheng made another seal with his hands, but no new raindrops were condensed again. But how could time wait for Shi Changsheng?
At that moment, Shi Changsheng hesitated.
Boom!
In the shroud of the Helltooth Dao Taper's devouring force, the sound of an explosion echoed throughout the court.
Shi Changsheng looked over and he saw that the Helltooth Dao Taper's world of darkness had been filled completely by the gray vortex. The Helltooth Dao Taper's world of darkness gave people an irresistible feeling due to the way it seemed to devour everything. But this world was being gradually assimilated by the gray vortex. Even the world of darkness was unable to withstand the gray vortex, so how could the Dao domain of rain, that was barely struggling, be able to withstand it?
Shi Ping and Shi Fei were anxiously waiting for Old Man Changsheng to rescue them, but what came for them in their despair was the overwhelming gray vortex. They powered their Dao domain with all their strength as they released all of their Yuan Qi, but nothing could amount to anything when placed in front of the Dao of major destruction.
Grandmaster Uncle, save us!
At the instant that the Dao domain of rain shattered, Shi Ping and Shi Fei's faces twisted in horror.
No!
The Dao domain that they struggled to power did not seem to cause a single stir in front of the gray vortex that seemed to be annihilating everything in its path.
When that loud explosion sounded, their Dao domains had shattered like a chicken's egg.
The hundreds of thousands of warriors outside Brocade Spring Court witnessed the scene with their own eyes. The two Immortal Rain Sect disciples' Dao domain had collapsed at the instant that the gray vortex touched down on it, and it expelled them forcefully. There was no way that they could put up any resistance.
Even the Helltooth Dao Taper was struggling and twisting in the gray vortex.
The formerly formidable Helltooth Dao Taper began to let out painful roars as the gray vortex devoured and ripped it. Its world of darkness vanished and even a small part of its body had been torn off.
The overwhelming gray vortex swirls raged wantonly above Brocade Spring Court before it gradually shrank. It returned to a tiny vortex before it disappeared. Only then did everyone jolt awake from the extended silence.
A cold wind blew everywhere as several warriors were shocked to find themselves drenched in cold sweat.
That Dao domain was truly terrifying.
And at that moment, a figure appeared in place of where the gray vortex had disappeared.
Yi Yun. Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi agitatedly stood up. Yi Yun was standing mid-air.
His face was somewhat pale, but his aura still had a hint of destruction to it. Through the projection array, the warriors from the Six-Country Alliance were watching that figure mid-air. They remained silent for a long period of time.
Was that destructive storm produced by Yi Yun? Was that a Dao domain? No one could believe it. That destructive storm was completely different to a normal Dao domain.
Just a year ago, Yi Yun did not have his own Dao domain. Now, the gray vortex that he conjured was 100 times more terrifying than a typical Dao domain. Not only did it withstand the Helltooth Dao Taper's devouring force, it was able to collapse Shi Ping and Shi Fei's Dao domain of rain.
What sort of horrifying law was that? Yi Yun had such a huge improvement in a year's time? Just recalling the gray storms sweeping through of everything left their hearts palpitating.
They only witnessed it with their eyes, but they still could not calm themselves. And within Brocade Spring Court, Yi Yun was standing mid-air with his eyes closed. The Yuan Qi in his body was almost completely drained.
Yi Yun.
Just as Elder Duanmu was about to take action, he heard Felicitous Rain Lord say, "He is contemplating the battle that he has just undergone. There is no need to disturb him." Elder Duanmu glanced at Felicitous Rain Lord before coming to a stop. With a Divine Lord watching, it was unlikely that Yi Yun would be in trouble. At that moment, Shi Changxing's figure flashed as he flew towards a corner in Brocade Spring Court. Shi Ping and Shi Fei were lying there like ragged dolls. They were covered in injuries, but that was nothing at all. What was most terrifying was at the instant that their fused Dao domain shattered, a large number of Dao runes in their bodies were obliterated. From that moment onwards, their future martial path would suffer a destructive setback. They were originally geniuses, but now, they might not even be comparable to normal people. It was a worse feeling than killing them.
Grandmaster Uncle.
Shi Ping and Shi Fei had looks of extreme pain on their faces. They had gone to great lengths in the hopes of crippling Yi Yun, but they had never expected that the ones to end up in such a dire state was they themselves. Shi Changsheng, who arrived in front of the two disciples, flashed a grim look in his eyes. He had witnessed his sect's disciples being crippled, and there was never in Junior that had made Shi Changsheng feel so humiliated.
Shi Fei and Shi Ping looked at Shi Changsheng with a glimmer of hope. However, when they saw Shi Changsheng's grim expression after sensing their bodies, their expressions turned completely somber. Chapter 987, Disciple Recruitment.
Seeing that Shi Ping and Shi Fei were crippled, everyone in Brocade Spring Court was left at a loss for words.
The development had completely exceeded everyone's expectations.
Originally, Shi Ping and Shi Fei had paid a heavy price to make Yi Yun endure the Helltooth Dao Taper's devouring force. People had believed that Yi Yun was just being sharp-tongued, which would eventually end up in him falling for his own scheme. But no one ever believed that the outcome would reach such a state. Yi Yun's Dao domain was not only not crippled, instead, it was Shi Ping and Shi Fei who had a large amount of their Dao drawn away and had their prior insights of Dao drastically reduced. They were at the extreme limit of the Heaven Ascension realm, and they were about to condense their Dao fruits, but with their Dao domains gone, how were they going to condense Dao fruits?
Immediately, everyone looked at Yi Yun.
At that moment, Yi Yun's energy was nearly depleted.
He was hovering mid-air as he recovered his stamina. People began to see Yi Yun's strength as being even more unfathomable. It was hard to imagine that in just 1 year, Yi Yun was able to possess such a terrifying Dao domain if that gray vortex was a Dao domain that is. Felicitous Rain. Old Man Changsheng said with a deep voice.
He was incensed and he hoped to kill Yi Yun to ease his fury, but in front of Felicitous Rain Lord, he could not do a thing.
Yes?
Felicitous Rain Lord gave Old Man Changsheng a perfunctory glance. It's fine if you didn't appreciate Shi Ping and Shi Fei, but why did you cripple their Tao? By stopping old man Changsheng at the very last moment, despite it being for a very short period of time, felicitous Rainlord had created such an outcome. Although Shifei and Shiping were crippled by Yi Yun directly, there was no way for felicitous Rainlord to shirk any responsibility either.
Martial practitioners must be able to undertake responsibilities.
You said that I didn't appreciate them, but in fact, my standards aren't that high. People who know how to compromise are people who I appreciate. Those without sufficient strength but can bear disgrace and a heavy burden are people who I appreciate as well. When felicitous Rainlord said that, he looked at Qi Zhuoyun. In the final Dao Domain assessment, it wasn't too much to say that Qi Zhuoyun had borne disgrace and a heavy burden. Of course, the ones that I appreciate the most are those with strength and know how to beat their enemies through novel means. When felicitous Rainlord said that, he cast his gaze at Yi Yun and nodded slightly. What I don't appreciate are people who are unaware of their own limitations, go back on their word, and people who cannot pay the price for their actions.
These kind of people are not what I would take in as disciples. Now, I'll be announcing the disciples that I want to take in.
When felicitous Rainlord said that, everyone's hearts tightened, especially in the Towering Trees Hall. The king and the other important figures of the Oracle Fey Kingdom braced themselves by sitting up straight. They were actually feeling somewhat disheartened. Yi Yun was simply too dazzling. He had stood head and shoulders above the rest, so they felt that Qi Zhuoyun's chances were slim.
I am willing to take in Qi Zhuoyun as an in-name disciple. Qi Zhuoyun, are you willing?
It was unexpected that the first person that felicitous Rainlord mentioned was Qi Zhuoyun.
Qi Zhuoyun was delighted.
Back when he chose the ordinary Dao Taper because he did not dare to face the Helltooth Dao Taper, it was equivalent to him giving up.
He never expected that felicitous Rainlord would still be willing to take him in as a disciple. Yes, this disciple is willing,
Qi Zhuoyun said politely.
The Oracle Fey Kingdom king heaved a sigh of relief.
Although Qi Zhuoyun's results were inferior to Yi Yun's, he had finally passed the assessment. Seeing Qi Zhuoyun become an in-name disciple, Tianya Haoyue felt extremely jealous. Felicitous Rainlord did not even mention him, destroying any hope that was left in him. The difference was just too great. He was inferior to Qi Zhuoyun, and as for Yi Yun, the gap was probably the same distance as one end of the world to the other.
It was a given that felicitous Rainlord would take Yi Yun in as a disciple. However, what made people puzzled was that even though felicitous Rainlord was announcing who he was taking in as disciples, why didn't he say Qi Zhuoyun and Yi Yun's names together? Why did he ask them individually? Could it be? A few people realized a possibility, and this possibility left them stifled. I am willing to take Yi Yun in as a personal disciple. Yi Yun, are you willing? When felicitous Rainlord said that, there was silence everywhere, including the area outside Brocade Spring Court. The projection was shown to everyone, allowing millions of people to see it. They were left in shock. A Divine Lord's personal disciple. A Divine Lord had an extremely long life. If they did not die as a result of unnatural means, they could live for tens of millions of years. But in such a long period of time, the number of personal disciples that they took in was a handful. Typically, some personal disciples who had yet to mature fully would die before the Divine Lord's death. That resulted in the Divine Lord taking in new disciples. Once someone became felicitous Rainlord's personal disciple, the amount of resources that they could enjoy would be enviable. Furthermore, felicitous Rainlord was no ordinary Divine Lord. He held remnant pages of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon in his possession. The 10,000 Fey Divine Canon was one of the top 12 cultivation techniques in the 12 Empyrean heavens. How big an opportunity was it to be able to study the remnant pages of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon? Personal disciple, personal disciple. Master actually. At that moment, Song Wuchen was sitting not far from felicitous Rainlord. When he heard the two words, personal disciple, his brain felt like it had been struck by a sledgehammer.
Immediately, his brain went blank as his ears buzzed. He was previously worried that when Yi Yun became an in-name disciple, he would be valued greatly by Felicitous Rainlord and eventually reach the position of personal disciple. But he never expected that now, Felicitous Rainlord was immediately giving Yi Yun the title of personal disciple. The thing that he was most worried about had happened. Song Wuchen felt his chest turn heavy as he became short of breath. His heart was filled with anger and disgruntlement, but Yi Yun's tremendous talent left him completely unsure as to how to beat him. To gain the personal guidance of a divine lord, the remnant pages of the 10,000 Fei Divine Canon, as well as top-grade resources, how far could Yi Yun mature considering his rare talent?
It was completely unimaginable. Could Yi Yun become a divine lord?
A Oracle Fei Kingdom prince said in a daze. He knew that the moment that Yi Yun became a personal disciple of a divine lord, his status would far exceed any prince or princess in the Six-Country Alliance. As for a successor to a large family clan, they were just a joke when compared to Yi Yun. Just a moment ago, they felt that Yi Yun had no background, but now, with Felicitous Rainlord propping him up, his background and status were several times stronger than them.
These made the Oracle Fei Kingdom prince feel greatly depressed. Become the next divine lord? It wouldn't be that easy. Since time immemorial, the number of divine lords that exist in the same era is basically fixed.
The chances of a divine lord's disciple becoming a divine lord as well is extremely small.
Someone else said.
However, they all knew that even if Yi Yun could not become a divine lord in the future, he was bound to be in existence only second to a divine lord. He would be something far beyond their reach. Thank you, Senior, for his appreciation. This junior is willing.
Yi Yun gave a bowment for acknowledging a master. Indeed, Yi Yun would not be willing if it was to become Felicitous Rainlord's in-name disciple. But a personal disciple was completely different. Up to now, Yi Yun's practice of martial arts might have given him powerful inheritances, but he lacked a true master that could give him systematic advice when it came to martial arts. It could be said to be extremely timely to gain the advice of Felicitous Rainlord before he condensed his Dao fruits. Chapter 988, Azurewood, Great World.
At that moment, Felicitous Rainlord floated down from Star-Picking Court and landed beside Yi Yun. Felicitous Rainlord glanced at Yi Yun, whose Yuan Qi was depleted, before saying, "Let's go." Thousands of water droplets appeared out of nowhere as they enveloped Yi Yun and Felicitous Rainlord's figures. Following that, Yi Yun felt the world in front of him turn into a blur. Hundreds of thousands of warriors witnessed the scene of Yi Yun being taken away by Felicitous Rainlord.
Yi Yun has left.
He shall become a dragon from now onwards. For a period of time, the warriors stared at the spot where Yi Yun had disappeared. Although they had failed to stand on the stage of an era, they had witnessed Yi Yun's ascension. Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi were feeling all sorts of emotions.
The result made them feel relieved and gratified.
At that moment, Fairy Ningxuang stood up as well. She glanced at Song Wuchen and said lightly, "There's no need for you to return. Go to Heaven's Doorcliff and reflect for 3 years."
Song Wuchen felt his body quiver. He looked gloomy as he lowered his head bitterly. He had been punished by Fairy Ningxuang not because he had targeted Yi Yun. Felicitous Rainlord had always tacitly consented to competition between disciples. The crux of the issue was that he had screwed up terribly during the first assessment. Regardless of the reason for the screw-up, the outcome was a result of him not being capable enough. That was the reason why he was punished. As for his number 1 spot as an in-name disciple, it was most likely not going to be his any longer. He no longer even dared to compete with Yi Yun.
The main issue was that other in-name disciples could possibly surpass him as well.
Qi Zhuiyun.
Fairy Ningxuang moved in front of Qi Zhuiyun as a shadow appeared from beneath her feet before it enveloped the region where she and Qi Zhuiyun were standing. Qi Zhuiyun gave a polite gesture as he felt the ground beneath him disappear. Following that, he was devoured by the shadow.
A few seconds later, Yi Yun's eyes lit up as his feet landed on solid rock.
In front of him was a long stretch of misty mountains whose head peaks pierced through the clouds.
This is the floating island that I live on. Felicitous Rain Lord's figure appeared behind him.
Yi Yun had previously heard that Felicitous Rain Lord lived on an independent floating island. It was tens of millions of miles away from where the Oracle Fate Kingdom was. His ability to travel such a large distance in the blink of an eye through such miraculous power and without a spirit cruiser indicated how unimaginable the level of a divine lord was.
Felicitous Rain Lord looked at Yi Yun and said, "There's no need for you to be overly restrained. I'm not particular when it comes to etiquette. Let's wait for another person." Yi Yun was surprised, but at that moment, a tumultuous voice came from afar. "Felicitous Rain."
At the instant the voice reached them, a figure landed in front of Yi Yun and Felicitous Rain Lord.
Old Man Changsheng.
When Yi Yun saw Old Man Changsheng, he immediately recalled the threatening voice transmission that he had previously received.
However, Yi Yun was still delighted to see him.
Shi Fei and Shi Ping had both been severely injured. The Helltooth Dao Taper had also been injured, while Old Man Changsheng's face was livid and so gloomy that it could probably produce rain clouds. Felicitous Rain Lord said, "You can now talk about the matter that you came to discuss with me. You wouldn't have especially come just for the participation of 2 disciples in my disciple recruitment." Upon hearing Felicitous Rain Lord mention Shi Fei and Shi Ping, Old Man Changsheng's expression turned even uglier.
He obviously did not come this far for the duo, but it still pissed him off that the minor mission had failed.
Yi Yun was surprised while he was listening on the side. From the looks of it, the assessment was a minor matter. The reason why Shi Changsheng came was to represent the Immortal Rain sect in a discussion over something important with Felicitous Rain Lord.
"It's information regarding the sinkhole," said Old Man Changsheng. "Sinkhole?" Yi Yun's heart stirred when he heard that.
He had long known about the sinkhole. The Azure Yang Lord had previously mistakenly entered the Tian Yuan world through the sinkhole. The Fei Phantasm sect was also in the sinkhole. In the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven, the sinkhole was a dangerous and mysterious location. An odd glint flashed in Felicitous Rain Lord's eyes.
The location of the Azure Wood Great World has been found. However, there is an intense spatial turbulence around it.
In the coming years, the spatial turbulence should weaken for a period of time.
Felicitous Rain, you are proficient in spacetime Dao, so it wouldn't be a problem for you to enter it during its weak phase, said Old Man Changsheng.
In its weak phase, even people with average proficiency in spacetime can enter, said Felicitous Rain Lord. He pondered for a moment before he looked at Old Man Changsheng and said, "This piece of news is still pretty good.
However, other than the Immortal Rain sect, there should be several large sects and Fey empires that are already aware of this, right?" He glanced at Shi Changsheng and lightly said, "Even if you did not especially come to inform me about it, this piece of news would still quickly reach me. Felicitous Rain, you are the first to know ever since we received the information. Furthermore, we will obtain even more information regarding the Azure Wood Great World which we can share with you. It will be a cooperation, where we would borrow your spatial temporal laws as well as use the Immortal Rain sect's information and faction network to garner mutual benefits," said Old Man Changsheng. It was obvious that the Immortal Rain sect was making a trade with Felicitous Rain Lord by informing him. Felicitous Rain Lord could not deny it as he looked into the distance and said, "You can leave." Old Man Changsheng hesitated for a moment before saying, "Felicitous Rain, there are certain relations that cannot be completely severed." He knew Felicitous Rain Lord's character. Even without any promises, he would usually do a fair trade of giving and taking. Before leaving, Old Man Changsheng glanced at Yi Yun. His gaze had a forbidding look. That junior. If it wasn't for that junior, he would not have shamed the Immortal Rain sect in front of so many backwater warriors. After returning, he wouldn't know how long he would be mocked for by the other old fogies. As for Yi Yun, he remained composed. "What's the point of staring at me when you lack the ability to make a move? Senior Changsheng, there's no need to keep looking at this junior.
It's best that you hurry and treat the two immortal rain sect disciples. More can be redeemed the earlier it is.
Yi Yun said with a smile. Shi Changqing's expression sank as he was infuriated by Yi Yun. With a forceful flick of his sleeve, he flew away. To engage in a war of words with a junior was below his status. However, he had already suffered a setback, and being derided by a junior, Shi Changqing found it impossible to stomach an insult like that. After Shi Changqing left, Felicitous Rain Lord gave Yi Yun a smiling glance.
You really aren't afraid of Shi Changqing at all. That attitude of yours is quite a show, and it would be easy for you to suffer when you travel throughout the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. However, it is to my liking. The decision that Felicitous Rain Lord made of taking Yi Yun in as a personal disciple stemmed not only from Yi Yun's talent but also because he appreciated Yi Yun's attitude. Have you heard of the Azurewood Great World?
This junior has never heard of it. Yi Yun shook his head. It's normal.
This name has disappeared for more than 100 million years, said Felicitous Rain Lord.
Time is like a flowing river.
Everything and anything can be washed away by that river. The Azurewood Great World was once much more powerful than the Immortal Rain Sect.
It was one of the most powerful worlds in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. It once produced a figure that shook the entire 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. Unfortunately, its brilliance didn't last that long. Once produced a figure that shook the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven?
What sort of existence could it be for Felicitous Rain Lord to evaluate it as shaking the entire 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven? Yet, such a world eventually waned? In a few years, I'll likely have to leave and enter the Azurewood Great World. The amount of time needed is unknown, but in these few years, I'll stay behind on this floating island and impart martial studies to you, said Felicitous Rain Lord.
Only a few years' time? Yi Yun's expression turned serious.
A few years was too short for warriors. However, gaining a few years of guidance from a divine lord was a huge opportunity that countless warriors could not even dream of. When the time comes, I'll impart cultivation techniques that go from the Dao Manifestation Realm all the way to the Dao Palace Realm to you, give you the treasured cannons that I have stashed away, and provide you sufficient resources to support your cultivation, said Felicitous Rain Lord. Felicitous Rain Lord felt somewhat apologetic. Back then, he had set a standard for Yi Yun, while Yi Yun had passed his assessment. Yi Yun had undergone all sorts of dangers, to the point of risking his life, to finally become his disciple. Unfortunately, he had to enter the Azurewood Great World in a few years' time. If it wasn't for that matter, he would focus on Yi Yun and guide him for a century. However, Yi Yun felt that as a master, Felicitous Rain Lord was already considered to be very responsible. He knew that many mighty figures would spare very little time on guiding the disciples that they took in. They would frequently enter seclusion by themselves, making it difficult for those disciples to meet their masters even once.
Just as the saying goes, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it. Chapter 989, Book of Heaven's Advent. Yi Yun, accompany me to the Felicitous Rain Abode. The abode only permits entry to me and Ningxuang.
But since you have become my personal disciple, you can enter it as well, said Felicitous Rain Lord.
Yi Yun turned curious. Felicitous Rain Lord had constructed an additional abode on the floating island? Boom!
With a flick of a sleeve, the sight in front of Yi Yun's eyes turned blurry. He sensed space distorting, and at the next moment, he had entered a space with a door behind him.
This is? Yi Yun immediately looked around when he found his footing. It was a massive and lofty abode. Past the door was a vast world, with a tremendous immortal mountain. In the clouds, there was a palace that could be vaguely seen. A terrifying pressure emanated inside the abode, and the immortal mountain contributed the most to the pressure. That is where the remnant pages of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon are stored, said Felicitous Rain Lord. This is an abode that I obtained from an enemy a long time ago. Obtained from an enemy? For a person to possess such an abode, he would definitely be an extraordinary supremacy even if he wasn't a divine lord.
Felicitous Rain Lord had only become a divine lord recently, so it was very likely that the abode had been obtained before he became a divine lord. The Azure Yang Lord and the Great Empress had left behind a similar abode in the Tianyuan world. As for the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner's abode, it was a fragment of a world. It was much larger and majestic than the two abodes, so it was unknown how powerful the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner was. Upon seeing the abode, Yi Yun felt his heart stir.
A portable abode like that was extremely convenient.
By bringing such an abode with him, he could go anywhere in the expansive world. Felicitous Rain Lord read Yi Yun's thoughts as he said with a laugh, "It's good for a warrior to have ambition. With strength, an abode is nothing. When you are out traveling, you will encounter many wealthy people that will end up courting their own deaths." Yi Yun was unsure how to respond when he heard that. Felicitous Rain Lord was frank and casual. They were obvious traits from the way that he did not put on airs with his disciple. "I watched your assessment, so I understand your martial path, laws, and talent well. Your Dao domain is very special as it contains the concept of destruction. But your cultivation technique and foundation no longer can keep up with the rest," said Felicitous Rain Lord. His test of Yi Yun was not only to see how Yi Yun passed the assessment, but more importantly, it was for him to observe the strengths and weaknesses of Yi Yun. A divine lord had a long lifespan, but the number of personal disciples that they would recruit wasn't a large number. Yi Yun's cultivation technique was the Great Empress Heart Sutra, which was a top cultivation technique in the Tianyuan world. But with Yi Yun's growth and strength, and the changes in his martial arts, the Great Empress Heart Sutra was gradually becoming unsuitable for him. Yi Yun wanted a master precisely for cultivation techniques.
Felicitous Rain Lord took the lead as he said, "Follow me."
The lush Immortal Mountain had a towering palace compound, and Felicitous Rain Lord led Yi Yun through the maze of palaces before entering a large and opulent palace.
Upon entering it, Yi Yun was immediately attracted by what he saw. There were countless books flying mid-air.
These books released powerful shock waves that stopped Yi Yun from having the urge to pick any one of them for reading. The flying books were all sealed. The cultivation technique books here were collected by me over the years. Some come from the heritage of sects or martial arts of family clans. There are more than 10,000 books here, said Felicitous Rain Lord.
Yi Yun was secretly appalled. That was a lot. A divine lord's book collection was unimaginably huge. Once a divine lord like that established his own sect, he could immediately create a mighty faction.
I have read all of these cultivation technique books, said Felicitous Rain Lord.
Who knew how much time he took to read them all?
There is no need for you to be anxious about the remnant pages of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon for the moment, as they are too profound for you. Furthermore, it has missing pages. What you need now is a complete and systemic cultivation technique.
As Felicitous Rain Lord said this, he stretched his hand out to grab at the flying books.
Immediately, a few books floated in front of him. This Heaven Fire Burning Solar Sutra is a heritage cultivation technique of the Golden Crow clan.
You possess a pure yang body, which makes it very suitable for you to cultivate it.
This cultivation technique has an indomitable style which is brutal and ferocious. The Golden Crow clansmen that cultivate this technique are known as berserkers, characterized by their red hair and crimson eyes. They are all burly and courageous, so in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven, they are often hired by people to participate in wars.
Felicitous Rain Lord introduced. Berserker? Yi Yun imagined himself with red hair and bulky muscles. That cultivation technique seemed to suit Qi Zhuoyan better.
This sacred blood sutra takes a strange path. Once you attain a profound level in it, your whereabouts will be unknown and unpredictable. In times of need, you can burn your blood essence and produce a strike that far exceeds your limits.
In the future, when you are out traveling, there will be many times that your life will be on the line.
It was a cultivation technique to protect one's life. The cultivation technique was not bad, but Yi Yun was hesitant about it. As a warrior, he preferred to take a more orthodox path. It was the best way after all. It was not his goal to practice martial arts to constantly think about escaping or surviving. Felicitous Rain Lord noticed how Yi Yun had no interest in the Sacred Blood Sutra before he nodded and said, "By choosing this, it will suit your situation. But by not choosing it, it suits my intentions as well." As a newly risen Divine Lord, Felicitous Rain Lord had no lack of instances when he killed people. His martial path was one about settling grievances and vengeance quickly. This manual comes from a peerless figure that once ruled over the 10,000 Fey Empery in heaven. Felicitous Rain Lord took out an ancient stone disc and said, "If you are interested, you can attempt it. As for its strength, it's hard to tell if it's strong or not." There was such a cultivation technique? Even a Divine Lord could not tell? Yi Yun curiously looked at the stone disc. It's called the Book of Heaven's Advent. It is a cultivation technique that deals with time. I too have some attainments in the Tao of Time, but my Tao of Time comes from another cultivation technique, so it's already too late to change. The Tao of Spacetime is unpredictable in its changes. Time existed ever since the birth of the universe, that is why it's called Heaven's Advent. Time will not stop because of the death of people or the annihilation of matter, unless the entire universe is completely destroyed. That will be Heaven's End. From Heaven's Advent to Heaven's End, the Book of Heaven's Advent is the beginning of time for the universe. Many warriors have talent in martial arts, but they find it difficult to progress when it comes to the Tao of Spacetime. That's the reason why I said that it is hard to tell if it's strong or not, said Felicitous Rain Lord. You can try taking a look at it first. The Tao of Spacetime was the unification of two systems. Be it space or time, just any one of them was a great Tao. Many warriors wished to grasp any of them, but the amount that they could grasp was minute. Felicitous Rain Lord wanted Yi Yun to take a look at it to show him its difficulty as well. Yi Yun took the Book of Heaven's Advent disc, and as he directed his perception into it, he immediately felt like the world had flipped over. The celestial bodies were constantly revolving as his ears heard a rustling sound that resembled falling sand. A surging river appeared. It was the river of forgetfulness. And in it were countless figures. Scenes of their experiences from life to death quickly flashed inside the river of forgetfulness. Yi Yun even saw the birth of the universe. After a tremendous Big Bang, the nebulous chaos appeared. Chaos stones floated inside the nebula, with some of them forming landmasses, while others gave birth to the earliest ancient Fae. They quickly combined to form large worlds, but later on, the worlds collapsed, putting an end to life. Everything returned to nothingness once again. Yi Yun watched the scenes one after another. At the beginning, his feelings were constantly influenced by what he saw, but slowly, he seemed to extricate himself from them and watched the scenes as a third party. In the Tian Yuan world, Yi Yun had previously gained insight in the Tao of Space during his battle with the black-armored demon god. Now, it was the Tao of Time. The things in front of him turned blurry as Yi Yun returned to the interior of the palace once again. He was still maintaining the movement that he did previously, while his hand was still carrying the Book of Heaven's Advent. Everything that he had just experienced was just an illusion. Chapter 990, Sword of Time. Yi Yun immersed himself in the Book of Heaven's Advent. A tiny portion of what was recorded on the stone disc was text, but most of it was filled with scenes of the samsara of all matter that manifested the Tao of Time. Time gradually passed, as Felicitous Rain Lord waited by the side. He sensed that Yi Yun had gained certain insights, so he did not disturb him. 6 hours later, Yi Yun opened his eyes. "What did you see?" asked Felicitous Rain Lord. Yi Yun put his hand out and tapped the void with a finger. Immediately, the concept of withering appeared on his fingertip, as a dull and arid aura emanated from it. A look of surprise flashed in Felicitous Rain Lord's eyes. "This is the withering concept that this disciple grasped by a matter of chance," said Yi Yun.
time permeates everything.
A destruction Dao domain represents the end of time, while the withering concept has the elapsing of time. The withering concept was something that Yi Yun comprehended in front of the Dao tree in the Pyongyang Sword Palace. After that, he had absorbed the Death Soulwood, but after he came to the 10,000 Fei Empery in heaven, his withering concept began to appear to lack in power. Without any improvement to the concept, it could no longer keep up with his strength. But now, Yi Yun had freely produced the withering concept as his heart wished.
Not bad, Yi Yun.
For you to have such insights, and you having grasped the withering concept, it looks like there's no need to choose.
Felicitous Rain Lord gave Yi Yun a satisfied look.
As a divine lord that was proficient in the Tao of Time, Felicitous Rain Lord possessed great talent in the Tao of Time, but he had never thought of finding a disciple that was similarly highly talented in the Tao of Time. Finding a personal disciple was not easy in the first place, so to find someone with the same talent would be too much to ask for. You must be prepared to undergo arduous cultivation, said Felicitous Rain Lord. The Tao of Time is abstruse and profound. Although it is said that every Tao can gain an inkling of the origins of the universe when they reach a high attainment, I believe that the Tao of Time is one of the great Tao that is closest to the origins.
Yi Yun nodded.
His withering concept had been something that he comprehended after experiencing the life of a Tao leaf from the Pyongyang Sword Palace Tao tree. Then, I shall choose this Book of Heaven's Advent, said Yi Yun. With the Book of Heaven's Advent in hand, he felt that it resonated with him.
Good, then I'll teach you a set of sword techniques. I originally believed that this set of sword techniques might not be suitable for you, but since you possess the withering concept and are also about to cultivate in the Tao of Time, you can give the sword techniques a try, said Felicitous Rain Lord. However, he did not produce a manual. He made a few hand seals as a small and shimmering sword appeared. With a swish, the sword shot straight at Yi Yun's glabella. Yi Yun's heart leaped. That is? The tiny sword showed no animosity, so Yi Yun allowed the tiny sword to pierce his glabella. Immediately, there was a loud bang. Like a tumultuous thunder, Yi Yun felt his entire soul sea reverberate.
At that instant, Yi Yun looked like he arrived at a world formed from sword chi. As though he was standing in the void of space, everything around him was surging with sword chi. Felicitous Rain Lord's voice seemed to come from an ancient world. This is the core set of sword techniques in the heritage that I have learned. Its owner was the strongest divine lord that previously cultivated in the Tao of Time. The sword technique's name is the 3-foot passing sword, but time flies like an arrow and the lives of people curve like bows. This set of sword techniques does not have a manual, it only has scenes of the swordplay.
Watch well.
Suddenly, a swift sword beam shot from afar. Immediately, the firmaments trembled as the void shattered. The sword beam seemed to possess the most heartlessness of time. As though time was shuttling past, it looked distant but also in close proximity at the blink of an eye. Wherever it passed, space would collapse, turning everything to dust. This strike's name is the Sword of Time.
Sword of Time. Yi Yun was astounded.
Previously, the Pyongyang Sword Palace's owner's strike was very powerful as well, but all Yi Yun saw was the scars of the strike.
Now, he could see a strike with his own eyes.
Experiencing the terror of that strike himself gave Yi Yun the feeling that it was completely different to a sword scar. This was the difference between having a true master and picking up an inheritance. The Sword of Time did not slash physical embodiments, it slashed their vitality.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The terrifying sword beams caused the world to constantly collapse.
Yi Yun's soul sea could not withstand it either as his consciousness underwent tremors.
He awoke from the world of sword chi.
However, Yi Yun realized that there was an additional small sword in his soul sea. It was the cultivation technique inheritance that Felicitous Rain Lord left behind.
The purple crystal's ability automatically swept past the sword. There was no consciousness imbued in it, only a cultivation technique.
One shouldn't bite more than he can chew.
Begin cultivating the Book of Heaven's advent first, as well as the first strike of the 3-foot passing sword to Sword of Time.
There won't be anyone disturbing you in the abode.
You can cultivate in Spirit Gathering Palace.
Felicitous Rain Lord's abode was extremely expansive.
There were many palaces, and Spirit Gathering Palace was one of them. When Yi Yun reached Spirit Gathering Palace, he realized that the palace was enveloped by Yuan Qi. It was likely because of the Spirit Gathering array that resulted in it being misty and blurry.
I wonder how far he can go in the next couple of years. Felicitous Rain Lord watched from afar as Yi Yun entered Spirit Gathering Palace. His expression revealed a reflective look.
Azure Wood Great World. At that moment, an aloof and beautiful figure gradually appeared behind Felicitous Rain Lord.
"Where's Qi Zhueyun?" asked Felicitous Rain Lord.
Qi Zhueyun was only an in-name disciple, so there was no need for him to personally impart cultivation techniques to him.
However, Felicitous Rain Lord would also inquire about him. He has already taken up residence on the island.
I got Tian Sun to impart cultivation techniques to him. I'll give him advice from time to time, said Fairy Ningxuan. She traced Felicitous Rain Lord's gaze and looked at Spirit Gathering Palace.
She said in surprise, Yi Yun has already begun entering reclusive training? She looked at Felicitous Rain Lord again and said, why?
Fairy Ningxuan had followed Felicitous Rain Lord by his side for tens of thousands of years, so she was very familiar with his personality. The Azure Wood Great World is about to open.
Shi Changshang represented the Immortal Rain sect when he provided me with the news.
This time, I believe that there will be many people heading for it, said Felicitous Rain Lord. The last time that he entered the Azure Wood Great World, it was still a very concealed location. Many people did not know of the situation inside, but after the first experience, there would definitely be many people entering it when it opened a second time. When the time comes for me to go, I have no idea how long it will take for me to come back.
I only have these couple of years to teach Yi Yun. I wonder how much he will learn.
Having taught him the 3-foot passage sword was equivalent to passing on his mantle. As for the remnant pages of the 10,000 Fei Divine Canon, it was not something that could be learned if one lacked the strength. The Azure Wood Great World, join me on the expedition, said Felicitous Rain Lord. Fairy Ningxuan had accompanied Felicitous Rain Lord to many places before.
Maybe there will be an opportunity that we will find in there for you to make a breakthrough.
Fairy Ningxuan nodded gently. Many years ago, she had suffered a near-death experience, and although she eventually became a supremacy through Felicitous Rain Lord's help, she failed to improve any further. In the Azure Wood Great World, there might be a possibility for her to break the shackles.
Even if she did not find anything, it did not matter.
Being able to travel the world with Felicitous Rain Lord was what she was most content with.
Chapter 991, Preparation for Tao Manifestation. Yi Yun had never exited Spirit Gathering Palace ever since he entered it.
The Book of Heaven's Advent floated in front of him while his eyes were tightly shut. And around Yi Yun, there were occasional images that flashed.
Cultivation knew nothing about time.
Furthermore, when it came to cultivating the Tao of Time at the level of the Book of Heaven's Advent, even if many warriors were given the opportunity to read the Book of Heaven's Advent, it would be like they were reading an indecipherable book, leaving them baffled. And most terrifying of all was that when cultivating the Book of Heaven's Advent, they would immerse themselves into the turbulence of time, losing themselves. Time might pass in a flash, and by the time they awaken, too much time would have passed, but they would have gained nothing to speak of. That was the most horrifying matter regarding the Book of Heaven's Advent. It was also something that Felicitous Rain Lord pondered deeply over before he allowed Yi Yun to cultivate the Book of Heaven's Advent. Yi Yun was in no hurry to immediately begin cultivating the Book of Heaven's Advent. Instead, he immersed himself in the passage of time, and from there, comprehend the meaning of time. Slowly, he felt he himself become an embodiment of time. The flashing figures were of no importance to Yi Yun, they were just scenes that had previously appeared in the Spirit Gathering Palace as vestiges of time. Yi Yun also sought his past, as well as people that he happened to chance upon, as well as their past. Everyone had their own time, but time treated everyone equally.
Powerful warriors possessed extended lifespans, but the worlds that they resided in could be destroyed.
They would also slowly wane over a long process. There was no such thing as true eternity.
Phew! Yi Yun breathed out while in his meditation.
The air that he spewed out was at times fast and at times slow. It would flow backwards sometimes when he breathed out.
Yi Yun's body also began to undergo changes.
His appearance returned to point of when he looked even younger, but it kept switching back to his original appearance. He went from a nascent look to a sharp look, and from a sharp look to a genteel look, and from a genteel look back to a nascent look.
It kept repeating. Yi Yun suddenly opened his eyes.
So that is how it is. By training one's body to become an embodiment of time before cultivating the 3-foot passage sword, it would be perfection.
Yi Yun was thankful for Felicitous Rain Lord's arrangements.
The cultivation technique and sword technique supplemented each other, and by combining both together, it would be extremely powerful once mastered. The Book of Heaven's Advent had 5 stages, but the breakthrough of every stage required a great deal of time and it was extremely difficult. Furthermore, the cultivation of each stage had a corresponding minimum level of cultivation needed.
The first stage requires Tao manifestation, but despite not having broken through to the Tao manifestation realm, my Yuan Qi intensity is already sufficient. Even if it's not enough, consuming some relics and herbs would do. Yi Yun took some relics and the spirit herb that he had obtained from the door of Misty Rain out of his interspatial ring. The spirit herb was supreme grade to begin with. Many warriors coveted it during the assessment. Even Tianya Haoyue wanted one for his breakthrough to the Tao manifestation realm. However, those people would never have thought that Yi Yun would use it for the cultivation of a cultivation technique. Looking at the Book of Heaven's Advent in front of him, Yi Yun stopped moving. His memories flashed past his mind. By cultivating the Book of Heaven's Advent, the Great Empress Heart Sutra would become his past. Back in the Tian Yuan world, he had dual cultivated the Great Empress Heart Sutra with Lin Xintong. All those scenes had surfaced in Yi Yun's eyes a moment ago. Now that I've become a Divine Lord's disciple, cultivating the Book of Heaven's Advent will be the moment that I truly move up to the upper echelons of the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven. Ever since I came here, Xintong, no matter where you are, I will find you, even if the 12 Empyrean heavens are vast and with danger lurking at every turn. Time to begin.
This reclusion is for me to finish cultivating the first stage of the Book of Heaven's Advent. I wonder how long it will take. Without any talent, it would be difficult to comprehend it using an entire lifetime. There might be a possible of losing myself in the turbulence of time, never to awaken. Yi Yun closed his eyes and a fluctuation appeared from the Book of Heaven's Advent. A abstruse aura that seemed to come from a remote past began to swirl around Yi Yun.
Slowly, the entire Spirit Gathering Palace was enveloped by the aura.
The Spirit Gathering Palace began phasing in and out of existence. At times, it would look normal, and at other times, it would look like a ruin.
Time was formless, but the changes that it brought were tangible. With Yi Yun's Yuan Qi draining away, the spirit herbs beside him flew up.
They gathered together mid-air to produce drips of spirit fluid that dripped into Yi Yun's body.
Immediately, Yuan Qi surged as Yi Yun's skin effused a glow. But Yi Yun, who was busy cultivating, did not seem to know anything about this.
As though he had manifested himself as sand, he quietly witnessed the passage of time. The Great Empress Heart Sutra Yuan Qi in Yi Yun's body was slowly replaced by the abstruse aura, as his bearing also began changing.
Phew!
Yi Yun continued to keep his eyes closed, but a sword beam flashed around him. While cultivating the Book of Heaven's Advent, he understood the existence of time, while he simultaneously cultivated the 3-foot passage sword.
Runes even began to appear beneath Yi Yun.
These runes gradually came together and formed the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence. The 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence was the highest martial art that Yi Yun had learned up to date. It represented the major Tao of destruction, but it did not mean that it was immutable. Yi Yun could inject the Tao that he had into the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. The Tao of Time runes were like vestiges of all matter that landed on the river of time. From the cloud wilderness to the 10,000 Fey empyrean heaven, whatever Yi Yun had seen and experienced formed into pieces of those fragments. After these fragments were added to the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, it made the 10,000 demon wheel of existence look as though it was a wheel of time that bore the load of endless history. The wheel of time transformed into a sword beam as it slashed out in front of Yi Yun. It was silent and left no trace, but after the sword beam slashed, the ground in front of Yi Yun cracked. It was covered in moss that spread out for 1,000 feet. But due to the palace array's workings, the crack gradually repaired itself. The years flew by without one knowing how long had passed. Only at an unexpected moment did Yi Yun suddenly open his eyes. In his eyes, it was like there was a passage of time that was like surging water. And his aura seemed to have additional feeling of time. He seemed to be immersed in the world, and was part of the world. The first stage of the Book of Heaven's Advent, completed. Yi Yun breathed out lightly. He looked at the relics and spirit herbs on the ground that had been completely consumed. As for his hair, it had become a lot longer. How long has it been? 2 years? 3? Yi Yun did not know. While cultivating the laws of time, the passage of time had turned into oblivion. That was the profound mystery of the Book of Heaven's Advent. Yi Yun circulated the Yuan Qi in his body. He could clearly sense the transformations in his body. The boundless Yuan Qi in his body surged out like a river, but it felt like there was something imperfect about it. This tiny bit of imperfection might be a result of me not having manifested my Tao or have any Tao fruits. Should I manifest my Tao? Such a thought flashed in Yi Yun's mind. He felt that he had already finished all of his preparations. His Yuan Qi was brimming and everything had reached its peak. Having redone his cultivation, all of the martial arts that he had grasped were perfectly merged with the Book of Heaven's Advent. Yi Yun would improve in his realm by manifesting his Tao. It could be said that everything was perfect when it came to timing, location, and person. Time to manifest my Tao. Yi Yun sat back down on the ground. In Spirit Gathering Palace, he was determined to manifest his Tao fruits in one fell swoop and break through to the Tao manifestation realm. By stepping onto the path of heaven ascension and manifesting his own great Tao. What warriors practiced wasn't martial arts, but their fates. As a mortal, he wanted to go against the heavens. Past thoughts flashed in Yi Yun's mind as his aura began to rise. In the abode, Felicitous Rain Lord, who was meditating, opened his eyes and looked at Spirit Gathering Palace. Yi Yun's aura was increasing in intensity. The sky above the Spirit Gathering Palace was filled with wind and clouds, but as immense heaven-earth Yuan Qi gathered, it swept all the lingering fog around the immortal mountain away. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi circulated to form a wheel of time, and in the wheel, there were sword beams flying around it with golden light flashing. He's manifesting his Tao. Felicitous Rain Lord watched quietly. I wonder what that child's Tao fruits will be like. Chapter 992, Great Tao Fruits. The cultivation of a warrior went from the planting of a Tao seed, and the growth of a Tao tree, to the bearing of fruits from the Tao tree. It was an accumulation of the insights that a warrior had in martial arts and of nature. It was also the record of a warrior's life. Yi Yun had experienced a great deal throughout his journey. But in the river of time, everything appeared too short and fleeting. In the Taiya Divine City, I cultivated in the Taiya Sacred Technique. In the Pure Yang Sword Palace, I fused with the Golden Crow, and in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, I tempered myself in lava, eventually attaining Pure Yang. My Pure Yang laws have accompanied me to date. As such, it can condense a Tao fruit. Boom! A radiant sun appeared behind Yi Yun. The phantom image of the Tang Valley burst forth as the Golden Crow spread its wings and issued a loud screech. Its massive golden wings were like burning flames that could burn through everything. These formed Dao runes that were filled with the profound aura of the universe before they gradually merged into one. They formed a tiny ball that was bustling with life as it constantly spun. The golden ball had totems of the radiant sun and golden crow engraved on the surface, and within the ball, it contained explosive power.
It was Yi Yun's pure Yang Dao fruit. Dao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. The two referred to Yin and Yang. At the beginning of the universe, chaos was first born before it split into Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang was a great Dao. Solitary Yang could not exist, so although Yin cultivated in pure Yang laws, he had fused in a bit of the Yin that Lin Xintong had cultivated. This allowed Yi Yun's pure Yang Dao fruit to be closer to perfection. In the pure Yang Sword Palace, I gained insight into the concept of withering. In the life and death battle with the black-armored demon god, I was trapped by the black-armored demon god in an alternate spatial dimension. There I gained insights into the Tao of space. I took Felicitous Rain Lord as my master and cultivated in the Book of Heaven's Advent, transforming the 10,000 demon wheel of existence into a wheel of time. On the Tao of space and time, I have traveled far with opportunities and attainments. Mysterious runes flew out of Yi Yun's body as they gathered together while in revolving in flux. Inside, there were celestial bodies that seemed to spin with the runes, as though they formed a small universe by itself. An ancient and immense aura emanated out of the newly condensed Tao fruit. Not long later, the laws of spacetime gradually manifested into Tao. The spacetime withering Tao fruit and pure Yang Dao fruit were side by side. They seemed to attract each other, but they also maintained a tiny bit of distance while they revolved like the real constellations. Yi Yun continued to condense his next Tao fruit. An aura constantly separated from his body. The aura was not only a law, it was also the experiences and memories that Yi Yun had ever since he cultivated in martial arts. They all gathered together to produce a Tao fruit. In his memory, Yi Yun seemed to see the scene of him standing in front of the statue of the pure Yang Sword Palace's owner. The endless sword scar seemed to be stabbing his eyes. Pure Yang sword scar and 3-foot passage sword. My sword Tao is where the heart lies. It proceeds in an indomitable fashion. 2 tiny sword scars appeared as they intermingled mid-air before forming the shadow of a sword. In the shadow of the sword was the figure of Yi Yun when he used the sword. That was Yi Yun's sword Dao fruit. Finally, it was the major destruction Dao fruit. Yi Yun's major destruction Dao domain had even visibly moved Felicitous Rain Lord. Everything in the world, be it spacetime, yin-yang, or the universe, would eventually head towards destruction. There was nothing that was eternal. Spacetime and yin-yang were both great Dao. They were close to the origins, but the major Tao of destruction was one of the great Tao of supremacy. Or perhaps one of was not accurate, because up to date, there were only 2 great Tao of supremacy. Chaos during the birth of the universe. Major destruction during the annihilation of the universe. The closer a great Tao was to the origins, the harder it was to cultivate it. It would also naturally be harder to condense a Tao fruit. Yi Yun had spent a good deal of time to condense his spacetime withering Tao fruit, but the amount of time he used to condense the major destruction Tao fruit was even longer. Yi Yun's Yuan Qi was nearly fully depleted as he took out the 10,000-year-old 7-heart flower that he had obtained from the door of misty rain. It was extremely difficult for a warrior to manifest his or her Tao, and during the process, a warrior's Yuan Qi could not be replenished. To manifest one's Tao fruit needed one to nearly deplete all of the Yuan Qi that they had as one gathered all of one's insights. This process could only be done in one fell swoop. Above Spirit Gathering Palace, the increasing aura mixed with the aura of the Tao fruits. A sense of profoundness exuded throughout Spirit Gathering Palace as various celestial phenomena happened. Fairy Ningxuan had also come as she stood beside Felicitous Rain Lord, watching the scene. Yi Yun's Tao fruits have a very impressive feel to them, said Fairy Ningxuan in a moment of reflection. She did not produce such phenomena back when she manifested her Tao. It's almost done. We will soon learn of the outcome. Felicitous Rain Lord was very patient. Fairy Ningxuang nodded as she looked forward to the outcome of Yi Yun's Dao manifestation. As for Yi Yun, he was still immersed in the world of his soul sea. During the Dao manifestation process, he gradually felt like he was merging with the heaven and earth as one. The fruits of pure Yang, space-time withering and sword Dao were revolving around Yi Yun. Beneath him, the major destruction Dao domain appeared as the destruction aura constantly intertwined. It's almost done. Yi Yun had such a feeling. A blob of gray gas gradually took up form like a nebula, but it contained a terrifying aura. It was like anything that entered it would be completely destroyed. And above Spirit Gathering Palace, a phantom towering tree appeared from time to time. The golden crow and 9 neonate flew around it as they let out long roars. On the towering tree's branches, a tiny, tender shoot transformed into a fruit. The fruit had a barely discernible aura, and each fruit was different. On careful look, they were different Dao fruits. And leaves were slowly sprouting out of those Dao fruits. The Dao fruits are formed, said Fairy Ningxuang as she looked at the leaves. 6, 7 and 8. Having 8-leaf Dao fruits was definitely an extremely breathtaking feat in factions like the Oracle Fei Kingdom and the Luo clan. However, to Yi Yun, it was not considered to be many. It could only be considered as above average. Yi Yun's Dao fruit are all great Dao fruits, said Felicitous Rain Lord. Any warrior at the Dao manifestation realm would be considered the cream of the crop if they possessed a single great Dao fruit, yet Yi Yun had 3. The 3 Dao, pure Yang, space-time withering and major Dao of destruction, were great Dao that were approaching the origins, especially the major Dao of destruction. Yet another leaf. Fairy Ningxuan's eyes lit up as she was visibly moved. However, the leaf only sprouted into a bud before it stopped growing. What a pity! Fairy Ningxuang revealed a look of pity. Felicitous Rain Lord had a slight change in expression as well before he said calmly, "There's nothing too pitiable about it. To cultivate 3 great Dao at the same time and form 9-leaf Dao fruits would be too difficult. Yi Yun is now just short of the mark, but his 8-leaf Dao fruit is definitely of superior grade." Fairy Ningxuang nodded as well. She only found it somewhat regretful when she witnessed the 9th leaf nearly grow out. "Let's wait till Yi Yun finishes his Dao manifestation," said Felicitous Rain Lord. With 8-leaf Dao fruits almost done, the Dao manifestation process was also about to end soon. However, at that moment, a look of surprise flashed in Felicitous Rain Lord's eyes. That is? Yi Yun's major destruction Dao fruit had already taken shape, but as he was about to lead the major destruction Dao fruit towards the other Dao fruits, Yi Yun stopped. It was the final step, but Yi Yun felt something odd. The major destruction Dao fruit was able to devour everything. It was the end to the chaos of the universe, and also the end of Dao. Therefore, when the major destruction Dao fruit approached the other Dao fruits, it faintly emitted a devouring force, like it wanted to devour the other Dao fruits. If he allowed the other Dao fruits to fuse with the major destruction Dao fruit, what sort of outcome would there be? Would it be destruction? The major Dao of destruction could destroy everything, so it would be normal if it included Dao fruits. Yi Yun had never heard of the fusing of Dao fruits, nor had he ever heard of anyone with a major destruction Dao fruit. How was he to choose at such crossroads? He was just short of a step to manifest his Dao, but the fusion. Yi Yun had an intense foreboding that if he attempted the fusion, his other Dao fruits were very likely to be destroyed by the major destruction Dao fruit. Eventually, they would be left in emptiness and silence just like the universe would be after its destruction. What should he do? Yi Yun stopped. He could not proceed any further, for if he continued the fusion, what waited for him could very well be a disaster. Furthermore, the 9th leaf eventually failed to develop fully. It caused Yi Yun to turn perplexed. Could it be that no one in the entire 12 Empyrean heavens had ever come into contact with the major Dao of destruction and that it could not support a single 9-leaf Dao fruit? the manifestation of the Dao fruits had to be done in one fell swoop. Yi Yun no longer had much Yuan Qi left, so his time was limited. He had to come to a decision. Major destruction. Were destruction and finality the end? Matter in the universe could not remain eternal. They would eventually proceed towards destruction, including the universe. But what happened after destruction? Could it be that all that was left was eternal nothingness? Everything in the world underwent birth and death. A drop of water could evaporate and become part of a cloud before condensing into new drops of rain. Plants would wither, but the fruits that they bore could give rise to seeds. Mortals would die of age, but babies would grow up into adults. Stars could be destroyed, but new stars would eventually be born. Everything in the world underwent a cycle, so it definitely included the universe. The destruction of the universe was the beginnings of a new universe. It was just that the cycle was immensely long, that it was beyond the imagination of mere mortals. New universe. Yi Yun suddenly seemed to realize something. What were the beginnings of the universe? Tao begets one, one begets two. Before yin-yang and spacetime was chaos. Rebirth after destruction was chaos and major destruction respectively. They were both two great Tao of supremacy. Why were there two great Tao of supremacy? They might be like yin-yang, spacetime, water-fire, just two sides of the universe. The two could supplement each other and not a single one was dispensable. Yi Yun had cultivated in pure yang laws, but he did not focus on it fully. He was nourished by Lin Xintong's pure yin, and the Great Empress Heart Sutra itself was a cultivation technique that combined yin and yang. Yi Yun combined the Tao of withering with the laws of time, but back when Yi Yun fought the black-armored demon god, he had been trapped in an alternate spatial dimension created by the black-armored demon god. He had used several years to see through the Tao of space with the purple crystal, allowing him to escape. Space supplemented time and vice versa. Even for his sword Tao, Yi Yun had started with gaining insights into Saber Tao at the very beginning. His first weapon was the Thousand Army Saber, and after entering the Saber Tomb, he gained insight of the Saber Tao of being indomitable. At the Pure Yang Sword Palace, he had obtained the 1,000 snow-flying sabers, which were, to date, a weapon he used to kill. But only the major Tao of destruction was a lone and solitary existence. Up to date, there was no other corresponding law that could be fused with it. This caused the major destruction Tao to become purely destruction. It obviously possessed immense strength when used against enemies. But on careful thought, Yi Yun had yet to fully grasp the major destruction domain up to date. When he faced Shifei and Shiping, Yi Yun had produced the major destruction domain which destroyed everything. If not for Yi Yun's energy being depleted, the destruction might very well continue, resulting in terrifying damage. Destruction needed to form a union with creation. Only then could there be perfection. If not, it would be the present situation that he was facing. Even the major destruction Tao fruit that he condensed would devour the other Tao fruits, causing him to eventually fall short of success. Upon realizing this, Yi Yun made his decision. He needed to find a corresponding Tao for major destruction. If his decision was made known to others, they would definitely think that Yi Yun had gone mad. He was only a warrior at the Heaven Ascension Perfection realm, but he was planning to gain insights into two great Tao of supremacy. It was impossible to do so even for a divine lord. However, Yi Yun was determined to attempt it. He wanted his major Tao of destruction to be perfect as well. Ignoring the fact that the major destruction Tao fruit would destroy the other Tao fruits, but just having an 8-leaf Tao fruit did not satisfy Yi Yun. Yi Yun suspected that it was because his major Tao of destruction was not perfected that resulted in his other Tao fruits to be imperfect as well. After all, the major Tao of destruction was his Tao domain and also the foundations of his other Tao. What happened? Fairy Ningxuang saw that Yi Yun's aura was weakening as she immediately turned nervous. At that moment, the 8-leaf Tao fruit that was about to form on Yi Yun's Tao tree stopped growing.
The leaves curled up and wrapped the Tao fruit with them.
Yi Yun actually failed his Tao manifestation? Yi Yun is now at the half-step Tao manifestation realm. A number of warriors would stop at the half-step Tao manifestation realm.
Qi Zhuiyun was one such example. However, from Yi Yun's previous stance, it looked like he planned on manifesting his Tao in one fell swoop, but now, he stopped midway?
What was the reason?
Felicitous Rain Lord pondered over it as well.
He too could not understand Yi Yun's decision. Half-step Tao manifestation is fine too.
With plenty of time for preparation, he will definitely succeed the next time.
Fairy Ningxuan helped Yi Yun find an excuse. However, Felicitous Rain Lord shook his head gently. That's probably not what Yi Yun is thinking.
His Tao manifestation did not fail, but he intentionally stopped it.
He is probably not satisfied with 8-leaf Tao fruits.
When Felicitous Rain Lord said that, he frowned slightly.
Having ambition was a good thing, but how could a 9-leaf Tao fruit be so easy to condense? Those who could condense 9-leaf Tao fruits were extraordinary talents. Furthermore, most 9-leaf Tao fruits were not great Tao fruits. It was extremely difficult just attempting to condense a 9-leaf Tao fruit for great Tao like yin-yang, spacetime, and destruction. And it would only be even more difficult if one wanted to cultivate in several Tao.
Felicitous Rain Lord was already very pleased with the Tao fruits that Yi Yun condensed, but Yi Yun had stopped. Seeing Yi Yun completely give up, Felicitous Rain Lord moved and flew in front of Yi Yun.
Fairy Ningxuan followed suit. Yi Yun, why did you stop? Are you not pleased with 8-leaf Tao fruits? Your 8-leaf Tao fruits are already approaching 9 leaves. Furthermore, it's 3 great Tao fruits.
In addition to Sword Tao, although it's not a great Tao of nature, to warriors, it is a great Tao when it comes to the Tao of skill. Felicitous Rain Lord obviously wished that Yi Yun was able to condense a 9-leaf Tao fruit, but he was afraid that Yi Yun would waste too much time by aiming too high.
Time in one's youth was very precious.
If it was wasted, it would affect one's potential. Yi Yun knew that Felicitous Rain Lord was watching his entire Tao manifestation process, but he did not directly answer Felicitous Rain Lord's question. Instead, he said, this disciple will keep in mind Master's teachings.
This disciple has a question for Master. Where will this disciple be able to gain insights into the Tao of primordial chaos? What?
Felicitous Rain Lord was stunned.
Primordial chaos? Why was Yi Yun asking about one of the great Tao of supremacy of the universe for? Don't tell me that. You want to gain insights into the primordial chaos? Chapter 993, 3 Beams of Sword Qi. Yes. Yi Yun nodded his head in absolute seriousness. About that. Felicitous Rain Lord pricked up his eyebrows.
Learning the Tao of primordial chaos was just too difficult. Even Felicitous Rain Lord had never had any contact to great Tao laws that were above spacetime and yin-yang.
To comprehend primordial chaos, not only did one need opportunities, they also needed perception that only 1 in a quadrillion of people had.
It was unlike the major destruction laws. There was no place to meditate with the major destruction laws because the time for the universe's destruction had yet to happen. As for primordial chaos laws, the universe had been born after all.
There were still chances to gain insights into it. But even so, mighty figures of the 12 Empyrean heavens who knew primordial chaos laws were a rare breed.
Therefore, Felicitous Rain Lord was unlikely to feel optimistic about Yi Yun's request to study it. However, thinking back to the things that Yi Yun had previously done, and how they had far exceeded his expectations, Felicitous Rain Lord said, the universe was born from chaos. In order to meditate over the primordial chaos, the most direct method is to find worlds that were recently born.
It is possible to connect to the primordial universe through those worlds where there is the existence of the nebulous primordial chaos. The 12 Empyrean heavens is too big, so although the probability of such worlds appearing is extremely low, there are really a few spots like that. For example, the primordial Empyrean heaven.
Yi Yun had previously been to the primordial Empyrean heaven and underwent the Luo Divine Hall's trials there. However, the landmass where the Luo Divine Hall trials was held was a rather stable place. It was a place that was naturally unsuitable to ponder over chaos laws. As for places that were conducive to the contemplation of chaos laws, Yi Yun was unable to head there alone.
Without me going with you, you will not be able to reach the primordial Empyrean heaven.
Felicitous Rain Lord sighed in silence as he looked like he was being put on the spot. Felicitous Rain Lord had previously said that he had matters to attend to in a few years' time. And a few years had passed while he watched Yi Yun's cultivation and attempted manifesting his Tao in the abode. It was about time that he left. Felicitous Rain Lord contemplated for a moment before saying, "For you to give up manifesting your Tao midway, I believe that you have thought it through. In that case, accompany me to the Azure Wood Great World." Azure Wood Great World? Fairy Ningxuan, who was beside him, revealed a look of astonishment.
Divine Lord, are you sure? Yi Yun was momentarily stunned as well.
Felicitous Rain Lord looked at Yi Yun and said with a serious expression, "I was planning on heading there with Ningxuan, firstly because of my own matters and secondly to find opportunities for Ningxuan to make a breakthrough. If you were at the peak of the Tao manifestation realm, even if you didn't ask, I would have taken you along. The Azure Wood Great World has plenty of opportunities, but now, it's the result of having no choice. Your cultivation level is too low to enter the Azure Wood Great World."
"In there, even Tao Palace Realm warriors have to tread carefully," said Felicitous Rain Lord. In the Azure Wood Great World, Tao Palace Realm warriors had to tread like they were on thin ice. Yi Yun was only at the half-step Tao manifestation realm, so he was 2 full realms away. It was no wonder that Felicitous Rain Lord did not consider the matter previously. But now, he decided on the matter because of Yi Yun's desire to study the primordial chaos. You still aren't aware of what a place the Azure Wood Great World is. It's a world that is bordering on life and death. In the Azure Wood Great World, a new world is born, while as a result, the old Azure Wood Great World is collapsing. What Felicitous Rain Lord said stunned Yi Yun. There was such a world? It might not be a coincidence.
The last time that I entered the Azure Wood Great World, I saw a mark left behind by a senior. Felicitous Rain Lord revealed a look of reminiscence. The reason why I'm entering the Azure Wood Great World is also for that senior. That senior's martial arts is unfathomable, one that I have never seen before. Perhaps, chasing after that senior's footsteps will allow me to seek the supreme martial path. Yi Yun could see a yearning in Felicitous Rain Lord's eyes. The supreme martial path was a lifelong pursuit for a warrior like Felicitous Rain Lord. However, after the Azure Wood Great World began collapsing, it was abandoned for hundreds of millions of years. How was he going to pursue that senior in such a world? Although all I saw was a mark, I kept having the nagging feeling that such a senior had yet to die.
Maybe in the Azure Wood Great World, there are other inheritances left behind by that senior. It might even be possible that the senior is still alive. If that's the case, there is that tiny possibility that I'll be able to find that senior. Felicitous Rain Lord said in a tone filled with anticipation. How could a senior that represented supreme martial arts for Felicitous Rain Lord die so easily? What sort of mark was it? Yi Yun could not help but ask. Felicitous Rain Lord seemed to cast his eyes to a distant spot through space. It was a flower. It constantly phased between life and death, just like the Azure Wood Great World, which is the interface of destruction and birth, said Felicitous Rain Lord. It's fine if you want to give up now. Yi Yun looked up and said, "Master, this disciple is willing to go along with you." The martial path was fraught with difficulties. Yi Yun was unwilling to turn to dust after hundreds of thousands of years. He wanted to try his chances at climbing that peak of martial arts. Since time immemorial, people who could become divine lords were all talented people who experienced great tribulations in life and encountered countless opportunities. If not, how could they trample on billions of warriors to reach the peak?
And the goal that Yun set for himself was not limited to being a divine lord. Have you thought through it carefully? This disciple has already thought it through, said Yun seriously.
Felicitous Rain Lord looked at Yun and nodded.
On our trip to the Azurewood Great World, there will probably be many people from other sects and countries coming along. However, those old freaks at the level of supremacies will target the core area of the Azurewood Great World.
It's a place that you can't enter anyway.
As for your true strength, it should be somewhere around the peak of the Tao Manifestation Realm, but the people who will be going will mostly be at the Tao Palace Realm.
There will not be many people at the Tao Manifestation Realm.
Furthermore, what you face will be different from them. You will have to rely on yourself for everything. As your master, I'll give you 3 protective sword chi. Upon saying that, Felicitous Rain Lord stretched out his hand to draw a profound rune mid-air and placed it on Yun's glabella.
Immediately, an extremely sharp aura surged towards Yun.
In his soul sea, there were 3 tiny revolving swords beside the 3-foot passage sword. Yun could sense the terrifying power that the small swords had just from probing them. With Yun's soul sea and cultivation realm, he could only accommodate 3 beams of sword chi. These 3 beams of sword chi are produced by me, but your cultivation realm is too low.
They probably will not be able to produce half of their might.
But even so, they will be useful tools to protect your life.
Do not think that you are invincible with the sword chi.
People and freaks from the various large sects and fake kingdoms would typically have their own hidden cards. And killing in the Azurewood Great World depends on one's ability. That has the authority over life and death, so even though you are my disciple, my name will not pose much of a threat. In an independent world, it was unknown who the culprit was if one died, so there was nothing to speak of with respect to revenge. Furthermore, it was typically a life and death struggle between peers. Being killed only meant that he was inferior to others, so there was no reason for Felicitous Rain Lord to seek revenge.
Thank you, Master, said Yun.
He naturally would not act willfully because of the sword chi. They were hidden cards to ensure his survival. Try your best to cultivate as much as possible.
Doing some last-minute preparations is still beneficial, said Felicitous Rain Lord. After Yun left, Fairy Ningxuang sighed and said, Yun's aspirations are too high.
I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse for him. I'm worried as well, said Felicitous Rain Lord as he looked into a distance.
But if a warrior does not have any aspirations, he won't be able to go far either.
Fairy Ningxuan could tell that Felicitous Rain Lord was not supportive of Yun's decision and resolution. But in the bottom of his heart, Felicitous Rain Lord recognized Yun's martial heart, or he would not have bestowed 3 beams of sword chi to him. She had followed Felicitous Rain Lord for tens of thousands of years. Felicitous Rain Lord's martial heart was also extremely firm, or he would not have become the youngest divine lord in the 12 Empyrean heavens. One of the reasons why Yun had become Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple was partly due to Felicitous Rain Lord's acknowledgement of his martial heart.
Without such determination, one would eventually turn average even if one had astounding talent. In the process of cultivation, warriors had to face numerous enticements. Ordinary Tao Manifestation Realm warriors could already become an elder of a mid-tier sect or a guest elder. They could enjoy a long lifespan and live a lavish lifestyle like a king. But the pursuit of martial arts was a lonely and dark path. There were too many unknowns along it.
It won't be long before we can enter the Azurewood Great World, said Felicitous Rain Lord in an eager fashion. He looked at the sky of the abode, which reflected the world outside.
At the moment, it was dark outside, and dazzling stars formed the milky arm of a galaxy.
It was breathtakingly beautiful. And inside Spirit Gathering Palace, Yun was also looking at the milky arm of the galaxy. Be it now, or when he was immortal, such a sight was truly mesmerizing. Every star might represent a great world by itself, and in this galactic arm, there were countless great worlds, with trillions of lives. As Yun sat inside Spirit Gathering Palace, he pondered over the distance between him and the galactic stars. But when he stretched his hand out, it was like the stars were right in front of him.
Chapter 994 Enemies often cross each other's paths.
A few months later, a dazzling and starry burst of light flashed on the floating island. The Divine Lord has left.
The Oracle Fey Kingdom's Imperial Patriarch looked at the starry burst of light from afar. He could sense the terrifying power from the flash of light.
However, the floating island was still sealed. About a year ago, Felicitous Rain Lord had already settled several matters.
His unnamed disciples would stay behind and cultivate in the Oracle Fey Kingdom.
And on the floating island, Shi Jueyan watched the starry light as it flashed.
We are already people from different worlds.
Although I have no idea where you are heading, I wish you good luck. Shi Jueyan lowered his head and continued thrusting the spear in his hand forward.
Boom!
In front of Shi Jueyan, a gigantic mountain was covered in densely packed holes. About half the mountain was gone. Although he could not chase up to Yi Yun, Shi Jueyan still wanted to pursue his own martial path.
Amid the stars.
It will be a long journey to the sinkhole. With the meteor cruiser's speed, it will still require a few days.
Why don't you play a game of Go with me to kill time, said Felicitous Rain Lord to Yi Yun, who was sitting across him.
Yi Yun, who had not exited the abode for a few years, did not seem to have any change to his appearance. However, compared to before he entered the abode, his bearing had experienced drastic changes. He was wearing a white robe and his hair was tied up simply. His eyes were like the night as they intermittently flashed with profound runes, and he exuded a mysterious aura.
This disciple isn't that good at Go. Master, please go easy on me. Yi Yun said with a smile.
Stretching his hand out, a swirling beam of light flashed around his fingers. It condensed into a crystalline chess piece that was as warm as jade as he gently placed it on the board.
Try playing Go whenever you have the time. It can help you focus and refine yourself.
It is a cultivation of mind and body, said Felicitous Rain Lord as he condensed a piece from the void. Fairy Ningxuan watched from the side as she revealed a faint smile. The two of you are quite alike.
That isn't a good thing.
If he's like me, he will only attract hate, laughed Felicitous Rain Lord.
He had no lack of enemies. The game of Go lasted for 3 days.
At the dawn of the 4th day, the meteor cruiser entered a strange world. The starlight was dim and there were several black vortices swirling in space. There were gray planets and rocks of various sizes floating everywhere.
The planets were mostly silent with no life on them.
And those planets exuded different kinds of energies where most of the energies made people sense danger.
In between the planets, there were space-time turbulences.
Felicitous Rain Lord's meteor cruiser had spacetime laws protecting it, so it was unaffected as it shuttled through the spacetime turbulence. All they saw was distorted space and countless flashing lights outside the windows.
And after crossing countless spacetime turbulences, a gigantic star appeared in a warm and illuminated starry void.
Around the star, there was a beautiful nebula that encircled it several times.
It was breathtakingly beautiful as it illuminated the starry void. The starry scenery of the 12 Empyrean heavens is truly breathtaking. Yi Yun could not help but reflect on it.
But such a beautiful star emanated a deadly and silent but chaotic aura. Yi Yun turned his head and noticed that Felicitous Rain Lord was silently looking at the star.
This is?
That is the Azurewood Great World, said Felicitous Rain Lord softly.
After such a long period of time, they had finally arrived in the Azurewood Great World. The Azurewood Great World.
Yi Yun looked at the star and he could not sense any signs of life around the star. And in the star system that was on the brink of death, there was a new star system that was about to be born. The mysteries of the universe where life and death could be companions was truly fascinating. The Azurewood Great World was too large, so when the meteor cruiser arrived in front of the star, it was like a speck of dust. Through the gorgeous nebula, Yi Yun could see a blob of gray shadows. The nebula is the spacetime turbulence, said Felicitous Rain Lord.
As the meteor cruiser approached the star, Yi-Yun began to sense the horror of the space-time turbulence as well. Even the space-time laws that protected the meteor cruiser could not fully withstand it. Once they were sucked into the space-time turbulence, it was possible to be lost in the chaotic pandemonium of space-time till their deaths. In the luster, Yi-Yun saw the shadows of a few spirit cruisers and people. They were people who had previously been trapped by the space-time turbulence. To date, their souls were still trapped within it. This period of time is when the surrounding space-time turbulence around the Azurewood Great World is at its weakest. But even so, there is a need for certain methods to enter it. As Felicitous Rain Lord said, he tapped on the void with one hand. Boom! A palm that was dozens of times larger than the meteor cruiser appeared outside the window. It was nearly transparent, and it was filled with imprints of space-time laws. Who? The palm pulled the space-time turbulence apart, allowing the meteor cruiser to immediately blast through it. A few hours later, the meteor cruiser tore out of the lustrous nebula. Beneath them was a gigantic black lake, with gray building compounds around it. Many of the buildings were toppled, and the mountains were already falling apart, while the ground was filled with cracks as well. Only ruins could be seen on the vast plains. There was no life to it, or at least from Yi-Yun's perception, he could not even sense a worm. This was indeed a dead planet that was on the brink of collapse. Felicitous Rain Lord wanted to pursue that senior, and as Yi-Yun looked at the planet, he found it hard to imagine that there were people living on it. From the moment they entered, Yi-Yun felt as though the star system was repelling them. It was like they were alien invaders. The place that I'm going to is the core area of the Azurewood Great World, which is the Azurewood Divine Residence. The Azurewood Divine Residence is transformed from a piece of Azurewood that turned into one of the divine. Where I want to go to is the Divine Tree Palace at the very core, said Felicitous Rain Lord. There it is. Yi-Yun looked into the distance. A towering divine tree was stood erect on the ground while shrouding the skies. Its peak pierced through the gray clouds. In the collapsing and dead world, the leaves of the divine tree had yet to wither surprisingly. It was truly evergreen. It was no wonder that this world was called the Azurewood Great World. That was the Azurewood Divine Residence. And below the divine tree were roots that were like mountain ranges. The roots similarly had several buildings on them. The Azurewood Divine Residence has extremely strict restrictions. Supremacies and below are unable to enter. Even ordinary supremacies can't enter the Divine Tree Palace. Around the Divine Residence is an important area of the Azurewood Great World. With your cultivation level, you can move around it, but you have to be especially careful. The Azurewood Great World is currently collapsing while the New World is in its nascent stages. The laws are chaotic, so there might be unexpected dangers. And the restrictions, array formations, and seals from the past have been affected by the collapse of the Azurewood Great World. Some of them are damaged, but some of them have become even more terrifying. There are others. I can already sense several auras. Those people sure are fast. As Felicitous Rain Lord said this, an immense aura suddenly surged over. The aura only brushed past them before vanishing. Felicitous Rain Lord frowned slightly and said, "The people from the Immortal Rain Sect have arrived as well. They are waiting for me." Just as Felicitous Rain Lord said that, a gigantic skull appeared in the distant void. The skull was burning with purple flames as it slowly floated over. Although it was still a great distance away, Yi-Yun felt like his lifeblood was being stirred by the gigantic skull. That is. Yi-Yun was stunned as he sensed an odd and sinister aura that he was familiar with but hated greatly. Fey Phantasm Sect. This would be tough. I never expected them to come as well. As Felicitous Rain Lord said that, he glanced at Yi-Yun. The toughness that he was referring to was naturally referring to Yi-Yun. The Fey Phantasm Sect could not affect him. Felicitous Rain Lord knew that Yi-Yun had a vendetta with the Fey Phantasm Sect.
The Fey Phantasm sect wanted to swallow the six-country alliance, and several years ago, Yun was nearly assassinated by the Fey Phantasm sect after having just arrived in the Oracle Fey Kingdom to participate in Felicitous Rainlord's disciple recruitment assessment. Back then, the Fey Phantasm sect had sent 2 experts. Logically speaking, Yun would have definitely been a dead man, but Yun had miraculously survived.
It left the Fey Phantasm sect astonished, and what shocked them the most was likely that Yun became Felicitous Rainlord's personal disciple. As such, Yun's status was extremely delicate to the Fey Phantasm sect. On one side, they had already become enemies of Yun. The brighter Yun's future was, the more they did not want Yun to fully mature. And on the other side, as a disciple of Felicitous Rainlord, Yun was not someone that they dared to assassinate recklessly. They would have to pay a heavy price for that. However, it was completely different in the Azurewood Great World. The skull drew closer. Even Yun did not expect that the Fey Phantasm sect would come as well. How true was it that enemies often cross each other's paths? Yun, since the Fey Phantasm sect actually came, while I will be deep in the core of the Azurewood Great World, what about you? What are your plans? Chapter 995, Demonic Eye Divine Lord.
Yun knew how dangerous it was for him if the Fey Phantasm sect was also in the Azurewood Great World.
However, if he were to give up on the expedition, Yun had no idea where or when he could gain insights into the Tao of primordial chaos.
It would only result in him failing to form his major destruction Tao fruit. Time was precious to him, so he could not delay any further.
If he missed the opportunity, it would no longer exist in the future.
Master, since I'm already here, I have no plans on returning.
Okay, very well.
Felicitous Rainlord nodded. Although he knew that Yun's choice was extremely dangerous, he still admired Yun's guts.
At that moment, a ghastly shadow flew out of the gigantic skull.
Flying beside the ghastly shadow were a few figures. The ghastly shadow appeared lofty in the void. It did not seem like it coexisted harmoniously with the surrounding space as huge distortions appeared around the shadow. It was like it was projected from another dimension.
Felicitous Rain.
A sinister and odd aura surged over as Yun felt like an extremely cold storm was ushered into his soul. His soul felt like it was being sealed frozen.
However, when the aura reached Felicitous Rainlord's vicinity, a cold grunt from him dispelled the aura completely. Why are you giving me the cold shoulder? It's just a greeting. I heard about the recruitment of your disciple some time ago. I actually planned on sending a few lowly disciples to be evaluated by you to see if they could catch your eye. Is that your newly recruited disciple?
Yun felt a few penetrating gazes that seemed to pierce through his soul being cast on him. Yun found 2 of the gazes familiar. The 2 supremacies that had attempted to assassinate him were here as well.
Yun would not forget the names and appearances of Gui Huazi and Daoist Yuming.
If not for the God Advent Tower, he would have been killed by them. And Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi, who had been escorting him, were severely injured. It probably caused quite a serious dent on Elder Shi's aspirations to make the breakthrough that he was preparing for.
You want to fight me? Asked Felicitous Rainlord coldly. Ha, why so serious? See you later in the divine residence.
The ghastly shadow issued a menacing cackle before it elongated itself, turning into a crimson line in the void and vanishing oddly. The ghastly shadow had left.
Yun immediately felt the pressure vanish. That person is...
The ghastly shadow clearly knew Felicitous Rainlord. The Fey Phantasm sect's Demonic Eye Divine Lord, as well as a dozen or so supremacies from the Fey Phantasm sect.
Felicitous Rainlord's expression was ashen. He has come as well.
That Demonic Eye Divine Lord is like a wretched dog that would rush over the moment he catches a whiff of something. Yun had previously heard that the reason why the Fey Phantasm sect acted so tyrannically was because it had produced a Divine Lord. So it was that ghastly shadow.
Was it the 2 supremacies standing beside him who attacked you?
Felicitous Rain Lord suddenly asked.
He had also sensed the two supremacies glance at Yi Yun abnormally. Yes, said Yi Yun with a nod.
A faint coldness flashed in Felicitous Rain Lord's eyes. They are nothing in the Azurewood Divine Residence, and the Demonic Eye Divine Lord's target is very likely the Azurewood Divine Residence as well.
The Faith Phantasm Sect's Divine Lord and Supremacies would enter the Azurewood Divine Residence, so there was no worry that Yi Yun would be harmed by them.
And although Felicitous Rain Lord had the intention of killing the two supremacies, they were not dumb either. They were most likely going to stick close to Demonic Eye Divine Lord.
Following that, the gigantic skull rapidly departed. Felicitous Rain Lord watched the gigantic skull disappear.
Although his personality was to do as he wished, if not for the Demonic Eye Divine Lord watching nearby, he would have wiped all of the Faith Phantasm Sect's younger generation nearby that could assassinate Yi Yun.
I cannot let Demonic Eye Divine Lord and company enter the Divine Residence alone. I have to go in as well.
My perception can only temporarily stop them from tracking you. After that, you need to be extremely careful, exhorted Felicitous Rain Lord.
Yes, Master, said Yi Yun.
The gigantic skull had already vanished into the distance. And in one of the eyes of the gigantic skull, an effeminate and intricate-looking man dressed in scarlet robes stood there. He was still looking in the direction of Felicitous Rain Lord, despite not being able to see the Felicitous Rain Lord trio anymore.
That punk really didn't die. Yu Feihua revealed a look of disbelief. Are you talking about that genius from the Luo clan? What's his name? Yi Yun?
At that moment, a sweet and delicate girl's voice came from behind Yu Feihua.
The person speaking was a blue-haired female with gorgeous looks. Her eyes sparkled brightly, and her every move had a natural charm to them. The corners of her eyes were smeared with a scarlet tinge that accentuated her with a mysterious and odd vividness. Her looks were ones that could cause disaster to befall countries and men. He's very young, said the woman with a laugh. She had also seen Yi Yun a moment ago. It's hard to imagine that a youth that's not even at the Dao manifestation realm managed to survive a full strike from you unscathed. He even managed to survive an attack from your father. It's really perplexing. How did he do it? Yu Feihua glanced at her and frowned. Yao Chua, don't you poke your nose into this. Heh, I'm only being curious. Yao Chua grinned in an alluring manner. Yu Feihua grunted coldly and turned to look outside. He did not dare to do a thing after seeing Yi Yun with Felicitous Rain Lord present. Neither could he stay there for long, or he would have been courting death. However, how could Felicitous Rain Lord protect Yi Yun all the time? Other than that avatar that managed to withstand a strike of mine, Yi Yun must have some impressive treasures. A strange glint flashed in Yu Feihua's eyes. A treasure that could withstand a supremacy's deathblow. At the moment that the news was made known, it was likely that the warriors who had come to the Azurewood Great World would be moved by it. So how could Yu Feihua leak the information regarding the treasure? He wouldn't mention it even to Yao Chua. Yi Yun's cultivation level has reached half-step Dao manifestation after becoming Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple. Putting aside the fact that he hasn't manifested his Dao, he's still far from me even if he has. I'm at the 6th floor Dao Palace realm. Without that defensive treasure, he wouldn't even stand up to scrutiny in front of me. A menacing look appeared in Yu Feihua's eyes. Although Yi Yun had become a Divine Lord's disciple, he had only been cultivating for a few years under the guidance of a Divine Lord. As for Yu Feihua, he had been taught by Taoist Yu Ming from birth. In addition to the two full realms of cultivation separating them, Yu Feihua thought nothing of Yi Yun's tiny bit of strength. It could be said that in the eyes of Yu Feihua, Yi Yun's treasure was already his. That darn Felicitous Rain Lord, why doesn't he quickly leave? If this goes on, who knows when I'll find Yi Yun again. During this period of time, he better not die, thought Yu Feihua. At the instant that the gigantic skull vanished, Felicitous Rain Lord said, "The people from the Faith Phantasm sect have left.
The demonic Eye Divine Lord Zora is also heading towards the Azurewood Divine Residence.
They aren't pursuing you. Felicitous Rain Lord looked at the Azurewood Divine Residence and said, Yun, we will be leaving. Be careful. Fairy Ningxuan said with a nod.
Yun bowed, and when he lifted his head, Fairy Ningxuan and Felicitous Rain Lord's figures had already transformed into beams of light that headed for the Azurewood Divine Residence. Felicitous Rain Lord waited for the people from the Fey Phantasm sect to leave before he left.
That's already a level of protection for me. Next, it will all depend on me.
When a warrior practiced martial arts, it was impossible for him to always be protected by his master. A warrior that was unable to face danger himself had no right to seek the path of martial arts.
Yun looked at the ground.
This was the first time that he was visiting the Azurewood Great World, and just as he was preparing to find a seemingly safe spot to land, two figures suddenly flew towards him from ground level. The two figures were feeling apprehensive in the beginning, but when they noticed that Yun was alone, the two figures immediately accelerated towards him.
Yun immediately turned wary as he pressed a hand on his interspatial ring. Chapter 996, First Attempt of the Sword's Blade. The two figures dressed in azure-colored robes quickly approached him. One of them was carrying a heavy-looking scabbard on his back, while the other did not carry any weapons at all. The two warriors were at the peak of the Dao manifestation realm, and their auras were rich and dense. They sized Yun up before asking him with a smile, Junior brother, do you know which seniors were here just now?
Yun swept a glance at them and nonchalantly said, I came here because of the aura that I sensed. The identity as Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple was best not to be easily revealed to others in the Azurewood Great World. Ignoring the Fey Phantasm sect, if others were to know, there was a very strong likelihood for them to set their sights on Yun. Various reasons like jealousy or greed for his treasures were sufficient motivation for them to attack Yun.
So, Junior brother did not see the seniors as well?
The duo shook their heads and said, but then again, seeing them might not be something good. The seniors might not like to be disturbed. Noticing how Yun did not speak any further, the duo exchanged glances.
One of the duo, who was bearded, said amiably, Junior brother, are you now alone?
They could already tell that Yun was at the half-step Dao manifestation realm. It was obviously impossible for such a person to come to the Azurewood Great World alone. However, there were many young disciples that accompanied their sect masters or elders.
Where is the rest of your esteemed sect?
The other man looked around, but they had only come here after confirming that there were no other auras around.
I do not have a sect, said Yun. Then, you must be a disciple of a reclusive master?
The bearded man said with a nod. The seniors from our sect have already entered the Azurewood Divine Residence, leaving only the two of us. Although this place isn't the inner regions of the Azurewood Great World, it is still quite a dangerous place.
The bearded man said warmly, Junior brother, instead of venturing alone, why don't you join us?
We can take care of each other after all. The other man did not say anything, but he looked at Yun with an eager expression. Yun stroked his chin and looked at the duo. He planned on rejecting them when he suddenly thought of something.
He changed his mind and said, all right. That's great. The two of us just came to the Azurewood Great World as well. We don't know anything and will just be looking around. Let's familiarize ourselves with each other. Who knows, we might become friends in the future.
The two men took the initiative to descend.
Yun followed slowly behind them. The buildings over there look rather new. There should be some array protecting them.
The things inside must still be preserved, said the bearded man as he pointed to a particular courtyard. The courtyard was situated beside the roots of the towering tree. Although the massive courtyard walls were estimated to be 100 feet tall, the courtyard appeared to be minute in front of the tree roots. The Azure Divine Tree, which held up the Azurewood Great World, was just too massive.
If there's anything, we will split them equally, said the other man. All right. Yun nodded. After entering the courtyard, Yi Yun looked around the yard in a fascinated manner. There were all sorts of strange rock engravings in the yard, while the ground was filled with engravings of leaves. Entering the yard felt like one had returned to ancient times. The yard had probably been abandoned for more than 100 million years, but the feeling that it gave was like someone had stayed in there only recently. Without the preservation from arrays, it would have long been reduced to ruins. "Let's enter the hall," the two warriors said as they eagerly strode into the hall. The corners of Yi Yun's lips curled up when he looked at the duo's back. It was a teasing smile as he followed behind them at an adequate pace. After entering the building, he noticed that the two warriors were standing inside the hall. "Senior brothers, why aren't you in a rush to search for treasures? Are you waiting for me?" "The both of you are just too kind," said Yi Yun. The two warriors chuckled and said, "Of course we have to wait for junior brother. It's best to search such a place together." "Oh really? I thought the both of you were already very familiar with this place," said Yi Yun without any haste. They had seen numerous courtyards from the sky, but the duo had chosen this one. They were in a hurry to enter the hall at the moment they landed, so wasn't it obvious that they were trying to lure him in? The bearded warrior's eyes turned cold as he said with a laugh, "It looks like you are smarter than the previous one. But for you to follow us here despite knowing the truth, it can only mean that you do not know what it means to die. Even if your master is a supremacy, there is no way that you can be rescued. It's not like that I didn't notice that something was wrong. I followed the both of you here because I actually wanted to test a new law that I learned after a few years of reclusive training. The both of you are at the peak of the Dao manifestation realm, so you are qualified to receive my attacks." Yi Yun pulled his sword out. With the Azurewood Great World opening up, Felicitous Rain Lord had already said that there would be several Dao Palace Realm warriors. There would also be people at the peak of the Dao manifestation realm, but they would be relatively rare. Now that he had encountered two of them, Yi Yun planned to use them to gauge his strength. His intuition told him that his expedition in the Azurewood Great World would be fraught with dangers. Since his strength was far from sufficient, he needed to battle to raise his strength. Now, with an opportunity to do battle voluntarily standing in front of him, Yi Yun naturally would not reject it. "What?" The duo was incensed. They were warriors at the peak of Dao manifestation, but they were only qualified to receive the attacks of a half-step Dao manifestation realm warrior? Before the warriors could say anything, the bearded warrior's facial expression changed. "Be careful." So, a cold sword beam shot out faster than he could speak. It seemed to fly out of an ancient spatial temporal dimension as it attacked the bearded warrior without any warning. The warrior's eyes flashed seriously as he roared and smacked the sword beam with both his hands. His hands were imbued with Yuan Qi, allowing them to become extremely strong. A strike from his palm could shatter a person's skeleton. And in between his palms, there was a spinning ball compressed from Yuan Qi. Not only did it manage to withstand the sword beam, it was able to shatter ordinary swords. "How dare you think of slashing me with that cultivation level of yours?" the warrior thundered. His hands produced a tumultuous clap as he suddenly clasped the sword beam. Boom! A powerful shockwave blasted outwards from the warrior's palms. It was blocked. But at that moment, the warrior had a sudden and drastic change in expression. His hands were quickly shriveling up. The veins on the back of his arm protruded as his skin began to blemish. His hand had surprisingly aged. What was going on? He had clearly managed to parry the sword beam. The bearded man was appalled when he saw the scene. What strike was that? "Senior brother, let's join forces and kill him," roared the bearded man angrily. But at that moment, Yi Yun's next strike had arrived. Withering sword of time. Yi Yun's voice accompanied the floating sword beams. The sword beams seemed to lack offensive power, but even if they could be blocked, those who blocked them would show signs of rapid aging. The two warriors frantically defended and attacked, but they began to find it helpless. The youth's sword techniques were too terrifying. Their martial arts, Dao domain or anything else could not parry his attacks. What was even more despairing was that the youth apparently could produce only one move. He slashed out with the same sword beams again and again. There was no other move, much less the conjuring of a Dao domain. But it was such a sword beam that left them wallowing in despair. Very soon, they came to a realization that they could not win. "Senior brother, work with me and use all of our trump cards," yelled the bearded man. Yi Yun gave the duel a nonchalant glance. This was the first time that he was using the 3-foot passage sword in battle, so he too wanted to see what trump cards the duo had. But at that moment, the bearded man's figure suddenly shrank as it transformed into a snake-like shadow and rushed out. Yi Yun was surprised, while the other warrior cursed out loud, "You will die a horrible death. Don't worry. He will accompany you in hell very soon." Yi Yun slashed out, slicing through the warrior's protective Yuan Qi easily. The sword beam was like wind caressing the surface of a lake, but when it landed on the warrior's head, the warrior's appearance immediately aged rapidly. In a few seconds, all of his vitality had been drawn away. His eyes were filled with anger and horror. Yi Yun flashed forward and took the man's interspatial ring before charging out of the building in pursuit of the bearded man. Chapter 997, Portrait. The sky of the world was not azure blue, but black, like black ink blots. It was perhaps because the Azurewood Great World was on the brink of destruction. It was like the core of the world only had an eternal darkness. It felt extremely repressive. However, amid this repressive pressure, there was a picturesque garden, where a divine tree stood in the middle. Although the world was losing its vitality, the divine tree remained lush and luxuriantly green with a proud crown that pierced the sky. Even though the Azurewood Great World was already beginning to collapse, the garden still possessed rich energy and was filled with heaven and earth essence. It gave a refreshing and pleasant feeling to people, like they had ascended to become immortals in this plot of space. The divine tree remains undying, but the world is collapsing. Yet, I'm unable to redeem anything. A girl dressed in a light green dress was prostrated in front of the divine tree. Silver hair flowed down her back and onto the ground, like scattered silver that covered the ground. From behind, one could see that the girl had a long, fair neck that reached her white and petite ears. It made her look like an elf hiding in a forest. The girl prostrated for a long while before she slowly got up. She could sense that the divine tree and the Azurewood Great World seismic network had fused together. It was like a dragon that stood atop this world, eternal and undying. The divine tree had been planted when the world was born, and it would live till the moment when the world faced destruction. For hundreds of millions of years, the divine tree was the guardian of Azurewood Manor by existing alongside it. The Azurewood Manor was a reclusive sect. In the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, there was no lack of reclusive sections. The Immortal Rain sect and Azurewood Manor were examples of reclusive sections. Back in the Azurewood Manor's golden age, its scale far exceeded the Immortal Rain sects. However, even at its peak, the Azurewood Manor seldom made contact with the external world. For hundreds of millions of years, the sect members of the Azurewood Manor remained hidden in the Azurewood Great World and only focused on their cultivation. In the historical records of the Azurewood Manor had suffered a calamity that had threatened to destroy them hundreds of millions of years ago. However, due to the existence of the divine tree, they were spared from utter destruction. Because of that, the divine tree was deemed to be an ancestral totem of supreme importance to the Azurewood Manor. However, even though the Azurewood Manor treated the divine tree as a guardian, the people of the Azurewood Manor knew that the divine tree never belonged to them. The divine tree belonged to the Azurewood Great World, and it was even possible that the divine tree was the owner of the Azurewood Great World. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the divine tree had bestowed grace upon the Azurewood Manor when it protected them from the calamity. Legend said that the female lord of the manor prostrated before the divine tree for 3 days and 3 nights before the divine tree's power was stirred, allowing Azurewood Manor to survive the calamity. The girl did not dare to imagine such a scene.
According to the historical records, the Azurwood Manor's manor lord position was mostly held by females from that moment on. The elders of the Azurwood Manor looked forward to the day when a young lady with outstanding talent was able to stir the Divine Tree's power.
However, that miracle never happened again.
Closer to present day, the Azurwood Great World was approaching its end. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi became more chaotic, making it unsuitable for cultivation. The Azurwood Manor also began to wane, and the number of experts that it had decreased in number. Slowly, their talents withered, and eventually, there was a fracture in the Azurwood Manor. A number of people left the Azurwood Great World and set up an external establishment that was unfortunately destroyed due to unforeseen circumstances. The people that stayed back guarded the Azurwood Great World, but the number of people that they had shrunk. By the girl's generation, there was only a handful of people. And from the moment that the Azurwood Manor began to wane, the Divine Tree never did a thing again. The girl had once fantasized if she could emulate her ancestor by awakening the Divine Tree's powers. However, none of her various and repeated attempts bore fruit. For example, she had already been praying in front of the Divine Tree for several hours today. The Divine Tree was not moved as it stood aloof to the happenings of the world.
"Young lord, those people are here again."
Behind the girl, an old servant with white hair walked over as she spoke with a hoarse voice. The servant was an old woman that looked like an ailing candle in the wind, and her eyes appeared somewhat glazed. She was an old servant of the Azurwood Manor, and she usually tended to the day-to-day needs of the green-dressed girl.
"Master is no longer around."
It's probably insufficient for the Azurwood Divine Residence's array to stop them.
The girl frowned slightly.
The Azurwood Great World was once completely hidden, but with the Azurwood Great World's gradual collapse, the spatial nodes had weakened. It was finally discovered by others, and from then on, people would probe the world like it was an ancient ruin. And the Azurwood Manor had indeed left behind what seemed to be endless treasures and inheritances since ancient times. If it was obtained by outsiders, it would definitely be a great opportunity for them.
The Azurwood Manor was already deteriorating.
Tens of thousands of years ago, the girl's master was able to hold down the situation. With the arrays left behind by their ancestors, it prevented the outsiders from obtaining much. They managed to protect a large portion of the Azurwood Manor's inheritance. But now, her master had passed away, leaving behind a young girl and her old servant, so how could they stop the outsiders? All the outsiders were extremely powerful, and any one of them was not someone that the duo could beat.
Sigh. How infuriating.
If it were 100 million years ago, when my Azurwood Manor was at its peak, our Azurwood Manor wouldn't fear those people even if their numbers increased by several times.
Unfortunately,
the old servant was loyal to the Azurwood Manor. Although she had never seen the Golden Age as written in the historical records, she still thought fondly of their history. She was also very familiar with lords of the Azurwood Manor from past generations. They don't even know that our Azurwood Manor has survived to this day, and they probably think of the Azurwood Great World as being a world without any owner.
Searching the ruins of worlds without owners to gain opportunities was a perfectly justified act in the world of warriors.
In their present situation, the girl did not dare to appear. If the old freaks were to know that the mysterious Azurwood Manor still had a successor, who knew what terrifying acts would play out.
If only the Divine Tree would awaken. The girl looked up at the towering Divine Tree.
As the wind blew, the leaves that were in the clouds gently swayed and rustled. A look of adamance flashed in the girl's eyes. She knew that it was unlikely that the Divine Tree would hear her pleas. It could even be completely ignoring her, but she still needed to do something. She was the only successor of the Azurwood Manor. Therefore, she could not watch idly as everything in Azurwood Manor was taken away by others. She got up and walked out of the garden and arrived at an exquisite courtyard. On a table in the courtyard was a portrait with offerings placed in front of it.
The portrait exuded an unbelievable aura.
The portrait depicted a black-dressed woman who had a graceful figure. However, her face was blurred. The girl bowed respectfully to the portrait. It might only be a portrait, but it was probably the last thing that Azurewood Manor could rely on. It might sound unbelievable that a portrait was the last thing that a sect could rely on, but the portrait had a stunning history according to the historical records of the Azurewood Manor. It existed for a period longer than the Azurewood Great World. And the identity of the person in the portrait was even more unbelievable. The first lord of the Azurewood Great World had once said that the undying divine tree of the Azurewood Great World was planted personally by the black-dressed woman. The silver-haired girl found it unbelievable that a divine tree, which had existed longer than a great world, was planted by a woman.
Chapter 998, Shui.
The Azurewood Great World was bleak and desolate in all but its core region. In the periphery of the Azurewood Great World, there was a mountain range, and the sky above the mountains was black in color. Despite there being the sun to illuminate the sky, the sunlight was dim, like it was a dying old man. The series of mountains continued on incessantly, but they were barren. Everywhere was a scene of desolation. Some of the mountains were flowing with lava as billowing black smoke floated into the sky and filled it to the ends of its horizons.
Other mountains were littered by swaths of withered trees and weathered bone.
They were filled with death and looked more like mass graves. There were even other mountains that were enclosed in terrifying black storms. Some of the storms could rip powerful fey beasts apart. In the valleys between the mountain peaks, there were large series of black lakes.
They emanated a stench with miasma filling the environment around the lakes.
They were highly toxic, and if an ordinary person breathed it in, not only would the person die from the toxicity, the person's corpse would also be corroded, leaving only bones behind.
What can we find in this godforsaken place?
Near one of the black lakes, two burly men were searching the area. They were not young geniuses from large sects, but a league that was created from itinerant cultivators. In the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, leagues were very different to sections.
Sects had their own heritages with strict sect rules. Disciples from the sect would usually cultivate similar cultivation techniques.
As for leagues, they were much more undisciplined. A league was only a group of people coming together for the same set of interests. The cultivation techniques that they cultivated were multifarious and people could leave at any time. Some leagues were simply bandit gangs, especially organized together to engage in the armed robbery of others. The Azurewood Great World was large, so there were many entrances into the Azurewood Great World. A few itinerant members of certain leagues would enter the Azurewood Great World's periphery, but of course, they would only linger around its periphery and not dare venture deeper. Junior brother, this Azurewood Great World has lots of good stuff.
It's the location of a former seclusive sect, the Azurewood sect. When such an ancient sect collapses, could its treasures be anything inferior?
Let's not even talk about the Azurewood sect, just the Azurewood Great World itself would give rise to several treasures.
Now that the world is about to collapse, those ordinary plants and animals have all died. The only things left are the treasures that will expose themselves.
As the two men conversed, they suddenly heard a staccato scream ahead of them.
Save me.
The voice was charming, and it was clearly one that belonged to a young girl.
What's the matter?
The two men exchanged looks as they immediately rushed towards the voice. Their eyes lit up the moment that they saw what was in front of them. A 16 or 17-year-old girl, who had a pair of bright, beautiful eyes, was trapped in a marsh. A thick, black vine was extended out of the mud as it held onto the girl.
It was a fey tree. Ha, junior brother, what did I say?
After the Azurewood Great World's plants die, the only things that survive are nothing to be scoffed at.
Look at that fey tree. Due to the lack of Yuan Qi, it's already starving in agony. It captured the girl in its quest for food. If I'm not wrong, it's a black blood vine.
Using it as a herb or as a poison would be rather effective.
Good luck has befallen us, the heavenly calamity duo.
One of the men said as his eyes flashed with a glint.
Black blood vine? That's indeed a great thing. Also, that babe is covered in treasures.
As the other man said, he looked greedily at the girl's items. The Heavenly Calamity duo had made it a career to rob graves, so they had keen eyesight. They could tell that the clothes that the girl wore, and the hair accessories that she wore, were all valuable ornaments.
That's right. The babe must be from some large sect.
Her elders must have given her lots of great stuff, but unfortunately, her cultivation level is too low and she was unable to use them to their full power.
What a waste if she can't even finish a black blood vine. Hey, beauty, don't be in a rush.
When I'm done finishing that black blood vine, I'll treat you with tender loving care, said the man as he revealed a licentious smile. The girl's aura was pure and unadulterated. She had a substantial foundation, so she was definitely a genius from a large sect. Such women stood high and mighty in the world, one that they could only look up to. But now, in the Azurewood Great World, they could do as they pleased with her.
How could it not excite them? What are the two of you going to do?
The girl turned flustered as she struggled with all her might, but the vine only tightened its grip on her. At that moment, the two men in front of her seemed to be more fearsome than the black blood vine that wanted to consume her.
Asking us what we want to do? Hee, you are still asking such a silly question even at this point in time? Lass, all you can blame is that you are too willful. You entered this area riding on your master's coattails, I suppose?
How you were trapped by the black blood vine can be ignored, but for you to scream for help here really shows how quickly you want to die. But don't worry, in my hands, you will at least have a good time before your death.
Senior brother, the lass looks like a virgin. Senior brother, you were given the honor to take the last virgin's virginity, so shouldn't it be my turn this time?
The Heavenly Calamity duo exchanged lewd and sinister words as they moved closer to the girl.
However, they did not lower their guard either.
It was imperative that they finished the black blood vine first. Of course, with their combined strength, a black blood vine was not a problem.
Sha!
The Heavenly Calamity duo pulled out their sabers as they leaped up and coming from two different angles, they slashed at the black blood vine. The girl turned flustered as though she was extremely horrified, but at that moment, the black mud slush suddenly blasted open 30 feet in front of her.
See?
The chilling sound of a snake's hiss echoed as a snake, whose circumference was about the arm span of 3 men, emerged from the mud and attacked the Heavenly Calamity duo.
Ah! What is that?
The Heavenly Calamity duo was alarmed. Before their attack, they had used their perceptions to survey the surroundings, but they had failed to discover any danger.
How did that enormous python appear? Die!
The Heavenly Calamity duo changed their target suddenly as they slashed their sabers at the snake. However, the snake opened its mouth at that moment and a black vortex swirled from its throat. The surrounding void began to collapse as the Heavenly Calamity duo felt themselves losing control of their bodies. They even dropped their sabers.
Engulfing laws. It was a fey beast that was proficient at engulfing laws. The two were horrified, but they eventually fell into the snake's mouth. Spear-like teeth stabbed into their bodies as they cried out in agony. Ah! The duo spat out blood and felt extreme despair. However, the snake did not seem like it had any intention of giving them instantaneous deaths. They were forced to experience the torment before death. At that point in time, the Heavenly Calamity duo realized that the girl who was trapped by the black blood vine had already escaped. She stood tall and gracefully above the marsh. The tip of her foot was gently placed above the water surface, while her watery green dress was untainted. She looked like a beautiful lotus flower that had just bloomed, causing one to be ashamed of one's ungainly appearance. And at that moment, there was a clear sneer on the girl's exquisite face. WH. What?
The Heavenly Calamity duo had drastic changes in expression as they came to a realization that the girl in front of them was not some unworldly girl. They were the ones who were actually silly. From the beginning, it was a meticulously laid out trap. You witch! one of the men said through gnashed teeth. He wanted to lash out with more invectives, but his breathing was turning weaker. Finally, he was completely swallowed into the snake's belly.
What dirty neat! Little Blue feels sick just eating you,
the girl said with a wrinkled frown.
Little Blue was none other than the gigantic snake in front of her.
Mud flowed down the snake's body, revealing beautiful blue scales. Although the snake had been in the mud, it was not tainted by the mud at all. At that moment, there was a distortion in the void beside the girl. Space was ripped open as a silver-haired girl walked out and appeared in front of the green-dressed girl.
Shu-He, you are up to your mischief again.
You left the Azurewood Divine Residence on a whim and came all the way here.
If you meet someone really powerful, will you even be able to return? The silver-haired girl reprimanded Shu-He, clearly furious at her antics.
The silver-haired girl was the successor of the Azurewood Manor, who had just been praying in front of the Divine Tree Garden. She had prayed countless times, but she had never managed to stir the Divine Tree. With her prayers unmet, the silver-haired girl came searching for her junior sister. To date, other than herself and her accompanying old servant, the Azurewood Manor only had Shu-He left.
Senior sister, these outsiders are here to rob us of our treasures, so can't I punish them?
The green-dressed girl pouted her lips as she answered unhappily.
The silver-haired girl shook her head and said, what they do cannot be faulted.
Searching ruins is a justified act in the martial world. If there is anything to be blamed, it is that our Azurewood Manor has waned.
I know, said Shu-He as she blinked with her pair of black eyes. With a look of innocence, she said, but I don't wantonly kill anyone that I meet. If not, why did I act?
I could just get Little Blue to swallow them directly. I was acting so as to see who had bad intentions towards me.
These people with ill intentions deserve death. If they are good, I'll spare them.
I know too that the Azurewood Great World is about to collapse.
Even if the outsiders don't come to search for treasures, many of the items would be destroyed as well. I really can't do a thing about you.
The silver-haired girl shook her head. Suddenly, her eyebrows pricked up.
Oh, there are more people coming again.
As she spoke, she vanished into the void. At that moment, about 50 miles away, a youth was shuttling through the sky with a sword in his hand. And not far in front of him, a man looked ashen. He had sweat dripping down his forehead as he desperately fled. He was feeling extreme despair. He never expected that the sword-wielding youth was that terrifying. The youth's cultivation level was only at the half-step-down manifestation realm, but his strength was extremely formidable.
A single strike.
All it took was a single strike to kill his partner. Not only did his partner die, his partner's body aged rapidly and was reduced to bare bones. Such a terrifying sword technique gave one the chills just thinking about it. Without any thought, he fled immediately. Although he had stunning achievements when it came to his movement technique, he had never expected that the movement technique that he was proud of failed to help him escape the pursuit of the youth. Now, the gap was shrinking rapidly. He would rather commit suicide than experience the terrifying sword technique that rotted bodies.
Chapter 999, No Sincerity.
Despite how desperately the man ran, his speed was ultimately inferior to Yi Yun's.
Punk! Don't you force me! No matter how powerful you are only at the half-step Dao manifestation realm.
Being in the periphery of the Azurewood Great World is already your limit.
If you go any deeper into it, you will be met with certain death. If you continue to pursue me, you will not be able to get out.
The man yelled frantically, but the distance between Yi Yun and him continued to shrink rapidly.
All I did was to conspire to hurt you, wasn't it?
You were left with 0 losses, and you even killed my senior brother.
Isn't that enough? Must you chase me all this way to put an end to me? How much enmity is there between us?
As the man was speaking, Yi Yun suddenly slashed with his sword.
Phew!
A sword beam tore through the void and headed straight for the man's back. the man exclaimed as he barely dodged it. Although he managed to dodge the sword beam, the wind that accompanied the sword beam brushed across his back. Instantly, an indescribable feeling overwhelmed every cell in his body. The man began to convulse as he felt that the strike had struck the very source of his life. His vitality was rapidly being depleted and the flesh on the back of his body was shriveling. Even his clothes had turned to ash. That was the power of the passage of time. Time laws and withering laws synergized well with each other in the first place. With the two laws merged into one, even though he had managed to dodge the sword beam, just the might of the winds that accompanied it had drained his vitality.
Ah ah ah!
The man screamed in despair. He knew very well that Yi Yun's strike had already destroyed him because of his withering vitality. Not only could he no longer practice martial arts, his lifespan was also drastically shortened.
I'll fight it out with you.
The man turned around and frantically charged at Yi Yun, like an enraged beast. Yi Yun raised his sword and thrust it at the man's glabella.
Pwah!
The man's body trembled violently as his eyes lost their luster. Corrosion of his body began from his glabella and spread out in all directions. His skin and flesh were shriveling and drying up like they were turning to dust. In a few moments, the man's body looked like it had experienced millennia before being reduced to bones.
Yi Yun put his sword away. It was not the pure Yang broken sword anyway. He did not plan on using the pure Yang broken sword unless absolutely necessary.
Doing so could prevent creating trouble for himself if others were to see the broken sword. The whole scene of Yi Yun using the sword of time to kill the fleeing man was seen by Chu He.
Chu He was somewhat stupefied.
The youth's cultivation level wasn't even higher than hers, so how was he that powerful?
The sword technique could sever another person's vitality with a single strike? The laws infused in it were way too horrifying.
Thoughts quickly flashed through her mind, but she was unafraid of Yi Yun. Even if her strength was inferior to Yi Yun's, she never depended on herself for battle because of her pet, Little Blue, which was an ancient spirit snake left behind by her master.
Although it had not fully matured, its strength was much stronger than hers. And it was because of Little Blue's existence that Chu He dared to roam the Azure Wood Great World freely and target people who had nefarious thoughts against her. That fellow can't be a good person to act so ruthlessly.
Chu He muttered to herself as she began machinating a plan.
Chu He, aren't you returning with me? Stop messing around.
In the void, the silver-haired girl's voice sounded. Senior sister, don't worry.
I know perfectly well. Chu He was adamant as she retreated towards the marsh. Save me.
A clear shout for help once again echoed above the Black Lake. As Yi Yun flew mid-air, his eyebrows pricked up slightly when he heard it. Back when Yi Yun was pursuing the man, he had actually sensed that there was someone in the vicinity.
However, Yi Yun's perception was locked onto the man.
As he had a vague feeling that the other person spelled no threat to him, he did not carefully investigate the matter. Now, with a sweep of his perception, he noticed that a green-dressed girl was dozens of miles away and was trapped in a marsh. Black vines were wrapped around her and she looked to be in grave danger. Yi Yun faltered slightly, but with a flash of his body, he flew towards the green-dressed girl.
Save me. Hero, save me.
When the green-dressed girl saw Yi Yun, it was like she had seen a life-saving straw. She yelled for help even more enthusiastically, but at that moment, the black vines that wrapped around her limbs were retracting into the deep recesses of the marsh. It looked like the green-dressed girl was about to be devoured by the marsh. Yi Yun was not one to turn a blind eye to someone's plight. Furthermore, the black vine did not seem to be particularly powerful. So without any possible threat to his life, Yi Yun did not mind saving the green-dressed girl.
Sha! 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 Sword sparks emerged around Yi Yun like snowflakes.
However, just as Yi Yun was about to take action, he suddenly stopped.
Oh!
A majority of the sword sparks disappeared from Yi Yun's body as he stopped mid-air. He only watched the green-dressed girl, but he did not take another step forward. He had found many things amiss with the situation, so he had immediately activated the purple crystal's energy vision. He was shocked by what he saw. Gosh, there was a large blue snake hidden in the marsh beneath the girl.
Save me! Save me!
Shui yelled again, and she seemed to be extremely anxious, but Yi Yun remained unmoved. He watched her for a while before deciding to hug his sword in his arms. It was like he was watching her shout.
Shui was immediately dumbfounded.
She had acted a couple of times today, and the people she met were people from leagues or tribes. Their strength was inferior and they looked no different to ruffians. Those people were here in the Azurewood Great World to try their luck, and they mostly had nefarious intentions when it came to her. Either they wanted to kill and rob her, or they wanted to rape her.
Shui got Little Blue to eat them all.
There was also a group of people that most likely came from sections.
They mostly behaved appropriately and had dignified appearances.
When saving her, they would showcase their graceful demeanor, but that did not mean that they were good. Amongst them, there might be wolves in sheep's clothing.
However, the green-dressed girl could not be bothered to distinguish them.
Unless they clearly revealed their malfeasant intentions, Shui would basically spare them.
However, Shui never expected that someone would be like Yi Yun.
All he did was stay motionless midair as he watched her act.
This left Shui irrevocably committed.
She was left at an impasse to continue or to stop shouting. Furthermore, in her script, the black vine were wrapped around her body, and just before she was pulled into the marsh, Yi Yun should have taken action in a timely fashion, severing the black vine to prevent her from being dragged in.
However, without Yi Yun taking action, wouldn't she be dragged into the disgusting marsh? How could Shui endure the dirty and nauseating marsh? Save me!
Shui felt indignant as she yelled once more.
However, not only did Yi Yun not take any action, the corners of his mouth curved into a teasing smile. Why are you so ruthless? Why do you turn a blind eye to my plight?
Shui clenched her fist and was like an enraged kitten. Her embarrassment had turned into anger because she had a faint guess that the youth had seen through her.
The black vine behind you sure is well-mannered.
It clearly has trapped you, but it is dragging you at such a slow speed.
If you want to entice me to come towards you, you should have a modicum of sincerity. You don't even wish to taint yourself with a bit of mud. That's way too unprofessional, said Yi Yun in derision.
When Shui heard his words, her face turned blue from anger.
Chapter 1000, Hidden Dragon Pit.
Shui failed to figure out how Yi Yun had seen through her trap. Little Blue was an ancient fey beast species whose bloodline was extremely powerful. It had an innate ability to conceal itself, which prevented even 7 or 8 floor Dao Palace warriors from discovering its existence, much less Yi Yun with his lowly cultivation level. Shui stopped acting after having her cover blown. The black blood vine that entangled her gradually loosened as Shui looked at Yi Yun and said with a huff, "How did you see through my trap?"
"Why should I tell you? You set up a trap by preying on the empathy of others and then use a fey beast to devour them. Who knew that you would have such a wicked heart despite being so young and beautiful?" Yi Yun naturally did not know about Shui's background or goals. All he knew was that Shui had set a trap to kill him and rob him. However, such incidents were common in the 10,000 Fey Empery in heaven.
One could only blame themselves for being too weak if they were killed. There was not much to blame others for.
You?
Shui blew her top. She did not know how to explain, so she gave up by pouting her lips and fell silent. She allowed the fellow to make up his own conclusions. Ian's eyebrows twitched slightly as he could tell from the girl's expression that there was a story behind the matter. There was no need for her to continue her facade since she had been seen through.
However, regardless of the reason, Yi Yun would not foolishly approach the green-dressed girl.
The spirit snake that the girl reared had an extremely strong aura. It made Yi Yun lack the confidence to deal with the blue snake unless he used Felicitous Rain Lord's sword chi, but the losses would outweigh the gains. A thought flashed in Iyun's mind as his eyes happened to glance at a spot not far from the girl. There was a distortion in the void, and in the purple crystal's energy vision, Iyun confirmed that there was another person standing there. Furthermore, the person's aura was very unique. At that moment, in the core area of the Azurewood Great World, in an inhabited valley, there was a large ravine. It was a long ravine that reached to the horizon and was ancient and rustic. If one looked from above, the gigantic ravine was like a dragon that meandered through the lands. It would make one shudder in fear. This ravine is somewhat strange, an elder floating mid-air said. The person was thin and his body was hunched. He had 6 arms that hung softly from his body. If Iyun was here, he would immediately recognize the elder as the Fey Phantasm sect's supremacy, Guihuazi. Back when Iyun reached the Oracle Fey Kingdom, Guihuazi had struck with a ghastly palm attack that nearly took Iyun's life. And beside Guihuazi was a middle-aged man whose body was covered in a faint swirling black fog. The middle-aged man had a pale face and had a mane of silver hair. It shimmered with a metallic luster and he looked outstandingly handsome. In between his eyebrows, there was a light stripe. It was a closed eye. He did not wear loose large black robes like the majority of the Fey Phantasm sect's elders. Instead, he wore a well-fitted robe that befitted his position. He looked like an aristocrat from a mortal world. The silver-haired man was the true person in power of the Fey Phantasm sect, Demonic Eye Divine Lord. The Demonic Eye Divine Lord looked at the gigantic ravine and pondered over it for a long time before he said, "If I'm not wrong, this is an ancient formation array named Hidden Dragon Pit." I never expected that the Hidden Dragon Pit recorded in the historical books would be seen here in the Azurewood Great World. I thought that the art of the Hidden Dragon Pit was long lost. Oh? Hidden Dragon Pit? Guihuazi looked at the meandering ravine, and indeed, it looked like a pit dug up to bury a dragon. That's right. By using a powerful spirit root with a powerful enchantment sealed in Hidden Dragon Pit, it's used to protect a spatial zone. The so-called dragon should be a spirit root. I never expected that the Azurewood Manor would have such a mystical item. However, I will dig it up regardless of what it is protecting. A sneer flashed in Demonic Eye Divine Lord's eyes as he suddenly waved a hand. Behind him, a plume of bloody mist burst out and transformed into a gigantic blood-colored skull. The Hidden Dragon Pit is powerful, but too much time has passed. The formation array has already weakened. Today, I'll use my Blood Jade Skull to devour the old dragon. As Demonic Eye Divine Lord spoke, he made a sweeping gesture with his hand. Boom! With an explosive sound, the blood-colored skull flew at Hidden Dragon Pit like a meteor. Large swaths of ground collapsed as a tumultuous explosion boomed. Such an explosion caused the collapse of a void. Large tracts of mountains in the distance collapsed as lava burst out of cracks in the rocks and shot 50 kilometers into the sky. Oh! This world is too weak. Grand Elder, that strike of yours nearly caused the collapse of the world. The Azurewood Great World is indeed weak, but it's not something so easily destroyed by my strength. It looks like the Hidden Dragon Pit is not only protecting something, it is also holding the world in awe and prevent it from collapsing too soon. If I were to open the Hidden Dragon Pit, it would only accelerate the collapse of this world. Daoist Yuming, who was beside Guihuazi, asked, "Then, are we still going to open it?" Of course. Although it will accelerate the collapse of this world, a true collapse would need a certain period of time. It will not affect us at all. This world is bound to collapse, so what's the point of forcibly stabilizing it with an array formation? I might as well give it a push. As Demonic Eye Divine Lord spoke, he produced his Blood Jade Skull once again. Boom! 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 The ancient Hidden Dragon Pit had maintained an ancient ruin for tens of millions of years, but even though the strongest member of every generation of the Azurewood Manor would enhance it, it was unable to withstand the Blood Jade Skull's devouring. It began to collapse from the source.
And at this moment, more than 5,000 kilometers away, Yi-Yun was still observing the distorted space beside Chu-hee. He had confirmed that there was another girl standing there. The girl's aura was very special, and for some reason, he had a familiar feeling to it, and it left Yi-Yun baffled. Could he know that girl? How could there be someone that he knew in this distant azure-wood great world? Yi-Yun immediately thought of Lin Shintong, but unfortunately, the girl's aura was clearly different to Lin Shintong's. This made Yi-Yun sigh lightly. How was he to find Lin Shintong in the expanse of the 12 empyrean heavens? After a moment of reverie, Yi-Yun looked at the distorted void once again. Although he was sure that she was not Lin Shintong, he wanted to know why the girl gave him such a familiar feeling. As Yi-Yun was thinking over it, the mud suddenly stirred in front of the green-dressed girl. A large blue snake emerged and splattering large amounts of black mud in every direction. Yi-Yun's heart leaped as he pulled his sword out. He thought that the blue snake would be attacking him, but he never expected the green-dressed girl to panic as well. "Little Blue, what are you doing?" The green-dressed girl retreated because the mud that splattered all over was about to taint her clothes. The blue snake flailed around and completely ignored the green-dressed girl's exhortations. Instead, it revealed extreme fear and unrest. "Little Blue. Could it be? Oh no!" Beside the green-dressed girl, space distorted as a silver-haired girl walked out of the void.